A chilling declaration rips through the void, undead. This is the truth of those who defy even death itself, refusing to perish. For these immortals, who have shattered the very cycle of life and death, conquering a single dimension was nothing more than a warm-up. Taking over the dimension called Earth was just the next step, an inevitable victory. But then, a cataclysmic burst of raw power explodes, forcing the entity to gasp. How? How could this possibly be? The arrogant entity, now a cloaked figure, is absolutely engulfed in a cataclysmic energy surge, screaming in utter disbelief. The sheer, raw power of the inferno leaves it reeling, questioning everything it thought it knew. Its glowing eye practically pops out, utterly baffled by how its foe is still standing, still fighting. Trapped in the heart of the raging flames, it can only wonder who could possibly wield such devastating power. It thrashes against the impossible force, desperately trying to convince itself this nightmare isn't real. Its eyes blaze with a desperate, furious energy as the world around it explodes. A guttural cry is ripped from its form, unable to articulate its final, desperate thought. But then, a terrifying, red-skinned visage with blazing eyes bursts forth, roaring a defiant challenge of its own incredible toughness. The entity is absolutely shredded by torrents of crackling blue energy, as its triumphant assailant delivers a brutal, final thank you. The sheer, overwhelming force unleashed by Kang Hyun rips through reality, leaving behind a maelstrom of raw power and shattered fragments. What was once a formidable foe is now just dust, scattering into the abyss. The echoes of his ultimate attack finally fade, leaving an eerie calm in its wake. But time, as always, marches on, and 2 years later, the universe finds itself under a blanket of stars. From cosmic battlegrounds to suburban streets, the world has changed, marked by the passage of time. A sharp, exasperated voice cuts through the domestic quiet. As Kang Hyun, now in a seemingly normal life, tries to lay down the law to a young woman. "I'll let you live here because this is what you wanted," he declares, only for her to fire back, "But then you shouldn't have said you're just passing by." He faces her, a silent challenge in his posture, as she ups the ante. "If you're going to be like this, I'll tell Mom and Dad's house." The apartment explodes with a young woman's fury, tearing into Kang Hyun. She's laying down the law, reminding him she only let him crash there because he promised to get a job. But now, she's absolutely livid. He's just wasting away, drinking and gaming, while he, caught off guard, can only blush and mumble, knowing full well they can't lean on their parents forever. Her voice hitting a fever pitch, she screams, "But your younger sister is okay." The tension is palpable, his responsibilities weighing heavy. Kang Hyun tries to shut it down, promising to talk tomorrow, but she's not having it, demanding he actually take a day off for once. The argument is far from over. He makes his escape, walking away, but her furious words still chase him, a relentless reminder of his failures. Later, in the solitude of his room, he lets out a deep, soul-crushing sigh, her accusations still ringing in his ears. He's just lying there, phone in hand, his mind miles away, lost in a haze of regret. Her brutal words replay in his head, "You're not doing sh*t. Why are you always like this?" The self-doubt is crushing. Even his internship, the one thing he's actually done, is thrown back in his face as a meager accomplishment since arriving in Seoul. He's just chilling, but his mind is already racing, thinking he needs to hustle, maybe stack some boxes or something to get that cash flowing. A quick "ah" escapes him as he realizes, he totally spaced on turning off the lights before he bounced. His mind wanders, a wistful thought escaping him. Dude, wouldn't life be so much cooler if it was just a video game? Seriously, if it was a game, he'd probably snag a super sweet job, no sweat. His thoughts are consumed by epic game classes, warrior, wizard, swordsman, the whole fantasy lineup. But eventually, the grind of reality and the late night catch up, and he finally drifts off, totally out cold in his bed. But even in sleep, the game isn't over. A holographic interface blazes to life, blasting a notification, "Entered a regular dungeon." And the reward? A massive 100,000 gold. This epic message hovers over a sprawling, futuristic metropolis, its insane skyscrapers piercing a vibrant, alien sky. The sheer scale of this urban jungle is mind-blowing, a wild fusion where the digital world and reality are blurring into one epic adventure. Boom! A system notification, glowing an impossible purple, rips through the cosmic void, screaming, "Regular dungeon entry," and a mind-blowing, gold reward, 10 million. These insane words just hang there, suspended in the endless expanse, radiating an unearthly, electric glow. Like reality itself just got hacked. The raw, ethereal purple energy pulses, warping the very fabric of space around it. Then, a blinding, absolute whiteout explodes, swallowing everything in its wake. He's awake. His eyes fly open, blown wide with a primal terror that freezes him solid. Scrambling, he shoves himself upright, surrounded by a blizzard of shimmering, cosmic particles. A guttural "wha" rips from his throat as he stares, utterly flabbergasted, at the impossible spectacle unfolding right in front of him. The impossible words from his deepest sleep, are now undeniably, terrifyingly real, hovering right there in his face. The digital countdown is relentless, screaming the time until the Haken dimension connects. For years, 364 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and the seconds are just flying by. 25 seconds flash by, and a sharp chime cuts through the silence. He stares up at a new, blazing notification. The tutorial has a total of 8 stages. His mind is absolutely blown by this impossible reality. The system just hammers it home, 8 stages, no way around it. He can only whisper the words, the sheer weight of a total of 8 stages crushing him. Then, another notification drops a bombshell. Death in the tutorial is not connected to reality, but with a chilling catch: you are unable to re-enter once you cannot try again. A blinding flash erupts as the system keeps pushing the tutorial stages, leaving him absolutely speechless, a choked gasp tearing from his throat. His eyes are saucers of pure shock, he can barely form a coherent thought, a guttural groan ripping from him as the system's terrifying messages finally click. Then, a.m. A new figure pops up in the notification, a level 98 pink-haired woman, who hits him with a cheerful, "Hello, you've come to the right place," before dropping the bombshell: "This is a real-time reverse game that's going to turn your dreams up." He's absolutely reeling, the system's words hitting him like a truck. His mom's sacrifice, his own past failures, it's all crashing down, hard. Despair hits him like a tidal wave, his face twisting in pure agony. But then, a spark ignites. This has to be it, his last shot, his ultimate, one more game, to flip the script. Then, a.m. The system drops the bomb, stage 1 is officially on. He's totally baffled, the system just repeating itself. A burning question hits him: what the heck is he even supposed to save? He's warped onto a stark, white platform, staring down a glowing system window for stage 1. The words "Stage 1" blast across the screen, hammering home the insane challenge ahead. The clear condition: get to the end of the bridge. The fail condition: instant death. No pressure, right? He stares, a single word echoing in his mind: bridge. Then, with a violent, tearing sound, reality itself rips apart around him, leaving him utterly stunned and horrified. As a searing, ominous orange glow ignites deep within his right eye. Before him, the digital platform gives way to a vast, crumbling chasm, a voice in his head whispering, "What?" Below, a river of molten lava churns, swallowing the forms of other participants who plummet into the fiery depths. What the hell is this? The lava bubbles and roars with terrifying intensity. A blinding, scorching flash erupting from its surface. Standing on the precipice, Kang Hyun can only utter a single, disbelieving word: lava. He's just been ripped from his world, and now he's staring into the abyss, his mind screaming, "What is this?" But then, his eyes lock onto other figures in the distance, and he's hit with another shockwave. Who are these people? The chaos intensifies, and his mind races. What is going on here? A terrifying realization hits him: he was just chilling at home, and now this? He stomps the ground, feeling the searing heat blast up from the lava below, cursing this stupid dream and realizing with a jolt, "Ouch. That's hot. Is this really a dream?" Then, a voice slices through the pandemonium, screaming his name in pure disbelief and recognition. Teetering on the edge of oblivion. A young woman stares at him, her face a mask of pure terror and shock. He glares down into the molten hellscape, a surge of pure rage and frustration boiling over as he screams about the insanity of this tutorial's first dream of instant death, knowing this is no dream. He's still reeling, trapped in this nightmare, desperately asking himself if any of this is even real. But then, a mysterious woman appears, her mind racing with the insane talk of saving the earth. She snaps him out of it, calling out his name with an urgent tone. He snaps his head up, totally confused, asking if she's even talking to him, and if that's even his name anymore. But she's not buying his dream theory, immediately hitting him with the undeniable truth, that lava is scorching hot, even if it's just a dream. She keeps pushing, asking how he can regenerate in a dream, and if he doesn't think something is seriously messed up here. Kang Hyun just scoffs, admitting the brain can be tricked, but his body's screaming that this dream is a total lie. She reveals her intel told her to believe it was a dream, but even in this dream, you can still die. With a final, determined look, Kang Hyun declares he's out of here. He charges ahead on the glowing path, a voice screaming his confusion, demanding to know what this place is and where it's taking him. The system's brutal command to reach the end of the bridge still echoes, and he whips around to the girl, challenging her on what she knows. She flinches, shocked by his intensity, then scoffs at the danger, doubling down on her conviction that this is just a dream, a place where death means nothing. He confronts her casual attitude, highlighting the sheer peril of their position. She sneers, finding his worry pathetic, absolutely certain that a dream can't actually hurt them. He cuts her off, a chilling, knowing smirk twisting his lips. His stare burns, a silent, heavy realization dawning between them. A wild, almost insane grin explodes across his face, his crimson eyes blazing with an intense, utterly predatory light. Deep within his blazing eye, the lone figure on the bridge is mirrored, a tiny, isolated silhouette against the endless, shimmering void. A primal, earth-shattering roar rips through the inferno, shaking the very foundations of this hellish landscape. The very air crackles with raw power, as the monstrous entity, a titan of shadow and flame, fixes its burning gaze on them. A colossal foot slams down with earth-shattering impact, sending shockwaves through the entire arena. But amidst this cataclysm, he remains utterly unfazed, his crimson eyes burning with an almost manic glow, while the girl next to him is paralyzed by sheer terror. He just stares across the inferno at her, a chilling smirk spreading across his face as he taunts, "Still think this is just a dream, huh?" Kang Hyun's eyes practically ignite, his voice dripping with pure contempt as he mocks her, "Maybe you're just too small to grasp reality, you pathetic fool." The girl can only let out a defeated sigh, her face a mask of utter despair and crushing realization. With the ground still shaking violently, Kang Hyun barks a cold warning, "Don't you dare do anything stupid. If you can't move, then stay put." Towering over the now collapsed girl, he coolly declares, "Yeah, you're definitely safer staying right there." Still reeling from the shock, the young woman can only muster a pathetic whimper. He stares down at her, a chilling calm in his voice, demanding, "Still scared?" The chasm around them pulses with an infernal, scorching glow. The very ground beneath them groaning and splitting apart. As if reality itself is being ripped to shreds. The very air crackles with raw, destructive power. Yet Kang Hyun stands utterly unperturbed, his eyes locked onto the quivering woman. He drops to her level, his voice a stark contrast to the inferno, "Got any ideas?" Still trapped in denial, the woman can only manage a desperate plea, "This is just a super vivid nightmare, right?" Suddenly, a flashback. A young woman lays into Kang Hyun, furious that he's been slacking off, drinking, and gaming instead of job hunting, despite her letting him stay. But back in the nightmare, her mind is racing, desperately trying to make sense of the impossible, convinced that something truly unimaginable has happened. Her face twists into a mask of pure terror and disbelief. As she plummets into the fiery abyss, still desperately asking if the burning heat means this nightmare is actually real. A chilling, almost amused, whoop escapes Kang Hyun's lips. As his sister collapses, trembling uncontrollably, desperately trying to justify her terror and confusion, begging him to stop bringing up this horrifying reality. Her body violently shakes, a raw testament to her terror, as the narrative cuts in, reflecting on the plight of an unlucky older brother. With a soft poo, her last shred of strength gives out. Leaving her utterly collapsed as Kang Hyun chillingly declares this is just a dream that keeps going, forcing her to realize he's not stopping. The past screams at him, his sister's furious words cutting deep, "I let you crash here because you promised to job hunt, but all you do is drink and game all day." He clings to the illusion, a desperate hope forming in his mind, "If I just stay put, maybe I'll snap out of it. This has to be a dream, right?" But the chasm itself seems to mock his hope, the ground beneath his sister's prone body starting to rumble and crack. Time's up. The tutorial's clock ticks down, and the chasm roars to life, tearing itself apart as his sister screams, "No, no, no. What the hell is going on?" Purple energy pulses from the widening fissures, swallowing her last shred of composure. A desperate gasp escapes her lips. Her hands scrabble wildly at the disintegrating rock, a futile attempt to cling to existence. He stands amidst the destruction, a cool blue energy shimmering around him as the world rips itself apart with a deafening crack, his gaze utterly devoid of fear. The chasm screams, a monstrous maw opening wider, threatening to consume everything. He watches as the chasm goes absolutely wild, dragging his sister down into the fiery abyss. She fights against the insane pull, her body getting swallowed by a swirling vortex of crumbling earth. A terrified scream rips from her throat as she plummets deeper, the fiery depths just swallowing her whole. But before she's gone for good, Kang Hyun explodes forward, his hands snatching her, screaming for her to run in the absolute chaos. He locks onto her arm, desperately trying to yank her back from the edge, even as she screams in pure shock. With a death grip, he tries to hold them steady, but the ground beneath them just keeps exploding, threatening to drag them both into the void. Huge sections of rock and earth just rip apart, plummeting into the inferno below. Despite his iron grip, the chasm's relentless destruction just rips them both down, the very ground beneath their feet exploding. Together, they plummet into the fiery depths, swallowed whole by the collapsing world. The fiery chasm is absolutely ripping itself apart, the very walls disintegrating around him. Kang Hyun gasps, the sheer heat and crushing pressure of the abyss slamming into him. It's okay, he tells himself, eyes locked onto the super precarious, narrow bridge ahead. If I don't trip, I'll reach the end, he declares, exploding into a desperate sprint. His path, though insane, is crystal clear. The burning path just keeps going, the chasm roaring all around him. He just keeps pushing, a lone figure battling the inferno. His crimson eyes are absolutely blazing with fierce resolve, burning brighter than the actual flames. All right, nearly there, he shouts, the end of the bridge finally in sight. He's pushing through, a burning resolve fueling every step, screaming his absolute commitment to this insane mission. His eyes are practically on fire, as he absolutely bolts across the insane, burning ground. He's locked in, every single cell screaming focus on what's next. But then, a massive tremor rips through the ground, and he whips his head around, his heart stopping as he sees someone familiar, Kang Ah-yun, free-falling into the fiery hell below. The bridge is just tearing itself apart, glowing cracks exploding everywhere. Down below, Kang Ah-yun looks up, a shocked gasp ripping from her as she plunges deeper into the inferno. A primal roar of pure resolve rips from him, his jaw locked in steel. And from above, colossal chunks of flaming rock start to absolutely plummet, ready to obliterate everything. With the entire chasm imploding around them, he's pushing past his limits, a desperate sprint against the clock to save her. Despite the absolute chaos, he locks down his desperate grip on his sister, as they continue their terrifying, fiery freefall. Around them, the chasm violently implodes, sending massive chunks of debris exploding into the inferno. Still falling, a grim determination hardens his expression, his resolve unbreakable even as the world shatters around them. Suddenly, a colossal explosion detonates from the depths, sending a devastating shockwave of fire and debris rocketing upwards. The chasm continues its violent, apocalyptic destruction, a maelstrom of fire and collapsing rock. Then, as if by some impossible magic, the fiery chasm vanishes, replaced by the cool, crystalline glow of a cavern. He's sitting beside his sister, a holographic system window floating before them, screaming, level up, and, congratulations, you have cleared stage 1. A soft, pwah escapes him, his eyes wide with absolute disbelief at the sudden, impossible shift. Trapped in a purple energy field, he's completely immobilized, unable to move a muscle as the inferno rages beneath him. Suddenly, he's on solid ground in a cave, his sister right there, a system window glowing nearby. She's asking if he needs anything else, and he can only thank her, realizing she's his savior. But his eyes are glued to the glowing interface, which is going absolutely wild, a barrage of level up notifications, then the epic stage 1 cleared. He just stares, totally bewildered and amazed. Still trying to figure out what just happened. Then, a random thought pops into his head, a weird question from another life, about the ultimate birthday gift a guy could want. He sits up, and the system window changes to status window. He knows exactly what he wants right now, he needs to see his stats. The glowing text confirms it, that a status window is right there. His eyes are wide with pure anticipation, ready to unlock the secrets of his new strength. But instead of the system's cold interface, a harsh reality slams into him, his sister, Kang Ah-yun, right there, her words cutting like a knife, tearing into him about his supposed job hunt turning into an endless binge of drinking and gaming. A sudden, ragged gasp rips from his throat, his entire body convulsing with a shock of pure terror. He's sprawled on his bed, still gasping for air, his face a mask of sheer agony and confusion. The ragged gasps keep coming, a mundane box sitting innocently beside his bed, oblivious to his torment. He finally pushes himself up, a low groan escaping him, his mind a whirlwind of confusion as the pieces click into place. It was all just a nightmare, a twisted, vivid dream. An unsettling, collective thought ripples through the ether, a chilling question echoing in the silence. Was that really just a dream, or something more? The unsettling feeling intensifies, a wave of shared confusion, as if countless others are also wrestling with the bizarre remnants of a truly messed up dream. Above the sprawling urban jungle, a giant question mark seems to loom, a silent testament to the universal, mind-bending confusion. The bizarre, shared phenomenon escalates, as more voices chime in with their own wild dream stories, while others are just utterly flabbergasted by the sheer, collective weirdness. A digital interface lights up, showing a post about someone successfully pulling off a lucid dream, and it's blowing up with thousands of views and comments. Scrolling down, we see a user profile flashing a mind-boggling 200 million in currency. Talk about serious digital wealth. The comments section is going wild, with everyone asking the same question, everyone lucid dreaming what happened. It's like a shared global experience. Then, a new social media post pops up, showing a ripped, powerful figure and declaring, "Chainsaw is open to all who want to join." The comments are already hyped, screaming, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" Suddenly, the digital noise vanishes, replaced by an awe-inspiring cosmic scene, Earth and its moon, bathed in shimmering stardust. But then, a chilling countdown flashes across the cosmic canvas, time until the complete connection with the inner dimension, just over 9 days left. The cosmos then explodes into an abstract, swirling vortex of vibrant purple and pink energy, pulsing with raw, untamed power. High above, birds cut through a pristine, cloud-dotted sky. While the modern city below pulsed with unseen energy. But the calm was abruptly broken as a door slammed open, echoing through an apartment. Then, a frantic shout pierced the air, Ayan, instantly met by another, Hyun. Kang Hyun and Kang Ayan stared, utterly stunned, their faces screaming pure disbelief, as he blurted out a nightmare of lava bridges and a brush with death, insisting it was too real to be just a dream. He then frantically asked about a status window, demanding to know if they'd shared the same insane dream, but she just exploded, yelling at him to shut up. Furious, he jabbed a finger, roaring, "Stop cutting me off." The argument finally fizzled out, leaving him utterly defeated and groaning on the floor, as she simply stood there, watching his misery unfold. A low rumble shakes the apartment, the tension between them practically vibrating in the air. He's totally silent, his face a mask of confusion and serious worry, the impossible dream they both had just crushing him. His sister, trying to cut through the super heavy vibe, just casually asks if they should eat first, like everything's normal. Outside their window, the city just keeps on doing its thing, totally oblivious to the wild new reality exploding all around them. But hold up, this isn't just happening to them. Someone's phone is blowing up with status window and shared dreams as top trends, right there with the end of the world and apocalypse. The whole planet is waking up to this insane new reality. He sits across from his sister, a heavy silence hanging between them as he processes the implications of the shared dream. The truth hits him hard, it truly wasn't just a dream. Scrolling through his phone, the news confirms his worst fears, it wasn't just Korea, the entire world had the same dream. A profound sense of disbelief washes over him, is this really happening? He shares the grim details with his sister, explaining that while the dreams don't directly affect reality, 3 out of every 10 people who experience them have died. A sigh escapes him, muttering that with how vivid the dream felt, the survival rate should have been even lower. He continues to read, noting that those who survived the dream seem to be suffering from PTSD. A thoughtful hum escapes him, as he absorbs the full weight of the global crisis. His sister looks at him, her voice soft with concern, asking if it's truly alright for them to be eating so peacefully amidst such chaos. He's at the window, watching the world outside, a world that's totally spiraling out of control. He's deep in thought, just trying to process this insane new reality. His sister cuts through the tension, like, "Dude, what can we even do? Let's just eat." At the table, he's still deep in thought, a quiet, or maybe, echoing in his head. She stares at him, totally worried, demanding to know if he's seriously just gonna throw in the towel. His eyes drift back to the window, that crazy world outside still calling to him. Out on the streets, it's pure chaos, people are literally fighting over scraps, screaming, "This is mine." Hands are clashing over some random thing, with someone yelling, "Hey! I had it first," in the middle of the madness. And in the middle of all this, some preacher is screaming about divine judgment, telling everyone the end is here. He stands amidst the wreckage, a silent, furious command to smash it all. Echoing in his mind. From the balcony, a quiet "sh" escapes his sister. As he sarcastically wonders aloud, if he even needs to go to work today, right? She turns to him, her expression absolutely incredulous, demanding to know if he's seriously asking that. Kang Hyun explains the danger of venturing outside, saying they'll just get hurt, while Kang Ayan reminds him of the Haken dimension, the one he never properly examined when it first popped up. His phone, she notes, should have shown how much time they had left, but he totally missed it. A frustrated curse escapes him as he realizes he missed the status window entirely, which is now just floating right there. The glowing blue interface now clearly displays the terrifying countdown. The complete Haken dimension will appear in just over 4 weeks, not the 5 years they had assumed, leaving them with only about 4 years left until the real end. Looking out at the chaotic, crumbling streets, Ayan questions, can they really prepare for 5 years of destruction like that? He's watching the world burn, but his mind is still stuck on, "Chill out, it'll blow over." His first instinct? Hide and wait it out. His sister, Kang Ayan, just stares at him, no words needed. And he's forced to admit, against all odds, that her crazy talk is actually starting to click. The morning's chaos faded fast, by evening, everyone was back to their grind, like nothing happened. Korea went from meltdown to chill in 1 day flat, and just like that, day 1 was over. Then, a soft chime, his eyes blaze crimson, and a new system message slams into his vision. The message? "Welcome, player. Ready for the tutorial?" He slumps, a quiet, "Ah, right," escaping him, like he just remembered the most important thing ever. Boom. Another system message slams into his vision, a blinding notification demanding attention. It's a skill, an unregistered skill called Resurrection, and everything about it is a total mystery, making him realize they need to figure this out. His face twists in a mix of shock and confusion. Is this even a good thing? He's totally lost, no idea how to even process this insane power-up, nothing to compare it to. But then, a wicked grin starts to form as he zeroes in on that unknown rank. Does this mean he can just use any skill he wants? Forget the details, he just saw the coolest word ever. The word resurrection itself explodes with raw, untamed energy, practically screaming its power. A chilling, almost villainous smirk spreads across Kang Hyun's lips. This isn't just a skill, this is a straight-up cheat code. The system flashes the skill's unknown stats again, but the real message is clear, the game just changed, and the world is about to get rocked. A blinding, purple-blue rift explodes open, light ripping through the darkness, and Kang Hyun is absolutely blown away. This is insane, a total cheat code. No way he's ever going to be a nobody again, right? He pictures himself and Ayan, tiny figures on the edge of this wild new world, totally engulfed in shimmering energy as everything changes. Purple energy crackles around his fist, a silent scream of power confirming he's here to dominate. His eyes blaze with pure determination, because with this skill, leveling up isn't just a goal, it's a never-ending power trip. A confident smirk spreads across his face as he proclaims, "I'm the incredible resurrection man. I can literally do anything." Before now, this power had him hyped beyond belief, but even he couldn't guess what kind of wild ride was coming next. His journey was about to take him to epic, ancient fortresses, under dark skies branded with mysterious, glowing signs. He'd be up against brutal, blood-soaked weapons, and the terrifying monsters swinging them. A monstrous, multi-eyed goblin beast snarls, fangs dripping with blood, a terrifying glimpse into the absolute chaos the Resurrection Man is about to unleash. He unleashes a lightning-fast strike, a shimmering blue energy blade tearing through the air. The attack screams forward, pure kinetic force. But just as quickly, a crimson burst explodes around him, knocking him back. The grotesque, red-glowing monster seizes the opening, lunging with savage intent. It lands a devastating hit, sending him flying with a scream, blood erupting from the blow. Yet, even through the pain, a realization hits him: Stage 2 means he can finally check his stats. Then, a sudden, explosive counterattack. A brutal impact, and blood explodes. With a final, overwhelming surge of blue energy, he obliterates the beast. He lets out a heavy breath, standing victorious over the defeated creature. He looks at his hand, realizing his own strength wasn't the only factor, the system's power was the real MVP. The monster lies utterly mangled, a testament to the system's brutal efficiency. But the victory is short-lived as a wave of nausea hits him. This score is just too much. He turns away, a chilling memory flashing through his mind of an even bigger, nastier beast he barely escaped. This fight was a close call. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a grimy brick wall. Then, a sudden, choked gasp rips from him, his eyes snapping wide in pure terror. A colossal, reptilian eye with a chilling vertical pupil stares right back. He's absolutely frozen, staring down the monstrous form now fully revealed before him. A goblin lets out a guttural snarl, eyes blazing with pure malice. And its weapon, a massive blade, is absolutely pulsating with ominous purple energy, ready to unleash pure destruction. Kang Hyun's eyes practically pop out of his head in shock, because there isn't just one, but two of these monstrous creatures. The system's classification screams in his mind, a total lie compared to the brutal reality. Weren't goblins supposed to be easy mode for beginners? He sizes up the new threat, its sheer size and the meter-long weapon it's swinging are insane, making the last goblin look like a toy. With a blood-curdling shriek, the massive goblin brings its glowing purple blade crashing down, a terrifying blur of pure, unadulterated rage. Its monstrous face twists into a savage snarl, those glowing red eyes locked onto its prey. But before that blade can even connect, Kang Hyun instinctively throws up his forearm, a crimson aura exploding around it to meet the devastating impact head-on. The sheer force of the blow reverberates, a deafening quang echoing through the entire dungeon. He's absolutely fuming, the measly 7,001 he pulled in for a whole day's grind burning a hole in his thoughts. But before he can even process it, a devastating blow slams into him, sending him flying with a sickening thud. The goblin snarls, its jaws crackling with raw, ominous blue power. Pinned to the ground, he's hit with the brutal reality: there's no way he can win against a goblin armed with a long sword. A lightning-fast slash rips through him, and blood explodes everywhere. His hand, already pulsing with a crimson glow, is now absolutely gushing blood from a brutal, gaping wound. He's down, surrounded by a horrifying mess of blood and debris, the dungeon floor practically swimming in his own crimson, as a crackling sound fills the air. More blood just violently splashes everywhere. His face twists into a silent, desperate scream of pure agony. Gasping, broken, he can only wonder, how is he even supposed to survive this? His tattered clothes rip further as he's dragged down, the brutalization relentless, and a desperate cry rips from his throat: why won't he just die already? Finally, his broken form lies still, a growing pool of crimson spreading beneath him. In the depths of his agony, a single thought echoes through his mind: when will this nightmare finally end? Desperate, he silently pleads, I don't care who, somebody, please save me. Just how much blood can one body even contain? He'd already puked out so much, he couldn't even count, and now the system was just straight up mocking him, pushing him to the edge of insanity. He was the only one who made it back to the real world, and he was literally on his last breath. A desperate, primal scream tore from his throat, followed by a cold, hard truth: this is the only way out of your quandary. But back in the real world, in a dark room, Kang Ayan's eyes shot open, filled with pure, unadulterated terror. Then, a sudden, deafening noise ripped through the quiet, making her jump and scream, demanding to know why someone was making so much noise with everyone around. Her dark eyes darted around frantically, reflecting the sheer panic she felt from whatever was out there. She yanked the blanket over her head, burying herself, muttering a desperate, terrified "No. Please." Into the darkness. Back from the brink, Kang Hyun's hit with a system query: did you seriously die from blood loss? And his answer: a resounding yeah, that's exactly what happened. But his sister, Kang Ayan, isn't having it, cutting him off with a frustrated, just stop, even as she confesses her own shortcomings. Ayan's still shaken, groaning in pure distress as the echoes of her own terrified screams replay in her head. Flashback. Ayan absolutely lays into her brother, furious that she let him crash there for job hunting, only for him to waste every single day boozing and gaming. Back to reality, Kang Hyun's mind races. So, no hospital needed, he muses, repeating the word hospital, almost to himself. Ayan's deep diving online, finding out that tons of people who came back from dungeons just jumped off cliffs. She's not the only one going through this nightmare. She processes the dark info, then shrugs it off, deciding it's not that bad and that at least she's not the only one. But then, a breakthrough. Ayan finds some actual good news: if you die, the tutorial. After his shocking return, Kang Hyun stares at his hands, a wave of relief hitting him as he confirms he's still in one piece. But that relief shatters instantly as a system message blazes to life, screaming, Stage 2 of the tutorial. Plunging in a second time. His eyes go wide, surrounded by crackling purple energy, utterly stunned that the tutorial is already back. A guttural scream tears through the air, his rage exploding as he unleashes a torrent of curses. The purple energy around him flares even brighter. He's dragged down, engulfed in a blinding magical aura, screaming in pure, unadulterated fury at his fate. He crashes into a desolate cave, a new system message popping up: "As the tutorial is currently active, there will be no penalty for resurrections." He lets out a defeated sigh, already over this new nightmare. He just stared into the void, took a quick nap, then pushed on for hours, but his body felt like a lead weight. He thought this tutorial would end, but there was no finish line in sight. Could he just chill and wait? Even if it meant starving? Then, his mind went to that mace he grabbed before. He picked it because it seemed strong and easy to wield, but now? Not so much. This is a game, right? So getting a new weapon should be easy. He thought, maybe a sword would be better. Yeah, he'd find something way better. A fierce determination burned in his eyes. He was going to get the strongest weapon out there. His tired eyes now blazed with pure focus. Then, a blinding flash of light. Something powerful was about to be unleashed. A monstrous figure unleashes a devastating, glowing orange claw. It connects with brutal force, sending him flying. He slams into the rocky wall, leaving a deep crater. He quickly regains his footing, muttering, "A weapon that can't be used is just a weapon for nerds." With a fierce cry, he lunges forward, his new staff blazing with blue energy. The weapon strikes the monster, driving it back with a powerful impact. He presses the attack, his grip firm, knowing he's got him. The staff glows even brighter as he prepares for the final, decisive blow. His crimson eyes burn with intense focus, reflecting the weapon's light. He's fighting for his life, desperately trying to pull out the spear, but it's stuck. Panic flashes in his eyes as the monster closes in. The beast lets out a guttural roar, wounded but still furious. But then, a raw surge of power ignites within him, and he unleashes the glowing spear for a devastating final strike. The weapon rips through the monster's body. A sickening crimson explosion erupts. He shoots upright in bed, drenched in sweat. Just moments ago, he was lost in a fitful sleep. Clutching his chest, the chilling truth hits him: he died, if only for a moment, and now he finally gets it. His entire life, condensed into a tutorial. He's glued to his phone, a smirk spreading across his face. Save the world, huh? Is that what this is all about? He's in tutorial, stage 2, round 3, and he's rocking a shield and sword combo. But wait, looking at his avatar, he's got to ask, you're wondering why I'm not using a weapon I've used before? Nope, not today. He flashes his phone, showing off the game, declaring, today it's a sword. A weapon he literally spent an entire day mastering on YouTube. Suddenly, in the game, a menacing hooded figure with glowing red eyes pops up, taunting, "All right. Bring it on." Blue energy explodes around him as Kang Hyun charges, his sword blazing. "You punks," he roars, diving into the fray. Bam! A massive hit lands, but the shadowy horde is already swarming him, far more than he bargained for. Suddenly, he's getting absolutely swarmed, a look of pure panic on his face, screaming, "Banging up on me," as the shadowy figures unleash a brutal counterattack. He gritted his teeth, the shadowy figures swarming him, their relentless attacks shredding his defenses. Was this real, or just another nightmare? But a fire ignited in his eyes, and he swore to kill them all. His crimson eyes blazed with pure defiance. But the system's voice boomed, screaming that his current abilities were trash, and telling him to just give up. He ignored the warnings, drawing his sword, a flash of steel slicing through the suffocating darkness. But the shadowy figures were too fast, too many, and he was hit again, the system brutally announcing his vitality had hit 0. But even in defeat, a notification popped up, his vitality had increased. A stat up earned through pure grind. He crashed to the ground, defeated but not out, already planning how many more hours it would take to level up. The system flashed his current stats, level 1, with basic strength, agility, and vitality, plus 1 insane innate ability, resurrection. The system flashes, revealing his core stats, vitality at 8, magic power at 14, and a single, precious skill point waiting to be spent. He stares, a sudden realization hitting him, that skill point must have popped up when he cleared the last stage. His brain goes into overdrive, calculating the possibilities, the sheer power now within his grasp. He can't believe it, he was so deep in the zone, he totally blanked on the skill point. Definitely not because he's dumb, of course. No time to waste. He slams that point into strength, ready to unleash pure power on the shadowy beast looming ahead. He dives into the fray, clashing with the colossal shadow, already strategizing how much more raw power he'll need to crush this thing. Training time, baby. But the shadows swarm, overwhelming him. He roars, a primal scream of, "Fuck you," and, "I'll kill you," echoing through the simulation. Stage 2, failed. But he's not even mad. He knows his limits, and that sweet vitality boost. Totally worth it. He'll just keep coming back, stronger every time. And so, the grind continues. He trains, he fights, he dies, he resurrects, and his strength skyrockets. This is the path to ultimate power. He was back in the thick of it, 2 goblins charging head-on, shield up. But even with his rapidly improving physical stats and combat instincts, it just wasn't enough to take on the rest of the goblin swarm. Another defeat in Tutorial Stage 2, Round 7. He hit the dirt, but his mind was already replaying every sword swing, every move, he had to go harder. So he swung that blade, again. And again, his eyes blazing with crimson energy as a raw, orange aura exploded around him. A system notification blazed, sword mastery, leveled up. He roared, a guttural cry of pure effort. But even with that power-up, the tutorial was brutal, and he crashed down again, the magical energy around him flickering out. He lay there, utterly spent, a dull ache throbbing through him, but then, a new system message. His grind had paid off, sword mastery had reached the highest possible rank, EX. Collapsed on the unforgiving ground, every fiber of his being screaming in protest, he gazes upward, a single, triumphant thought burning through the pain, he made it. Then, a blinding system message explodes into view, validating his grind, congratulations. Your sword mastery skill has reached EX rank. You have achieved the highest rank possible for this skill. As a reward, you have acquired the skill Sword of the Victor. Overcome with an almost insane euphoria, he screams the words, a primal, triumphant roar erupting from his core, I made it. Scrambling to his feet, he confronts the shimmering archway, a surge of overwhelming gratitude compelling him to bow deeply, thank you, thank you. His hand snaps to the hilt of his sword, a chilling resolve replacing his joy as he snarls at the unseen horde, you goblin bastards. A maniacal grin splitting his face, his eyes blazing with fierce crimson energy, you're all dying today. His grip crushes the sword hilt, the blade gleaming, thirsting for the coming slaughter. Stage 2 of the tutorial. 5 goblins. 2 in the castle, 3 in the forest. But for Kang Hyun, the first 2 were a joke. One down with a direct assault, the other ambushed by his shadow and sliced by his blade. He launched himself into the air, closing in on the next target. But that last goblin, the one in the forest, was a whole different beast. He clashed with it in a brutal fight, a blur of motion as blue energy exploded from his form. The monster staggered, its face twisted in pure shock from the hit. Then, with one last, crushing strike, he unleashed a devastating punch, purple power exploding from his fist. A blinding arc of blue energy slices through the air, a lightning-fast strike that screams through the void. Kang Hyun, engulfed in a furious blue aura, unleashes an insane aerial slash, but even he feels his life force draining away with each devastating blow. The relentless, energy-charged blade keeps tearing through the space, a desperate, focused effort to end this fight. Then, with a final, lightning-fast move, he connects, shoving his lowest-grade mastery right into the monster's core. The goblin screams in pure agony as the blade punches through its skull, its hideous face twisting in a death rattle. Kang Hyun stands, his blue power flickering, pure exhaustion etched onto his face, the brutal truth hitting him. He'd already burned through so much energy just taking down the other four. But with a fierce resolve, his hand clamps down on his sword's hilt, a faint, defiant blue glow still pulsing from the steel. Then, with a deafening crash, a massive, explosive burst of red and orange energy detonates, ripping through the very fabric of the air. As the chaos fades, his sword stands impaled in the earth, a brutal monument to the fact that the vitality gap between him and that monster was just too damn wide. Kang Hyun is absolutely relentless, his blade a blur of electric blue energy as he goes for the kill. The beast snarls, claws out, but Kang Hyun just laughs in its face, meeting its charge with another devastating arc of his blade. The pain is unreal, burning through him, but giving up. Not an option. Not for him. Not ever. Then, a lightning-fast pivot, a brutal kick connects, and he snarls, "Too obvious, you idiot." He doesn't let up, the kick setting up the perfect opening, and his sword flashes, tearing through the monster. The beast screams, a primal shriek of pure agony, its face twisting in a grotesque mask of pain. He slams his hand to the ground, drawing on every last drop of power, preparing for the ultimate finisher. A roar of "this is the end" rips from his throat, as he unleashes a ground-shattering, monster-destroying blow. The beast lets out one last, ear-splitting scream, and then, silence. Victory. He unleashes a devastating mid-air kick, slamming into the monster and sending it flying back with a brutal impact. Pushing past the agony, he unleashes another lightning-fast blow to its neck, a silent roar of "I am" echoing in his mind. Screaming, strong, with every fiber of his being, he brings his blade down in a furious, decisive strike, ready to finish this. The monster's eye glows with a final, desperate energy as the sword connects, its colossal body crashing down, utterly defeated. Blood explodes as the beast finally hits the dirt, its reign of terror brutally cut short. Completely spent, he collapses beside the defeated monster, a haunting memory flashing through his mind. "I've never felt so bad about my own life, your level." A nasty gash on his cheek, he clutches his neck, panting heavily, thinking, "It was so boring that I wanted to die." Talk about a tough crowd. Then, a dazzling holographic screen pops up, blasting the good news: "Congratulations, you have cleared stage 2. And just like that, 2 more notifications pop up, showering him with rewards. "You obtained a random stat as the clear reward," and "You may choose a weapon as the clear reward." Level up time. After a brutal fight, the system delivers the ultimate news: stage 2 is absolutely cleared, and his rewards. They've been supercharged. Pure adrenaline surges through him as he screams, he won. And just like that, he's leveled up. This is it. The raw power he's been craving, the kind that lets him absolutely obliterate those subhuman goblin bastards. He can't hold it in. A booming, triumphant laugh rips through the air, a pure explosion of victory. The world keeps spinning, oblivious to the chaos he just conquered, as hours melt away. Later, chilling at home, a female voice chimes in, muttering about being hungry and totally wiped out. Kang Hyun, glued to his phone, just hums, then sighs, realizing a whole 12 hours have flown by since his last dungeon run. He takes a long drink, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. He's jolted, a sudden, electrifying shock coursing through him, as the girl next to him screams, "What was that?" demanding answers to the impossible. Suddenly, a blinding system alert flashes: "Tutorial has ended." And the game-changing news: you can now freely use the system outside the tutorial. Ayan can only gasp, "What?" as they both stand frozen in their kitchen, minds reeling from the earth-shattering implications. But before they can even breathe, another terrifying system message slams into reality: dungeons are now activated. Their eyes are glued to the screen, wide with disbelief and terror, as the full, crushing weight of the system's decree descends upon them. A chilling, electric purple light ignites in Kang Hyun's eye, a terrifying echo of the same alien energy now throbbing from a mundane houseplant. This isn't just local, the same vibrant, unholy purple light now engulfs a towering city skyscraper, transforming the urban sprawl into a scene from a nightmare. Down on the streets, a lone, oblivious figure strides towards the pulsating monolith, while countless others freeze, their gazes locked on the impossible, world-altering spectacle. Back in their apartment, Kang Hyun and Ayan lock eyes, a chilling realization dawning, as the young woman whispers the horrifying truth: a dungeon. The crowd goes absolutely wild, a collective gasp ripping through them as the system drops a bombshell. What just happened? It's officially a dungeon. And just like that, the system's declaration goes global. Dungeons are activating, becoming fully operational, even turning world-famous landmarks like the Taj Mahal into glowing, purple-infused power zones. From the pyramids to the Eiffel Tower, the world's most iconic spots are getting swallowed by this insane, ethereal glow, all while a chilling warning echoes, fail to clear a dungeon in time, and its gate will rip wide open, unleashing pure chaos. This purple energy is going viral, a terrifying visual of the system's ironclad rule. Every single dungeon stays active until its core is utterly annihilated, and a new, horrifying reality just slammed into the planet. The moment those dungeons went live, the world absolutely imploded into a chaos even worse than day one of the system's arrival, and Kang Hyun and Kang Ayan can only stare, wide-eyed, at the terrifying reality unfolding on their screen. Stuck inside, he and his sister were glued to their screens, desperately trying to make sense of the chaos unfolding outside. This wasn't just some random event, it was a full-blown system reset. The messages were clear: if you'd registered your birthday, you were in the game. No going back now. He sifted through the online noise, ignoring all the fake news about dungeons. The real scoop. People who'd aced the tutorial, the talents, were getting snapped up like hotcakes, leaving everyone else in the dust. He clicked away, deciding it was none of his business, for now. Then, a.m. A status window materialized, looking ridiculously cool. He kept flicking it open and closed, thinking, is this even real life? But the biggest takeaway? These windows were actually usable. A jolt of pure hype hit him, and he instinctively reached out, shouting, "Come out." And just like that, his own status window popped into existence, revealing all his stats. He devoured the data, his mind racing to grasp this new reality, figuring out the system. Then it hit him: the tutorial had 8 stages, and he'd only replayed the first one. Someone else had to have beaten it already. He's still glued to the screen, soaking up every scrap of info. Turns out, only a handful of legends have even beaten the tutorial, and even fewer are spilling the beans on how they did it. A frustrated sigh escapes him. The lack of intel is infuriating, but then, a fire ignites in his eyes, a new resolve. His fist tightens, a silent, burning promise: no more suffering, no more holding back. Stage 3 is going down, and he's clearing it with absolute precision. As night falls, a full moon illuminates the path to destiny. The world braces itself for the next brutal trial, Tutorial Stage 3. Suddenly, from the swirling chaos, a grotesque, multi-eyed monster with a tribal mask materializes, its very existence screaming raw, terrifying power. Meanwhile, a fierce warrior with untamed dark hair and blazing yellow eyes snarls with absolute conviction, vowing to annihilate that monster, and soon. Kang Hyun is now rocking a ghillie suit, and he's not exactly thrilled about the whole infiltration and assassination vibe it's giving off. His mission? Simple: take down the Orca chief. He's got that best of the best energy, ready to find those guys and get to work. Deep in the forest, a status window pops up, showing off his level 1 and all his stats chilling at a perfect 10. He can hear them now, and with a grin, he's hyped about how awesome his status window looks, packed with pure potential. But wait, a thought hits him: why isn't he using shield or healing magic? He's still figuring out his new powers, not even sure if he can use them yet. Still rocking the ghillie suit, Kang Hyun is all business, dumping his hard-earned points straight into strength and vitality, exactly what he needs for what's coming next. He's thinking, what else is there to tweak? What did I miss? Then, a.m. A new system prompt pops up, straight up asking if he wants to dive into his inventory. A soft, purple glow bursts forth, and the inventory screen snaps into existence, showing off a neat grid of empty slots. His hand shoots out, making a satisfying click as he taps the glowing screen. Another message blazes across the display, and his eyes widen in surprise. A massive grin splits his face as he shouts in pure hype, declaring this system the absolute coolest thing he's ever seen. Totally hyped, he gives the all clear, having checked every single thing. Gear checked, points allocated, he's pumped and ready to roll, plunging into the dense forest, on the hunt for those orcas, or whatever gnarly beasts are waiting. Deep in the overgrown ruins, he's closing in, just 2 more targets to snatch before the real action begins. Then, a hulking orca, all tusks and fur, looms into view, and he's thinking, do I really have to go through this thing? But then, hiding in the thick bushes, pure, unadulterated fear hits him like a truck, leaving him absolutely drenched and frozen in place. But just like that, a fire ignites in his eyes, and he roars, "Stop!" The orca, totally blindsided by the sudden challenge, spins around, letting out a confused grunt. But before it can even blink, a shimmering, golden torrent explodes from him, and the fight is on. His face contorts, a raw mix of fear and absolute resolve burning in his eyes. There's no turning back now, he has to bear it. The system's notification window flashes, validating his grit, screaming for him to prove his perseverance and strength. With a surge of power, his spear flares to life, radiating golden light. Kang Hyun explodes forward, a primal roar tearing from his throat. Plunging the supercharged spear directly into the orca's skull. A blinding blue aura erupts, propelling him through the monster. sending the beast reeling back, its multi-eyed face contorted in agony. Before it crashes to the earth, utterly annihilated. He drives his weapon deep into the beast, a primal roar tearing through the air. But the sheer swarm of smaller enemies is too much, knocking him off his feet and into their midst. Under the full moon's cold stare, a ring of blazing torches lights up the brutal arena. As he desperately sprints across a creaking wooden platform, trying to break free. Only to find himself completely encircled, trapped dead center in their menacing formation. A wild grin spreads across his face as he realizes escape is impossible, deciding to dive headfirst into the fight he's always wanted. With a guttural roar of pure defiance, he screams at his tormentors. His eyes blazing crimson as a system notification blares, Berserker's rage activated. He explodes forward, a crimson blur, ripping through the first wave of enemies as Stage 1, Round 2, kicks off. Eyes blazing crimson, he lets out a guttural scream, daring the entire horde to come at him. The system confirms it, Berserker's rage is on for 10 minutes, a 50% stat boost, but his HP is gonna bleed out. No turning back now. After 10 brutal hours crawling through this dungeon, he explodes into the Gorka warriors, a one-man wrecking crew, screaming that he's gonna wipe them all out. These Gorka warriors, who only hunt by day, are getting absolutely rocked, their tribal masks barely containing their surprise. This cave, their daytime nest, is now a bloodbath as he tears through their lines. The sounds of the fight rip through their flimsy tents, a symphony of destruction. He's swinging that blade with savage precision, every hit packed with insane power. Blood streaks his face, but he's still standing, announcing his arrival with pure, unadulterated defiance. Those crimson eyes just get brighter, the purple aura of his rage absolutely exploding around him. Whoa! A sudden system alert just blasts into existence, a wild gun-like interface popping up with a shocked. Waking up to this gnarly, grinding sound, he's instantly awake, shooting up in bed, totally confused. Then, boom! A massive purple aura just explodes around him, and he's up, the energy practically screaming. A status window pops up, dropping the bomb, Raging Lion Roar. This insane skill slashes incoming damage by 50% and bounces all debuffs back to the enemy. He's just staring, totally mind-blown by what's happening to his body and this wild new power. The window keeps dropping bombs, 10-minute duration, 1-hour cooldown. He's just like, no way. This skill is absolutely broken. He lets out a sharp grunt, jaw tight, a mix of shock and pure determination on his face. His purple aura is absolutely blasting now, and he's in a ready stance, pure power crackling around him. That gun-like interface pops back up, making a weird, questioning sound. He just grabs something tight, his hand locked and loaded for the next move. He stands victorious, the last monster dropping before him, blue energy still crackling around his form. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he muses, everyone has a plan, until they get punched in the mouth. He adds, almost as an afterthought, just kidding. Suddenly, a crimson glow erupts, coalescing into a book-like form. The light intensifies, bursting with a powerful, resonant sound. A system window materializes before him, proclaiming, "Congratulations, you have cleared Stage 3. The message shifts, revealing the rewards, Stage 3 clear rewards, skill, Raging Lion Roar, LV.1, skill, Instant Recovery, LV.1, stat points, 10, gold, 100,000. Details of the new abilities appear, skill, Raging Lion Roar, LV.1, reduces incoming damage by 50% and transfers all debuffs to the enemy, lasting 10 minutes with a 1-hour cooldown. Skill, Instant Recovery, LV.1, recovers 10% of max HP with a 1-minute cooldown. A fierce grin spreads across his face as he considers, I broke through Stage 3 in just 1 day. Considering it took me a week to clear Stage 2, this is a huge improvement. Reflecting on his rapid growth, he arrives at a single, undeniable conclusion. He stands there, face smudged with battle, a fading purple aura around him, looking absolutely stunned by his own power. He's still wondering if he's just average or even behind the curve, but a whole month has flown by since he even had that thought. It's been just 25 days since he crushed Stage 3, and his growth is absolutely insane, he's already tearing through Stage 4. He's obliterated every challenge in record time, never once losing or getting held back, making him wonder, what about endurance? Then, a massive crash rocks the apartment, and his sister jumps back, totally startled. She clutches her head, groaning, ugh, my head's spinning. What's happening? And seriously, I've got a complaint about you, you know that, right? He just shrugs it off, huh? Did you get hit by an arrow or something today? I cleared it, so what? Later, as they eat, she finally gets it, saying, oh, so that's why you freaked out. Guess I won't do that again. Just as his sister tries to offer a congratulation, a jolt of pure shock hits him, making him recoil instantly, his face contorting in a way that immediately catches her attention. She demands to know if his dream was messed with, or what's up with that look. Someone's already asking why Kang Hyun looks so rough. But his eyes blaze crimson, fueled by pure annoyance at these persistent fools. His buddy tries to get him to chill, reminding him about the job hunt, but Hyun's focus snaps to something else entirely. A cold, hard rejection flashes across his screen, project pointless. Not proceeding. Ouch. Deep in a dungeon, he and his crew are dissecting the rejection, which apparently blamed a weak party and a pathetic dungeon score, right at the spot where teams usually kick off their dive. They remember the previous team's panic, ready to bail because they couldn't even manage their rations for the dungeon dive. He had absolutely dominated every dungeon, scaled every tower, his past was a legend of pure grind and raw power. But even a younger him, back in the day, had to ask, seriously, is this pain even worth it? Why did I even fail? Now, the system's brutal rejection hit him like a truck, insufficient skill, failed to meet minimum requirements, over and over. All he could think was, failure. I failed. But in another, much darker memory, Ah Yun's eyes were practically on fire with a crimson glow, a primal growl tearing from her throat as shadowy energy exploded around her. Her face was a mask of pure, raw intensity, those crimson eyes practically incinerating everything in their path. She let out a guttural roar, a battle cry forged in sacred dungeons amidst the screams of monsters, her resolve iron-hard, devour everything. Become the ultimate predator, Yun. Back in the present, a sly smirk crept onto Kang Hyun's face, a quiet chuckle rumbling as he casually glanced at his screen. Across the table, Ah Yun was dead serious, recounting her own brutal past. No, seriously. I'm not even joking. I was a complete noob back then. I literally had to tank hits with my own body. He stares down, a question burning in his mind, then a soft, deliberate tap echoes. A memory of pure, unadulterated rage washes over him, the thought of returning to that hell, of his brother, his family, and everything else, making him absolutely sick to his core. Deep within a desperate dungeon, his companions are practically begging for a core, terrified of their impending demise. But Kang Hyun has heard enough. His eyes flare crimson as a potent, red aura erupts from his hand, silencing their pleas with a furious roar. The sheer force of his attack sends one figure reeling, while another, already on the ground, screams his name in utter shock. He continues his brutal assault, his blade cutting through the air with a sharp, decisive motion. With a fierce, unyielding resolve, he declares that from this moment on, his words are absolute law, and refusal means nothing less than death. A terrified young man can only stammer, utterly bewildered by the insane situation unfolding around him. Then, a sickening impact echoes through the space, followed by a brutal spray of blood. One of the shadowy figures, eyes glowing crimson, issues a chilling, final warning, its voice dripping with menace. The young man and his companion recoil, groaning in pain and fear from the brutal assault. Bloodied but resolute, Kang Hyun steps forward, a faint blue aura beginning to emanate from him, his voice firm as he declares that they must simply follow his lead, for he knows the way. The system itself seems to echo his absolute authority, warning of deadly consequences for any who might defy him. He moves with sudden, explosive speed, his weapon a blur of blue energy as he strikes a skeletal foe. His grip tightens, knuckles white on the heavy blunt weapon. With a powerful, arcing swing, he smashes the skeletal monster, blue energy exploding on impact. His blue-tinged fist connects with a skeletal monster's skull, shattering it with a sharp, decisive crack. As the last of the immediate threats fall, one of his companions confirms the area is clear, having dispatched the final shadowy creature with a flourish. Another companion, wide-eyed, can only stammer, barely believing they've truly annihilated them all. But the respite is short-lived, as an overhead view reveals a vast number of shadowy figures, their glowing eyes fixed on the group, indicating the true, terrifying scale of the dungeon's inhabitants. Undeterred, Kang Hyun focuses on a massive, pulsating red orb, identifying it as the dungeon's very heart, its core. A shadowy voice echoes, suggesting they only need to break its support to defeat it, a seemingly simple task. Kang Hyun, gripping his glowing staff, agrees with a confident declaration that it's simple enough, ready to strike. With a powerful surge of blue energy, he unleashes a devastating attack, striking the core's support and instantly receiving system notifications. The dungeon boss has been utterly defeated, and he has obtained both the core of the dungeon and the dungeon key. Victory is his. Boom. A level up notification explodes across the screen. After crushing stage 4, he knew his gains were absolutely insane. His stats were skyrocketing, no need to even talk about it, just look at that status screen. Kang Hyun, Impatient 1, level 5, with insane boosts to strength, agility, and vitality, plus his game-changing, resurrection ability. And check out the monster drops, even if he had no clue what those two weird items were actually for. A shadow shard and a mana core, he just knew these things were gonna be epic later if he held on to them. But wait, there's more. He snagged the Cleave E skill, a game-changer that would make his blade absolutely deadly, usable as a basic attack or a full-blown skill, even if it chugged mana like crazy. And for clearing the dungeon, he scored the Ring of Strengthened Will, its icon practically burning with power. But forget all that loot, his biggest gain was something else entirely, as he slammed his hand against the wall, a dull, puk sound breaking the silence. Sweat pouring down, he kept grinding, cranking out push-ups, each gasp and grunt fueling his relentless drive to get stronger. His sister's voice absolutely rips through the apartment, laying into him for slacking off, reminding him she only let him stay because he swore he'd get a job. But a sudden buzz from his phone on the floor snags his focus, snapping him out of it. He snatches it up, expecting just another annoying ad. Instead, the screen blazes with a chilling emergency alert, a dungeon break confirmed in the city center, screaming for immediate evacuation. Then, the city explodes into chaos, monsters ripping through skyscrapers as desperate screams for help tear through the air. Goblins absolutely flood the urban jungle, their sickening cackles drowning out everything but the sounds of pure destruction. A bloody hand, severed and discarded, a gruesome trophy of the brutal invasion. More goblins charge, a relentless tide, their crude weapons flashing in the apocalyptic chaos. One goblin lands a devastating blow, sending blood spraying across the devastated street. A blaring emergency alert screams from his phone, a level 3 dungeon break, city center, immediate evacuation. He can't believe this is happening now, furious that his request to clear this very area was just ignored. With a jaw-clenching, furious resolve, he explodes into a sprint, a silent vow to win echoing in his mind, because Ayan is in danger, and he curses the entire damn situation. He's flying, but his mind is racing, he needs a weapon, and he needs it now. He curses the absolute garbage location, why isn't there even a decent dungeon around here? His eyes lock on target, and he snags a kitchen knife, a desperate, last-ditch weapon for the chaos ahead. The sky above, however, remains eerily calm, a stark contrast to the brewing storm below. He's a human bullet, a streak of pure speed tearing through the city. Time itself seems to stretch as he pushes past his limits, a desperate, help, escaping his thoughts, agonizing over how long it's been since he last threw down. But the city is already a war zone, grotesque goblins ripping through everything, unleashing pure chaos. He drops into a battle-ready stance, eyes burning with fierce resolve. Suddenly, the street explodes with chaos as a relentless wave of goblins charges, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent. And more monstrous forms erupt from the wreckage, weapons raised. Kang Hyun lets out a furious cry, realizing he's got to go all out, right here, right now. He knows he's rusty, can't even properly sense their movements, but that just fuels his determination to fight. Then, in a flash, he's on them. A devastating punch slams into a goblin's face, sending it flying. A blinding blue trail marking his lightning-fast assault as he tears through another. But the monsters are relentless, and one manages to land a hit, a sharp cut appearing on his cheek. Yet he stands tall, his makeshift blade buried deep in a defeated enemy, his eyes locked on the next threat. High above the city, a sleek skyscraper stands tall, oblivious to the chaos brewing within its walls. But inside, a sudden, earth-shattering, connect explosion rocks the entire building, forcing two unsuspecting men to brace for impact. A woman nearby screams in terror, her face contorted in pure panic as the chaos erupts. As panic spreads, a chilling thought cuts through the noise, what is he thinking, while a phone screen shows irrelevant chat, a stark contrast to the impending doom. But then, Kang Hyun's crimson eyes ignite with an explosive KEHKH surge of power, his gaze locked on the source of the disturbance, ready to unleash hell. The woman bolts, a terrified blur against the relentless connect of the collapsing structure, while everyone else scrambles for their lives. Then, with an earth-shattering quang, a concentrated blast of raw power explodes, vaporizing its target into a dazzling shower of glowing fragments. Kang Hyun's foot touches down with a casual tak amidst the smoking wreckage, a gruesome splatter of blood painting the ground where his target used to be. Surveying the absolute devastation, he just shrugs, a casual, almost bored expression on his face, oops. I accidentally broke it. Bloodied and absolutely furious, Kang Hyun's eyes blaze crimson as he lets out a guttural roar, a chilling declaration of his arrival. The sheer, unadulterated power he unleashes absolutely shreds the environment, ripping through the air with explosive force and sending massive chunks of debris flying. Chaos erupts. A barrier is obliterated, and everyone's eyes are glued to the blood-soaked Kang Hyun, who's clearly the cause of this mess. A young woman is absolutely floored, gasping, like, who just did that, before realizing it's Ah Yun's brother. Another colleague is just speechless, barely able to ask about the insane setup, and Ah Yun herself is just staring, totally bewildered. Kang Hyun, covered in blood and looking totally lost, is clearly trying to process what just happened. He finally breaks the silence, sounding completely baffled, demanding to know who these people are and how they managed to obliterate the barrier like that. Suddenly, the department chief, absolutely fuming, screams about the monsters closing in, his rage at the destruction boiling over. Kang Hyun, looking genuinely sorry, mumbles an apology, confessing he just can't control his insane power. The full scale of the devastation is revealed, with Kang Hyun perched on a mountain of debris, when suddenly, a calm voice cuts through the tension, suggesting he might not need to apologize so much, leaving everyone absolutely speechless. A young man stares into a reflective surface, his mind blown by the sheer number of monsters he's faced, questioning if anyone could possibly take on that many solo. But deep in the dungeon's heart, Kang Hyun, absolutely covered in blood, faces down a terrifying Goblin King and its horde, pushing himself to just hold on. Back at HQ, the department chief is absolutely fuming, freaking out that Hyun's going to get himself killed, while Ayun just looks on, totally stressed. As he storms off, the chief yells, "Where are you going?" blasting him for being everywhere and clearing a mind-blowing 100 floors while he was away. His crimson eyes blazing with pure determination, Hyun just flat out says if he stops now, he won't be able to sleep or even eat. Later, in a quiet moment, water streams from a bottle, a basic necessity. Yun snaps at him for wasting water, reminding him they're stuck and need to save every drop. While she bandages his chest, Hyun just grunts, telling her to shut up, knowing full well this treatment is their only shot. He's slumped, head down, as his sister lays into him, reminding him she only let him crash because he said he was job hunting. But she's not done, blasting him for spending every waking hour boozing and gaming, while he just stares at his arm, regenerating at an insane speed, almost too perfect. He can't help but question if this regeneration is even real, or just some fleeting illusion. He just nods at the crazy fast healing, while she's still tearing into him for being so reckless, for letting some weak monsters beat him up, even with his insane power. She's adamant, clearing 100 floors doesn't give him a pass to be so careless. He just brushes off her worry, a dismissive ugh escaping him as he actually says it was kinda cool to get thrashed, which just makes her even more furious. She fires back, telling him he totally deserved it. Later, patched up and chilling, he thinks to himself that everyone else might call him crazy, but he's got a whole different take on things. Cut to a new scene, he's in a suit now, remembering how his senior was totally trying to hook him up. He pivots to his sister, a cheeky grin playing on his lips, asking if she's into the idea. Later, outside at night, she's absolutely beat red, scolding him for yelling about that stuff, but he just plays dumb, asking her what she even said. The city lights sparkle around them, just watching their playful back and forth. A low groan escapes him. Then, the system drops another bombshell, its meaning hanging heavy. Suddenly, a figure inside the system's interface speaks up, her tone totally challenging, demanding to know what he's got to say, then suggesting they all just talk it over. As a whole squad of women pops up on the screen. The system keeps dropping intel, revealing a succubus blind date event, where the mission is to capture succubi hearts and dominate the 100th floor. One of the succubi gets spotlighted, draining energy like a boss, even though the speaker's like, not exactly super hot though. Then, two more stunning figures pop up, sparking the question, are all the gorgeous women here, and is this seriously all for a blind date? As the system's wild display wraps up, Kang Ah-yun whips around to her brother. His sister, Ah-yun, is all up in his face, demanding, the succubus. Who do you think is the best girl? She adds, seriously, she's even prettier up close. He can only force a weak smile, his mind reeling, I'm still not. He mutters, utterly bewildered. But then, his sister glows with an intense purple aura, revealing a shocking secret, I thought she was just a regular girl, but... A legendary ring of strengthened immunity pops up on screen, a mythical artifact that grants immunity to demonic auras and boosts power, straight from the demonic knights of the 100th floor. Later, under the stars, his sister lets out a knowing humph by the campfire. As he just stares into the flickering flames, lost in thought. The system's next challenge is revealed, Stage 1, a circus of hellfire, then, Stage 2, a weak-looking goblin battle with goblins. He needed a monster for his research, but now, the universe was handing him the perfect chance to make it happen. In just 1 month, his research project would kick off, and until then, he was just chilling, but oh, the possibilities. He was hyped for what he could do, seeing it as a massive green light for his master plan. He quickly wiped that smirk off his face, remembering the system's chilling warning, he'd become a target. Knowing her identity wasn't the end-all, be-all, and he still couldn't tell if she was a succubus or just a human, especially if she'd pulled a full human transformation. This was just another chess move, playing both sides. With the night already under his thumb, he had to hit the 100th floor ASAP. He figured he'd just sleep on it, the sound of burning embers crackling in his head. He was out cold, a soft snore escaping his lips. He blinked awake, staring at a ceiling he didn't recognize, his hand casually resting on the sheets. He shot up, instantly recognizing he was at Ah-yun's company, staring down her, the department chief, and some other dude. He snaps awake, Ah-yun's furious gaze burning into him. She's laying down the law, reminding him she only let him crash because he was job hunting. But then a terrifying, red-eyed woman with a glowing hand chokes him in a brutal flashback. Ah-yun's voice rips him back to reality, wondering if that girl had actually finished him off in his sleep. Stunned and disoriented, he can only stammer, "What did you just say?" Meanwhile, the city outside is pure pandemonium. A military truck blasts through the streets, tearing up asphalt and debris. Its heavy wheels absolutely shredding everything in its path. Elite soldiers move like clockwork, their rifles spitting hot lead as they light up unseen threats. One of them locking on and unleashing a devastating burst of gunfire. The bullets connect, ripping through grotesque, green-skinned monsters. One of them screams in agony as it takes a direct hit. While back inside, he's glued to the window, a silent, stunned witness to the brutal battle raging outside. He believes the monsters aren't the real issue with his soul, convinced it's finally over. But then, a sharp, sudden gasp rips from him. His eyes reflecting pure, unadulterated chaos. He's absolutely sure he just sensed something incredibly dangerous, as the street below explodes into an all-out war between soldiers and grotesque green beasts. An almost tangible threat, the battle intensifies. A monstrous claw tearing through the fray, making him gasp in sheer terror. Down in the thick of it, a soldier slams a fresh magazine into his rifle, joining the relentless barrage of gunfire, as one combatant shouts, "You like those new weapons? And yours? You idiot, you're slower than me." He curses, the brutal reality of the battlefield hitting him like a truck, a nightmare he can't wake up from. Gunfire rips through the air, as soldiers unleash hell on the monstrous greenskins, their weapons blazing. A soldier charges, his blade tearing into a monster, blood exploding. But even with direct hits, the monster just shrugs it off, its skin like steel against their bullets. The soldiers are frozen in disbelief, their faces screaming shock as their attacks do absolutely nothing. A soldier screams, "How can their bullets be doing nothing?" The monster just stands there, bullets sparking off its impenetrable skin. It's completely unyielding, a terrifying display of pure, unadulterated durability. Then, with a primal roar, the beast unleashes pure power, its eyes burning with malevolent energy as the bullets just keep bouncing off. The colossal green monster, eyes burning with infernal red, explodes into the air with an earth-shattering roar. Slamming down with such devastating force it cracks the very pavement. Soldiers unleash a desperate hail of gunfire, but it's useless as one screams, "What is that thing?" A commander barks, "Driver! Hit the gas!" And a military vehicle charges, smashing into the beast while its heavy guns absolutely unload. But the bullets just 10k off its hide, not even leaving a dent. Then, with a furious, malevolent purple glow, the monster leaps, soaring over the vehicle, leaving the soldiers below to gasp in sheer, unadulterated terror. Before a sickening, brutal impact sends a torrent of blood erupting everywhere. The green monster is absolutely unleashed, a monstrous shockwave exploding outwards, ripping everything apart. Tanks and soldiers are just ragdolls, the monster's power is just too much, absolutely crushing everything in its path. But then, Kang Hyun, his eyes burning crimson, clutches his arm, absolutely stunned by the monster's raw power. He takes in the absolute carnage, the city in ruins, bodies everywhere, this monster is a nightmare. And there it stands, the green monster, a monument of destruction, completely dominating the battlefield. But that shock turns into pure rage for Kang Hyun, his eyes blazing with an unyielding, determined glow. Then, in a blinding flash of speed, he's gone, weapon already mid-swing, aiming straight for the monster. The hit lands with devastating power, a blinding red and purple energy explosion engulfing the monster as it stumbles back. The sheer magical energy just keeps building, swallowing the monster whole in a blinding, destructive inferno. A deep, unsettling rumble shakes the city, as military trucks hold their ground in a devastated urban zone. Then, a soldier in full camo and tactical gear snaps to attention, gasping, "Ugh, what is that?" His eyes dart around, a terrifying realization hitting him, no way, did they just shatter the barrier? He clutches his head, a surge of pain or confusion hitting him, then barks into his comms, "Red Dog, report current location." Damn it, what just burst out? His eyes go wide with pure terror as a colossal green monster emerges, its sinister red aura bathing his face in an ominous light. Ugh. This is. A sudden, chilling realization hits him, damn it. That's what Kang Hyun warned us about. But then, his eyes lock onto something even more shocking, his face contorting in disbelief, a civilian? Just as Kang Hyun freefalls from the sky, hurtling straight for the monstrous threat, the soldier screams in utter disbelief, You're absolutely insane." A soldier, rifle blazing, screams at the monstrous threat, ready to take it down. But then, his rifle jams. His eyes go wide with terror. The monster's green energy flares, and the soldier knows he's done for. The beast attacks. The soldier is launched into the sky. He falls, his face a mask of pure fear as the monster towers over him. But then, a streak of light from above, something is plummeting straight down. It's Kang Hyun, glowing with power, diving straight for the monster, who's totally caught off guard. Boom! He smashes a powerful fist right into the monster's face, a brutal hit that sends blood flying. As the fight explodes, a military vehicle bails out, leaving the hero to handle the monster alone. The sheer force of the blow still vibrated through the air, a blinding pink and red explosion fading into a chaotic dust storm. Inside a nearby armored vehicle, a soldier's eyes went wide, his brain short-circuiting as he tried to comprehend what the heck just happened. Another soldier, gripping his rifle like a lifeline, yelled out, his voice laced with panic, desperate to know if anyone was okay. But Kang Hyun? His crimson eyes blazed with pure, unadulterated joy, a wild grin splitting his face as he screamed internally, this is it. Time to go all out. The sheer thrill of it all was intoxicating, a dangerous high coursing through his veins. The soldier could only gape, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated horror, completely out of his depth. Kang Hyun exploded into action, wreathed in a blinding green aura, and the soldier screamed, thinking he was witnessing another monster emerge. But then, a voice of reason sliced through the chaos, correcting the terrified soldier, no. He's human. A superpowered human. The soldier could only stare, his jaw practically on the floor, utterly dumbfounded by this insane, unbelievable power. He glances up, a flicker of surprise in his crimson eyes, as a soldier stammers an apology for being caught off guard. The soldier, clearly relieved, thanks him for his incredible assistance. But the battle isn't over. The colossal green monster, thought defeated, begins to push itself up, its massive hand tearing at the earth. Its hideous face, a picture of pure malice, draws a grim observation from a soldier about its relentless evil. Another soldier grimly notes that this beast was always destined to reach Ion's company after the army's devastating loss. One determined soldier, ready to face the impossible, shouts that a glorious death is better than fighting burdened by weakness. He then urgently asks his comrade if they have any tear gas or pepper spray, to which the other confirms they have plenty. With a fierce glint, the first soldier commands them to deploy the gas, catching his subordinate off guard. He then challenges his comrade, asking if they're ready to seize control of this nightmare dungeon, a proposition the other quickly rejects. A panicked soldier shouts back. Kang Hyun's voice cuts through the tension, confirming. The command echoes across the field. He lays down the law for this high-stakes dungeon. Then, a voice booms. But the green monster isn't backing down, its eyes flaring with pure rage as it snarls internally. Without a second thought, Kang Hyun unleashes a hidden device. He slams a massive cylindrical canister onto the ground. The green monster goes absolutely berserk, letting out furious roars as the gas starts to really mess it up. But even then, Kang Hyun is hacking and coughing, trying to breathe through the super thick, nasty gas. He watches the monster flail around, thinking it's just swinging like some totally freaked out goblin. One of its desperate attacks smashes into the ground, sending a massive shockwave of debris flying. A smirk plays on his face as he acknowledges the creature's toughness, but he's no stranger to pain himself. He blurs into motion, ready to show this thing he's way more used to taking a beating. With a burst of blue energy, he rockets forward, a glowing fist locked onto the struggling beast. The hit is fast and brutal, knocking the monster's weapon right out of its grasp with a loud clang. Before it can even blink, another massive hit lands, sending shockwaves through its entire body. He unleashes a lightning-fast strike, his blade absolutely shredding the monster's gas mask, sending pieces flying. The beast stumbles back, but he's already on it, a non-stop barrage that gives it zero chance to fight back. Totally disoriented and reeling, the monster can only scream, "What's happening here?" as it tries to keep up. Then, with another lightning-fast move, he rips the weapon right out of its grasp, sending it flying. Suddenly, a raw, intense close-up, a bandaged face with eyes that absolutely burn with an unbreakable will. Then, with a final, brutal blow, the monster is absolutely launched, crashing into the ground with a sickening thud. It's down, out, and defeated, as Kang Hyun stands victorious, the fight over. Even on the ground, the monster's eyes are blazing with pure rage and disbelief, but Kang Hyun's crimson gaze just glows with an even fiercer, unyielding resolve. Despite its mana reserves hitting rock bottom, the monster unleashes a desperate, explosive attack. But he slams right into it, admitting he's not exactly having a picnic either, yet still pushing through. A sharp, "Excuse me," cuts through the air as he closes the distance in a flash. Unleashing a devastating, explosive strike that lights up the entire area. His gaze is locked, his determination absolute, pushing past all limits. The monster gets absolutely rocked, sent flying backward, armor buckling, a guttural cry of pain tearing from its throat. He stands tall, victorious, gazing down at the broken creature with an unyielding stare. But the monster, even on the ground, lets out a furious, guttural roar, seething with rage and disbelief, sarcastically calling the brutal beatdown a "party dance." He scoffs at its taunt, acknowledging its talent, but instantly shutting it down, reminding it that no matter the mana, it's still just a low-rank dungeon scrub. He quickly deduces that despite its formidable defenses, the creature must possess a hidden vulnerability. An armored figure, fighting alongside him, expresses surprise at the dungeon's low rank, yet acknowledges the hunter's skill, declaring his readiness to assist. The armored figure presses him for an alternative strategy, as their initial attacks seem to be totally ineffective. Kang Hyun, his fist glowing with raw power, unleashes a devastating strike. Then follows up with a swift sword attack. But the monster remains unfazed, prompting a frustrated cry from the department chief that their efforts are futile. A sharp crack echoes through the chamber as his blade shatters, leaving him momentarily disarmed and exasperated. He glances down at a broken arrow, realizing his arsenal is dwindling. With his weapons gone, he plunges into the fray bare-handed, his fists glowing as he confronts a new wave of creatures. He's a blur of motion, lightning fast but not quite hitting hard enough, and he knows it, zeroing in on any vulnerability he can find. He's still pushing, still fighting, even if he's talking to himself about the plan. He lands a massive hit, a shockwave ripping through the air, but this thing just won't go down. Its weak point is a total mystery. The beast stumbles, crackling with raw power, and he's left wondering, where else can I even hit this thing? He's getting seriously annoyed, realizing the eye is probably the only way, but hitting that tiny, twitching target? Forget about it. Then, with a desperate burst of energy, he connects again, and this time, dark blood explodes across the battlefield. The monster's face twists in agony, its glowing red eyes burning as it staggers back. He's watching, his power surging, ready to finish this. The fight is still going wild in the destroyed city, and suddenly, the department chief shows up, watching the whole insane battle unfold. His eyes are wide, burning with a mix of frustration and despair, and Kang Hyun can only manage a choked sound. Before finally, almost defeated, he mutters, "Sorry about that." Facing down the hulking green beast, a single, mind-bending question explodes in his head. He zeroes in on the monster's backside, a crucial thought forming: is that its weak point? His eyes blaze with an intense, focused energy. Knowing he has to try, his body instantly snapping into action. Moving on pure instinct, without any conscious thought. He closes the distance in a blur, unleashing a devastating, lightning-fast strike. The monster lets out a guttural, pain-filled roar. As the final, crushing impact reverberates through its massive form. The green monster's body is absolutely shredded, ripped apart by an unseen, devastating force. Kang Hyun is a blur of motion, unleashing a barrage of purple-streaked attacks that tear through the monster. With a fierce look, he's absolutely certain this monster's insides won't stand a chance. The monster lets out a guttural shriek of pure agony, its maw gaping as the finishing blow closes in. Then, with one last, explosive strike, the monster's head detonates in a gruesome spray of blood. He glances down at the defeated beast, a subtle sigh escaping him as the fight concludes. Meanwhile, high above on a distant rooftop, a mysterious figure in a gas mask watches the entire brutal aftermath unfold. A low murmur escapes the masked observer, impressed by the sheer power they just witnessed. Then, a new question forms in his mind about Kang Hyun's allegiance: is he an independent hunter, or something more? With a fresh band-aid on his cheek, a battle scar from the intense fight. He stares down at the grotesque, still glowing head of the defeated monster, a silent question burning in his mind. Suddenly, a system notification flashes, confirming his epic victory and the acquisition of the green monster's core. He inspects the weird, damaged object, realizing it's a monster's core, but a totally busted one. Suddenly, a mysterious figure in a gas mask creeps up from behind, his voice cutting through the silence with a loaded question. The masked dude then drops a hint, saying sharing loot is the standard, his eyes locked onto that core. Kang Hyun's mind races, remembering the guy only jumped in halfway, and he was the one who landed the final, crushing blow. But before Kang Hyun can even react, the gas-masked figure suddenly bails, claiming he's busy, wishing him luck, and then he's gone, sprinting away. Kang Hyun shouts in disbelief, but the figure's already vanished, leaving him with nothing but a wry, accepting smile. The enigmatic gas-masked figure, a chilling presence, remains etched in his memory, chain weapon poised. A sudden gasp rips from his throat, his hand flying to his neck in a visceral reaction. Beads of sweat trace paths down his temple, the intensity of the confrontation still burning. His gaze sharpens, a single, burning question dominating his thoughts: who was that guy? Yet, he pushes onward, the mystery fueling his resolve. Hours later, as the city lights begin to flicker against the twilight sky, the chaos of the hunt finally subsides. Strolling through the vibrant hunter district, a place straight out of an action flick, he walks with a female companion. It's deep into the night before they finally make it back to the sanctuary of their home. He's back on the grind, hitting the city streets with his sister, their footsteps a rhythmic beat. Then, a voice cuts through the night, snapping him back to reality. He just gives a quick nod, a casual, yeah. They're finally home, but his sister's already on him, demanding answers. Seriously, you didn't even hit up the Hunters Guild on your way out? She lets out a frustrated sigh as he basically admits it, then drops the bomb. I was such a fool to think you'd actually grown up. He just keeps walking, but she's not done, telling him to get ready for dinner and then dropping the ultimate challenge. I don't even know if there's any left. Here's your dinner. Make it, then we'll eat. Before long, a pot of delicious stew is bubbling away, filling the whole place with an amazing scent. Later, they're both chowing down at the table, the only sounds the satisfying slurps of their meal, a rare moment of peace. But that peace is short-lived as his phone snags his attention, leaving him to mutter, that's crazy. He's absolutely glued to his phone, a massive question mark practically floating above his head. His eyes locked onto the screen, totally absorbed. The screen blazes with a viral video, Gunwudong Goblin Slayer, is trending, and the comments are blowing up. He's literally shaking in his bed, yelling, wow, that's cool. This guy's never even seen a dungeon in real life. Then, it hits him like a truck. As he devours comments arguing if it's CGI, trash-talking goblin strength, and demanding to know, what's your tier? A massive, heart-sparkling grin breaks out, he's feeling good about this. Later, at dinner with his sister, he's still totally lost in his phone. And she's not having it, snapping, you're still looking at that? He tries to deny it, but she just shuts him down, stop talking nonsense. The comment section is absolutely blowing up, with everyone freaking out about this Goblin Slayer guy, wondering how he even looks like that and if the monster is real. And then, a voice from the video drops a bombshell, asking, is it really that bad? The narrator just confirms, that's what has been saying. Suddenly, back home, Kang Hyun's sister, Ah Yun, just loses it, demanding to know what he's even watching, totally fed up with him. She keeps going, absolutely tearing into him, saying he's just playing games and drinking instead of finding a job, and all he can manage is a meek, yeah. Later, by himself, Kang Hyun is just totally wiped, realizing he's only getting 2 hours of sleep a day, and he knows that's just not okay. He just sits up in bed, completely drained, and the narration just hits you with how exhausted he really is. Back to the comments, and everyone's still buzzing, talking about the Goblin Slayer's confidence and all the failure flags they're seeing. Kang Hyun, still wide awake, just mutters back at the screen, really, you. Like he's talking right to those online haters. He just flops back down, totally unable to sleep, his mind racing with everything that happened. Still wide awake, Kang Hyun stares into the void, his mind absolutely buzzing. He's replaying an epic showdown, wondering just how powerful that guy was, and kicking himself for not joining the fight. The bed's empty, but the keyboard's still clacking away in the dead of night. No time for regrets. He's gonna clear it all, eventually, and get stronger than anyone. Pure, raw energy pulses through his thoughts. He's glued to the screen, watching some insane game moment unfold, a character with glowing pink eyes stealing the show. That glowing energy just keeps building. Suddenly, he's in a virtual forest, feeling that rush, even taking in the sights during the tutorial. His eyes lock onto a gnarly green monster, and his heart is absolutely pounding. A brutal flashback hits Kang Hyun, his sister Ah Yun's words cutting deep. She let him crash there because he was job hunting, but all he does is drink and game. But he snaps back to reality, a fierce blue aura exploding around him, and he unleashes a brutal punch, slamming into the monster. But the monster hits back hard, and he's sent flying, crashing to the dirt. The monstrous green beast snarls down, its glowing red eyes burning with malice. He can't believe his eyes, it's not just one monster, it's a whole goblin army. A sinister purple glow pulses from the forest, and his face twists in pure shock. Then, a system message pops up, laying out the brutal rules, clear the goblin horde or die. But there's a critical tip, goblins have terrible eyesight but amazing hearing, a weakness he can exploit. He quickly processes the intel, scanning the goblins, and it clicks, they're not reacting to sound, and they can't even see him. With a primal roar, he's ready to unleash hell on the horde, his fighting spirit blazing. Just as he was ready to fight, the world around him shattered, leaving him reeling and screaming, why did it change? Why did it change? A guttural scream rips from his throat, followed by a harsh, echoing command to shut up. A jarring, almost subliminal flash of a city skyline. Then a quick cut to a PC room sign on a bustling street. But the flashes are just a prelude to the pain, as a devastating blow connects, his face exploding in a bloody, agonizing scream. He crashes to the floor, a bloody mess, an unknown attacker looming above him, another body already down. A guttural "cook" rips from his throat, his body convulsing in pure agony. His eyes flutter open, a desperate whisper escaping him, Hyun. But from the shadows, a gas-masked figure watches, a chilling thought cutting through the chaos, Hyun is a guy who hasn't joined the tutorial yet. He's reeling from the assault, but a burning question ignites within him, could he actually be stronger than the so-called talented? Strolling away from the urban sprawl, he feels a deep shift inside, shrugging off the idea that raw power means anything without the guts to throw down. Even with his face caked in blood, a disturbing grin stretches across his features, a twisted sense of relief washing over him, thrilled by the thought of facing genuinely interesting and powerful foes. After absolutely crushing Tutorial Stage 3, Rounds 4 and 5, raking in a cool 1,000 gold for each, Kang Hyun is immediately slammed with a fresh challenge, a terrifying monster that devours humans nightly. Is he really supposed to hunt down its doppelganger? He scopes out a squad of other hunters, their faces stone cold as they huddle up, probably strategizing their next big play. The monstrous green behemoth, eyes blazing crimson, is clearly the main event, its sheer presence oozing pure dread. Later, chilling with another dude in athletic gear, Kang Hyun is all ears as the guy drops some serious wisdom, a concept he's clearly chewing on hard. He's gotta hit that breakthrough, eyes locked on the sky, absolutely driven to smash through his limits. Then, with an explosive surge of raw power, electric purple energy erupts around him, his entire form engulfed in a dynamic, blazing aura, ready to absolutely dominate the next level. Armored warriors stand ready, eyes locked on something unseen, blue energy crackling around them. Then, from behind, they confront a dark, menacing void, one figure gripping a glowing orb, ready for anything. But then, a sudden shift. Kang Hyun, hand to his mouth, a single, piercing thought cutting through his mind, aren't. His eyes ignite with crimson power, a purple aura exploding around him as he remembers a brutal truth, every single one of them is a culprit, and it starts now. Deep in his thoughts, he suddenly grasps a crucial mistake, I totally forgot something important back then. Meanwhile, the city sprawls beneath a bright sky, a sharp cry piercing the urban calm. Back in his room, Kang Hyun's on his bed, phone in hand, pondering the brutal rules of the game. In a game of Mafia, the loudest one always gets taken out first. A blank look washes over him as he suddenly realizes, wait a minute. I've never even played Mafia before, have I? Later, even in his sleep, the crushing weight of his mistake haunts him, I never saw it coming. I should have. Kang Hyun stares into the void, a chilling realization dawning on him, he'd been making the same mistake for over a month and a half. A voice cuts through the silence, demanding to know how he's doing, as a pair of sleek sunglasses glints. The department chief, book in hand, drops a bombshell, your brother is born again, brother. Kang Hyun's face contorts in pure shock, his eyes wide with a sudden, terrifying understanding. The chief presses him, demanding to know how he possibly knew about escaping the dungeon. His voice sharpens, hammering home the brutal truth, it's the 53rd day. The 53rd. Clenching a device, the chief's resolve hardens, declaring he died on the 53rd round 5 times, and now, he has to do something different. Kang Hyun collapses, overwhelmed by the weight of it all, questioning if this is truly a mafia game, and feeling like his very soul needs a transplant. His mind still reeling from past failures, the department chief's furious words cut through the haze, a sharp, incredulous shout, "Whoa my ass, you crazy lunatic." Then, a bizarre system alert blazes across his vision, soundproof your walls. History is proof that money is a gift. Our neighbor below has installed a subwoofer. He gasps, disoriented, as he materializes on a strange, glowing platform. A holographic screen blazes to life, declaring, Stage 5. Then, a new directive flashes, commanding him to prove your wisdom to defeat obstacles. He scans the vast, rocky expanse, a massive cave dungeon unfolding around him. His sharp, crimson eyes gleam with intense focus, as he tries to decipher the nature of this new, perplexing dungeon. A new holographic display pops up, revealing the clear condition. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of insight hits him, his eyes glowing with newfound clarity, and a triumphant eureka bursts from him, his entire being radiating with power. Deep in the dungeon's shadowy depths, ancient torches barely cut through the gloom, when suddenly, a chilling growl rips through the air. Then, a terrifying spider monster with glowing red eyes bursts into view, as a system alert screams about the clear condition and a subwoofer that could make even Aristotle flip. It lets out an ear-splitting EEGH. No hesitation. Kang Hyun unleashes a torrent of vibrant purple energy, pure power exploding from him. A new system message confirms his genius, he's found the solution to make Aristotle somersault, and his hand practically radiates power. The purple energy smashes into the spider monster, sending it flying back with a brutal quang. The creature thrashes, enveloped in a purple aura, and Kang Hyun's mind races, is that a poisoning spider? His crimson eyes sharpen, burning brighter as he watches the monster struggle, and then, a sudden exclamation point of understanding hits him. He quickly confirms his suspicion, a fierce look on his face, now fully understanding his enemy. He's had enough. That monster isn't getting away with this. But the monster isn't backing down, letting out a terrifying shriek, its eyes burning with malevolent energy. No time to waste. He leaps into action, a devastating kick slamming into the monster's leg, sending it reeling. He keeps up the pressure, a determined grunt escaping him, this thing is tougher than it looks. Just then, a crucial system alert pops up, dropping a bombshell, the spitting tarantula's weakness is in the incubator. But even with this game-changing info, he's not changing his plan, he's going in headfirst. One last, brutal hit connects with the monster's leg, and its defenses crumble. The beast goes down, dissolving into nothingness, leaving behind a mysterious glowing orb. Victory is his. He surveys the scene, the system's message echoing in his mind, thinking, weak spot or not, he's going to grab that orb and figure it out. He didn't bother with keys, just smashed the handle, and just like that, stage 3. Cleared. A flash of light, a system notification, and boom. He just snagged that instant kill skill. With his eyes burning crimson, he's already asking the system, is that all you got? Any more stages? That instant kill skill is confirmed again, its raw power practically radiating from the pen in his hand. And the full breakdown drops. Instant kill is an active skill, 10 mana, 10-second cooldown, and if they're weaker than him, they're gone. Suddenly, back in the real world, a voice from behind a door playfully shouts, Kang Hyun, you're getting a free punch. But he's just slumped at his desk, phone in hand, looking absolutely wiped, muttering, later, dude, later. I'm already dead tired from this tutorial grind. His sister, Ah Yun, pops up, surprised he's even home, and asks, how was stage 7? He just shrugs, it was just, different, clearly still processing it. He's just standing there, but you can practically feel the weight of the world on his shoulders as he lets out a massive sigh, grappling with the problem. His eyes then lock onto his phone, and you can see the gears turning as a fresh piece of intel hits him. He's mumbling under his breath, the implications of this new info clearly hitting him hard, as he tries to make sense of it all. The truth bomb keeps dropping, revealing an even darker, more messed up reality about these stages. His face just freezes, a chilling realization hitting him like a truck as he dives into the brutal details of stage 6, a place where you have to be cold-blooded even to your own allies. He's grinding his teeth, the sheer injustice of it all just igniting a firestorm of rage inside him. He explodes in a primal roar, his eyes blazing with an unholy crimson glow, veins practically bursting from his forehead as he screams, you fuckers. Those words on the screen. They're not just words, they're burning into his soul, a betrayal so deep it's physically painful, I gave you the tip of your life. He just stands there, taking the heat as his sister, Ah Yun, goes off, demanding to know what the heck he's yelling about. He cuts her off, yelling, no, hear me out. But she's not buying it, her face stone cold as she fires back, then you shouldn't have gone out of your way. He keeps trying to justify himself, talking about his rank, needing to release those bastards who won't quit, and how he's gonna be hunting for unlimited dungeon passes or challenges from the god of skill. Ah Yun just takes it all in, but her mind's already racing, thinking about the real dangers of the dungeon, not just the monsters, but the backstabbing allies, especially in stage 6, where even the god of skill could be a total trap. A slight frown crosses her face, a silent, heavy realization of the brutal truth. She stares out the window at the dying light, deep in thought about the dungeon's true nature, the god of skill, and what stage 6 really means. Outside, the sky's on fire with a blazing sunset. Then slowly fades into the peaceful, star-studded night. Whoa! A slick holographic interface pops up, screaming, welcome to the tutorial, Kang Hyun, and then bam, it confirms he's already crushed the initial stages. But hold up, the system isn't done. It throws down the gauntlet, asking if he's ready to dive headfirst into the ultimate challenge, stage 3. The system just dropped the stage 6 rewards, a super rare weapon, Bee's Kin, radiating pure power. And then, boom! Stage 7 rewards pop up, revealing the legendary Ronald's armor, shining with incredible might. This armor is insane. 500 durability, and get this, it has self-restoration, meaning it literally fixes itself. Kang Hyun stares at the rewards, thinking, if he just clears stage 8, he'll finally be set for life with all that cash. But then, a darker thought cuts through, a desperate plea, he doesn't even care about the money anymore, he's rich enough. He just wants whatever's inside him to stop trying to take over, because he's the one in charge. Then, his eyes lock onto a mysterious glowing purple object, and he demands to know, what is your principle? He repeats it, the word echoing with intense curiosity, principle. His crimson eyes blaze with fierce determination, a silent, unyielding resolve etched onto his face. Out of nowhere, a blinding blue energy explodes with a thunderous crash, hitting him like a freight train. He's thrown off balance, eyes bugging out in pure shock, as the raw power slams into him. The walls themselves start to crack and shatter, and he can only stare, thinking, what is this? The wall. Then the floor beneath him explodes with a grinding roar, sending him straight to his knees in a shower of rubble. A blinding, searing light swallows him whole, ripping a desperate scream from his throat, the pressure crushing him. He's violently ripped downwards, his body a blur, sucked into the unknown. A maelstrom of vibrant red and purple energy rages around him, his screams swallowed by the chaotic surge. Then, with one last, earth-shattering crash, the blue energy lines converge and vanish. Silence. Just like that, it's over. What just happened? After the insane chaos, a sudden spark ignites in his eyes, and he's back, right in the middle of the city's wild pulse. The city's low hum and everyday sounds are all around him, a total mind bend after the insane power surge he just went through. He's just walking along when this blonde woman steps up, looking totally annoyed, like she's got something to say. She's laying into him, saying she only let him crash because he was job hunting, but all he does is game and drink. As she storms off, he's left wondering if he's even got a body right now, a seriously weird thought after everything that just went down. Then it hits him, is this the principal he's been chasing? That crazy power he just ran into? But nope, he shakes it off, his focus snapping to something else entirely. He spots two figures, and with a jolt of pure dread, he knows, they are not human. The tension is palpable as a woman's voice cuts through the air, a sharp accusation, I let you live here because you said you were job hunting, but then you spend every waking hour just drinking and playing games. But elsewhere, the city pulses with life, a relentless tide of humanity flowing through its concrete canyons. Yet, amidst the chaos, Kang Hyun stands, his eyes scanning the environment with an intense focus. A jolt of insight hits him as he tests his perception, a silent question forming, can he see me, followed by a confident internal declaration, he won't be looking at me. But the question persists, a primal curiosity as his gaze locks onto a monstrous, glowing yellow eye, his thoughts echoing, can he see me? A chilling clarity washes over him, his eyes snapping wide as the truth hits, no. The colossal, winged beast dominates the skyline, its gaze locked onto something beyond him, solidifying his chilling realization, I'm not the one he's looking at. He moves through a silent, terrifying parade of grotesque, humanoid monsters, their monstrous shapes chillingly invisible to the world around them. The city, a vibrant tapestry of human life, is in fact a hunting ground, a chilling symphony of unseen horrors moving through the oblivious masses, their terrifying existence betrayed only by faint, guttural cries and the scuttling of unseen limbs. The city is a war zone, crawling with monsters, and Kang Hyun is right in the thick of it, spotting familiar faces among the horde. But then he sees them, the new ones, the unknown threats. A massive, horned beast, a veteran of the monster wars, looms large, a chilling reminder of the battles he's already survived. But his eyes dart, scanning the horizon, confirming the terrifying truth, new monsters are here, and they're multiplying. Then, a nightmare made flesh, a grotesque, tentacled horror. And a reptilian terror with eyes burning like embers. He can't believe how utterly insane this dungeon has gotten in just 2 months. The sheer, mind-bending scale of this invasion, the endless tide of monsters, it all screams the end of the world, and he's standing right in it. Then, a terrifying digital countdown flashes into existence, 4 years, 218 days, 23 hours, 32 minutes, and 24 seconds until the Hokken dimension fully connects. The horrifying truth slams into him, is this the apocalypse coming for Earth in just 4 years? He's standing in the middle of a ruined city street, and the air is just vibrating with this terrifying rumble. His face twists into a desperate grimace, the sheer weight of the coming apocalypse crushing him. His eyes blaze with a fierce crimson glow, and then, out of nowhere, a monstrous green creature with glowing red eyes and a pulsating purple aura just launches itself from the shadows, forcing him to brace for impact as a shimmering violet energy starts to swirl around him. The monster covers the distance in a blink, its attack lightning fast and absolutely brutal. As a whole horde of similar beasts bursts forth, their guttural roars screaming, kill him. But Kang Hyun is ready, his hands shooting up to meet the onslaught, a powerful purple barrier erupting before him. The barrier shimmers and crackles, deflecting every single furious blow from the monsters, holding them back with raw energy. Exhausted but still standing, he holds his ground, the violet energy around him slowly fading away. A cracking sound rips through the air. As he's sent spiraling through an ethereal void, his mind reeling from the shock, desperately trying to grasp what just happened. Then, a disembodied voice cuts through the chaos, challenging his recent fight, leaving him utterly bewildered. He continues to fall, suspended in the shimmering expanse. When suddenly, a colossal, glowing entity materializes above him, its ethereal form radiating immense power, forcing a single, stunned thought from his lips. The entity's intricate, luminous patterns pulse with an otherworldly energy. As a soft, triumphant hum resonates through the void, signaling a successful manifestation. But then, the voice corrects him, revealing its true identity. I am the system administrator, it declares, cutting straight to the point. Kang Hyun, completely floored by the revelation, can only stammer out the title in utter disbelief, his face a mask of confusion and dawning realization. He's trapped in this personal space, facing the massive system administrator, who's literally telling him, spill it, what else do you want to know? His mind is blown by everything that just happened, and he's just trying to process the sheer insanity of it all. Then, a terrifying vision of a ruined city hits him, and he's instantly thinking, is this what's coming for Earth? The administrator, ever so chill, drops a bombshell, it all depends on what humanity decides to do next. He's getting seriously fed up, demanding to know why this all-powerful being can't just fix everything. But the administrator just shuts him down, reminding him it's a system admin, not some charity worker. Its whole deal, it clarifies, is just to keep the cosmic scales perfectly balanced. The best it can do, is give out those strategies and tutorials it's already dropped. Then, out of nowhere, the administrator flips the script, asking if it can ask him a question, and he's like, sure. He pushes the ethereal entity for answers, demanding to know what ultimate role humanity needs to play to escape annihilation, and what the stakes truly are. He's stunned by the depth of the question, challenging the administrator on its motives. Why now? The administrator, ever enigmatic, reveals its fascination with humanity, claiming its observations have sparked a unique interest in our species above all others. But Kang Hyun isn't buying it, sensing a deeper, more calculated reason behind the administrator's sudden interest. A heavy silence falls, as he bitterly acknowledges that no one in his world has the luxury to ponder such grand, world-saving ambitions. For most, it's a brutal daily grind, a constant struggle for survival in a world that offers little joy, only endless hardship. How can he protect the world, he wonders, when he couldn't even save his own family? The weight of his past crushes him. Then, the administrator drops the bombshell, do you have any thoughts on becoming a hero? The question hangs, electrifying the void. A hero, he scoffs, the word itself a bitter taste. He's a hunter, nothing more, nothing less. Let the real heroes step up. He's trapped in a brutal memory, a woman's voice tearing into him, screaming about how she only let him stay because he was job hunting. But then the system administrator's voice slices through the flashback, dropping a bombshell, but personally, I'm a huge fan of yours, Kang Hyun. The administrator keeps going, dropping the truth bomb that humans have no idea how much work it is, just watching him figure out the tutorials. Kang Hyun is totally blindsided, his mind racing. Is this administrator really Earth's guardian, or is there some wilder game going on? He demands answers, needing to know if this thing actually knows him, and if it's been watching his every move. The administrator's ethereal form flares with intense light. A system message explodes into view, declaring Stage 1 cleared. Kang Hyun is absolutely floored, his mind reeling at what just happened. The administrator then drops another bomb, explaining that the tutorial was just a warm-up, and Kang Hyun's face is pure shock. The glowing entity delivers its chilling final message, get ready, because it's only going to get way harder from here. The administrator's voice echoes, a chilling declaration that success is inevitable for him, whether he likes it or not. But a blinding light consumes him, and Kang Hyun screams, hand outstretched, desperate for answers as the administrator's voice booms, congratulating him on clearing the tutorial. His face twists in pure rage, a raw, furious curse tearing from his throat. Then, a blinding, explosive burst of energy blasts him away. He's flung through the ethereal void, his body breaking down into shimmering particles, forcibly ejected from the system. With his presence gone, the administrator's glowing ring form remains, its voice a chilling whisper, I will be looking forward to seeing you. Then, a system alert flashes, he's the first to graduate the tutorial, earning the title, Tutorial Graduate. Then, a sudden, unsettling silence falls. Before a sharp, frustrated cry shatters the calm. Kang Hyun is suddenly overwhelmed, a violent retch tearing through him, his body racked with spasms as he throws up everything. The relentless sickness continues to assault him, expelling every last drop. Gasping for air, he looks up to find a woman glaring down, her voice cutting like a knife. He's barely conscious, but her words still sting. She lays into him, I let you crash here because you swore you were job hunting. But all you do is drink and game all day. Then, with a sigh, she asks, seriously, how long do you think this is going to take this time? But his eyes, now burning with a fierce resolve, snap open, a dangerous, crimson glint promising retribution. A hand reaches, crackling with unseen power, towards a mysterious, glowing window. Suddenly, he's jolted awake, eyes snapping open as a vibrant, holographic screen bursts into existence right in front of him. You greedy bastard. You think you're the only one who's tired, a woman's furious voice screams, her mocking laughter ringing out, I'm a taxpayer too, now. She keeps laying into him, this is why you don't have a girlfriend. Get out there and get some air, for crying out loud. A choked gasp escapes him, a vivid red handprint now searing his cheek, as he mentally screams, this is not what I meant by, get some air. The scene shifts to a messy kitchen, dishes piled high in the sink, a silent testament to domestic chaos. The woman storms out, yelling, back in a bit, while he's already glued to his laptop, seemingly unfazed. He leans in, a deep, rumbling from him as he processes something on the screen. A critical system message flashes, title, Resurrection Man, acquired from Stage 8, granting him a revive once effect. But he's unimpressed, thinking, isn't actually all that amazing. Still reeling from the system's bombshell, he quickly clocks the title restriction, only one title at a time. His Resurrection Man title is sitting there at level 1. A dry, of course, escapes him, as the system spells out the stats: strength +2, agility +2, stamina +2, mana +2. Plus, the game-changing, revive once effect. Plotting his next move, he figures the tutorial is the obvious play, promising to unlock his true strength and hinting at other titles like Beginner Hunter and Beginner Mage. A low chuckle escapes him, as he drops to the floor, tearing into a cardboard box, clearly holding back a secret. The box clicks open, and there it is, a dusty, ancient skill book, the very thing he'd been waiting for. He snatches it up, realizing this is the item the system had been holding on to. The skill book flares with a soft, purple glow, and he's ready to unleash his true power. The skill book blazes, and his eyes ignite with a fierce crimson as the magic surges. A raw surge of power hits him, ripping an "ah" from his lips as the skill book's true force unleashes. Boom! A new skill just dropped. The system confirms it: magic explosion, E. He just stares at the glowing text, a smirk spreading across his face as he mutters, "Of course." He lets out a sarcastic sigh, the irony hitting hard as he thinks about the skill's name: "Oh, fantastic. It's not like I'm already pigeonholed into certain classes." But that sarcastic grin quickly turns into a determined smirk as he pumps his fist. "Alright, time to test this baby out." His next move is clear, a new destination in mind: off to the talented education school. The view changes, revealing a sleek, modern school building, ready for action. As a girl in a school uniform walks up beside him, making her introduction. "Hey, I'm An-Mayung." An-Mayung, a fresh civil servant, just landed her first gig at the talented education school. This place is a big deal, a core part of the nation's education system, where certified graduates level up. It was one of the OG systems, probably because they had something similar way back when. She's totally hyped, thinking about all the fresh faces, how they'll soak up future knowledge, and if guiding their growth isn't just the coolest thing ever. But then, the schoolyard is absolutely swarming with students, a total buzz of energy, and her bright, happy thoughts just crash and burn. Suddenly, she's hit with this insane wave of nausea, doubling over as a gross gurgle escapes her. Tears are just streaming down her face as she tries to pull herself together, a pathetic hiccup giving away her total breakdown. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun is locked onto some document, and the text, "You have to take action to," screams that something big is about to go down. He reaches out, a chilling premonition hitting him like a truck as he demands to know what's going on. A young woman recoils in pure terror, clutching a paper like her life depends on it, a desperate, choked gasp tearing from her throat. He confronts her head-on, his voice sharp: "Hey. Why are you doing this to me?" But her response is a desperate, "Why are you doing this to me?" His confusion turns to frustration, the whole scene making zero sense, as he fires back, "I'm more confused about why you're acting this way to me." His eyes snap wide open, a shocking truth hitting him like a lightning bolt as he screams internally, "What is it?" But the drama isn't private. Two other guys are watching, one whispering, "Is he trying to blackmail her?" The young woman frantically denies everything, "I didn't do anything," as the onlookers finally decide to intervene, one of them demanding, "Excuse me, what's the issue?" Kang Hyun shoots a frustrated look over his shoulder, just as the distraught woman crumples to the floor. Suddenly, Instructor Jopples Hyun strides in, his presence instantly cutting through the tension, and he coolly asks, "What's the issue?" He faces off against a guy in glasses, who's totally calling him out, like, "Dude, I let you crash here because you said you were job hunting." And he just scoffs, as the guy with glasses keeps going, "But all you do is drink and play games." The guy with glasses, still not buying it, asks if he's seen a body like his before, while Kang Hyun starts to shimmer with a faint, blue glow. Then he whips out a document, demanding a second of his time. Before pointing to a photo on it and straight up asking, "Kang Hyun, you look nothing like your picture." Kang Hyun, totally fed up, snaps back, "No, it's my skills. My appearance changed because of them. I keep telling you, it's me. I'm so frustrated." The guy with glasses just keeps staring at the document, a skeptical escaping him. While a system message flashes, "Level 12, making him wonder if Kang Hyun somehow cheated to get his skills. Suddenly, the guy with glasses looks down at some other dude in a suit, who's totally crumpled on the floor, clutching his gut in agony, having barely written anything, but it was still too much. The man with glasses processes the information, a frustrated grunt escaping him as he realizes the temporary nature of a primary skill. He wraps up his interrogation, a final, loaded question hanging in the air, while his inner thoughts scream a warning against further probing. He lays out the brutal truth of the system: Stage 4 skills are mere accessories, but Stage 5? That's where the real rewards, the new skills, drop. Then, with an intense gaze, he challenges Kang Hyun, demanding a full, no-holds-barred demonstration. Kang Hyun steps up, cool and collected, declaring that the first skill he snagged from clearing Stage 3 is about to blow their minds. His hand tightens into a rock-hard fist, power visibly coursing through his veins, ready to unleash. The man with glasses can only let out a choked gasp, his composure shattering as he witnesses the raw power. Boom! Kang Hyun unleashes a thunderous punch, sending the man in the suit airborne with a single, explosive strike. The force is absolutely crushing, the victim's face twisting in agony as the impact reverberates through him. He's seen the raw power, and now he's processing it, a subtle frown hinting at the sheer implications of what just happened. But Kang Hyun? He's cool as ice, dropping the bombshell that this insane power is his new stage 4 skill, and he's about to unleash it. He lays it out, this isn't just any skill, it's a full-on enemy incapacitator, and he's casually asking if he can use it right now, right here. A beat of silence, then the man with glasses gives the green light, the stage is set for the ultimate power display. The scene shifts to the training grounds, where the man with glasses, Kang Hyun, and a cocky-looking dude with spiky blonde hair and an eyebrow piercing are all lined up, and it's clear who's about to get schooled. That spiky-haired guy. He's got this smug look, totally underestimating Kang Hyun, he has no idea what's coming. Kang Hyun locks eyes with the challenger, who can only manage a weak, that guy. Before he can even finish the thought, Kang Hyun explodes into action, a blur of motion as he unleashes a brutal strike that sends the spiky-haired guy flying, the sheer force shaking the room. The hit is so massive, it twists the guy's face into a mask of pure agony and disbelief, his whole body spinning from the insane power. Still reeling, the blonde-haired man coughs, barely conscious as Kang Hyun holds him tight. Then, with a final burst of blue energy, he's slammed to the ground, the impact shaking the room as everyone stares. Clutching his head, he screams in agony, totally lost and unable to process the attack. He just keeps coughing, while the man in glasses watches his torment with a cold, calculating gaze. Adjusting his glasses, the man finally speaks, his voice chillingly calm. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun grins, a small, glowing blue orb of pure energy materializing in his hand, the ultimate proof of his devastating new skill. The man with glasses gives a slow nod, declaring it sufficient, a single word that makes Kang Hyun's entire body tremble under his piercing stare. A subtle smirk plays on his lips, a chilling sign of his approval. Meanwhile, the blonde man on the ground lets out a blood-curdling scream, his face twisted in pure torment as he cries out his own name, Baek CC. Flashback. He's absolutely oozing confidence, a rose in hand, totally convinced he's the hottest thing around. He remembers almost getting rejected because of a bad ID photo, but then he just flexed with his lion's roar and crushed it. But now, back in the present, the whole class is buzzing. Is that him? They whisper, totally hyped. He's still got that rose, but now he's thinking, did I mess up? Is this going sideways? Everyone's still staring, and he's just sitting there, silently fuming. Then he stands up, cool as ever, and just drops a, thanks for waiting, on them. He's at the podium, dropping the bombshell, I'm Kang Hyun, transfer student from the Junction Hunter Academy. Nice to meet you all. Back in his seat, he just watches the crowd, letting it all sink in. The instructor's voice booms across the classroom, dropping the hammer on transfer students, grades count, midterms and finals are real, so no slacking, just grind for those good marks. The man in glasses, cutting straight to the chase, drops a stark reminder, it's only been 6 months since everything flipped. New dungeons and monsters are still popping up, he stresses, forcing hunters to constantly reevaluate their power and skills. Survival is the Academy's only lesson, a brutal truth that makes Kang Hyun internally wonder, why am I even here doing this stuff? The instructor keeps going, admitting some might just give up the fight, but vows to teach them only the absolute essentials to stay alive. He wraps it up with a cool, almost chilling, welcome, declaring he's looking forward to their next 10 days together. His hand, pen clutched tight, doesn't waver. And just like that, the man in glasses cuts them loose, wrapping up the first period. The first period wraps up, and the classroom goes silent. He's totally checked out, the lecture so mind-numbingly dull he's ready to just crash. But then, a shadow looms over his desk, and he glances up to find someone walking towards him. A massive, muscled hand reaches out. From a guy who just casually drops, my name's Gwak Su-il. He goes straight for the handshake. And Kang Hyun's caught off guard by the sudden move. He's thinking, who is this super buff dude? Before finally taking the hand and introducing himself, Kang Hyun. Gwak Su-il extends a hand, but it's a challenge, a declaration of intent to dominate. The grip tightens, a silent, brutal test of raw power. But Kang Hyun doesn't even flinch, shocking Gwak Su-il, who smirks, already plotting to put him in his place. But another student, Baek CC, is watching, seething with resentment, remembering a past humiliation. Suddenly, a searing pain forces Kang Hyun to his knees. But his eyes narrow with fierce resolve, wondering how he's even surviving this attack. More strength, he demands internally, and a system message flashes, regeneration, activated. A vibrant purple-blue aura explodes around him, his strength rocketing by 500%. With a swift, brutal motion, he brings his foot down, absolutely crushing Beck CC's hand beneath his heel. The sheer, mind-numbing agony from his crushed hand is absolutely unbearable, making Beck CC question everything. But the show isn't just for them. Guak Su-il, the man in glasses, and In Mayung are absolutely glued to the action, their faces a total blend of shock and pure dread. Beck CC's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated rage and pain, his jaw locked tight against the torment. But before he can even think about recovering, a glowing, crimson-charged fist, absolutely bursting with power, just explodes into him. The impact absolutely obliterates Beck CC's face, sending a geyser of blood flying as his head gets rocked. His eyes are wide with pure shock and agony, the sheer power of that hit leaving him totally dazed and gushing blood. But then, in a shocking twist, Kang Hyun actually hesitates, a look of pure surprise flashing across his face as he wonders what the heck just went down. The onlookers are still absolutely frozen, Guak Su-il's stare burning with intensity, trying to figure out this insane plot twist. And as a brutal, undeniable testament to the carnage, fresh, crimson blood just absolutely paints the floor. The sheer force of the impact still radiates, a crimson shockwave tearing through the air around the building, as a stunned groan rips from his throat. But even as the chaos settles, the piercing wail of an ambulance siren screams closer, its lights flashing a grim warning. His eyes are blown wide, pure shock contorting his face as he can only choke out, "Wrong." The brutal truth is undeniable as he grips the shredded, exploded remains of the other man's arm, a sickening testament to his own power. In a tense observation room, the man with glasses stares at the screens, his voice cracking with disbelief. "You want me to believe that? Ah, I'm going to go insane." Back in the arena, Kang Hyun glares at the mangled arm, a chilling thought echoing in his mind. If it wasn't for his extreme strength, I could have gotten rid of him easily. Be right. Manly strength. Later, in a stark shift of scene, the man with glasses confronts him, his tone chillingly calm. "If you don't believe me, then take a look at the CCTV footage." Kang Hyun's gaze drops, the weight of the revelation heavy, as the man with glasses drives the point home. "Didn't you say that his ability was manly strength? Be right. Manly strength." Still grounded, he hears the glasses-wearing man confess to a massive miscalculation. Completely botching the numbers. A heavy, exasperated sigh escapes the man. While In Mayung orders him back to class. Now in a desk, he glances up as a new face greets him. Boldly asking to take the seat next to him. He just lets it happen, mentally tagging the muscular newcomer as another potential troublemaker. The new student introduces himself. Then immediately asks to call him senior. He swallows hard, hearing the brutal truth. He's the kind of guy who just acts without a second thought. Then, the blonde-haired guy leans in, demanding how he pulled off that move earlier, leaving him totally baffled. With a wild grin, the blonde-haired man boasts, his power was just a skill that went pop. A skill. Pure raw talent. Suddenly, in class, he's vehemently denying everything, shouting he didn't do it, pinning the blame on that muscular guy, just as the teacher declares class is starting. Up front, In Mayung commands the restless students to sit down. A remote clicks and the speaker cuts straight to the chase. Class was delayed, so it's main points only. Kang Hyun's eyes are glued to the screen, showing ordinary dungeons, the basic ones, gone in 2 weeks, no big deal. The man in glasses lays down the law, telling them to always chase experience, then drops the chilling definition of a dungeon break, monsters flooding out. He warns them about regular dungeons and their wild, unpredictable cycles, popping up weeks early or late, demanding absolute caution. The lecture rages on. The instructor reveals the 2 critical ways to shut down a dungeon break. You either obliterate the dungeon's core, or you wipe out every single monster before they can even think about breaking out. But hold up. He warns that the order in which you attack the core is crucial, a point that clearly frustrates him to no end. He doubles down on the warning, singling out a macho man named Guak Su-il as a major headache, his eyes laser-focused on the student. Guak Su-il, the muscle-bound student, visibly bristles at the call-out, while Kang Hyun just chills, looking completely over it. The instructor lays down the law, threatening Guak Su-il with expulsion if he acts up again, but the guy just shrugs it off like it's nothing. Then, with a sharp command, the instructor barks at the trainee to step up, and a shocked Guak Su-il pops right out of his chair. Guak Su-il stands front and center, and the instructor reminds him, he was supposed to chill out. A defiant smirk twists Guak Su-il's lips, as he fires back, "Ha! So you actually have some pride." Kang Hyun drops a bombshell on the muscular guy, telling him he's ready to die, and the clock is already ticking down to 0. He lays down the law, making it clear the muscular man can only dodge and block his moves. Whipping out his phone, he drops the ultimate threat, one attack, and it's instant expulsion. His eyes narrow, hammering home the expulsion threat, then he throws down the gauntlet, "You in or out?" Over in the peanut gallery, Guak Su-il and the guy in glasses are watching, and Guak Su-il is absolutely fuming over the muscular dude's arrogance. A shared smirk crosses their faces, as they both know exactly how this is going to end. Kang Hyun lays down the law. He's gonna block everything for a full minute, and if you can't hit him hard enough, you're out. Baek CC is taking it all in, the threat of expulsion hitting hard as the rules are hammered home. He can't believe it, asking if this crazy challenge is for real. Then, bam. A vibrant purple barrier just explodes into existence, glowing with an otherworldly light around Kang Hyun. Baek CC, now glowing with his own faint purple aura, isn't backing down. He screams that this is a fight for their lives, daring Kang Hyun to bring it on. But Kang Hyun, cool as ice, shrugging off the intensity. Baek CC's face twists into a primal snarl, pure, raw determination burning in his eyes. And then, with an explosive surge, he launches himself like a rocket, a total blur heading straight for that glowing barrier. The impact explodes in a blinding, fiery burst, and he's thrown back with brutal force. The observer, watching intently, points out that wasn't even an attack, just a crash, and questions if the movements are just too sluggish. But the barrier's counterforce keeps slamming him back, his body twisting under the sheer, crushing pressure. The observer doubles down, emphasizing the opponent's moves are way too obvious, and a real enemy wouldn't just stand there waiting for such telegraphed attacks. Baek CC's face contorts in pure agony, red marks erupting as he grits his teeth, fighting a losing battle against the unyielding force. He's violently launched through the air, body spinning as he's hurled back, the observer coldly stating his sword swings are utterly pointless. The observer presses on, stressing that you have to understand how your opponent moves, not just flail around with blind attacks. With a final, bone-jarring crash, Baek CC slams into the ground, leaving a smoking crater behind him. Still stunned from the last hit, he gets absolutely blasted again by a wave of blue energy, sent careening backward. Watching from afar, the guy in glasses just shakes his head, thinking, mindless attacking. That's a rookie mistake. Your moves are so basic, so predictable. You gotta find your own path to victory, Baek CC. But before he can even think about getting up, a shadowy hand snaps out, landing a solid, heavy blow. The shadowy figure follows up with another devastating strike, rocking him with pure force. The relentless assault disarms him, and his sword goes flying, clanging to the floor. The guy in glasses keeps up his commentary, pulling out his phone to show Guak Su-il a video, saying, "So, whose punches are we studying now? Check out this pro boxer, dodging every hit from a regular guy just by weaving." As the tension builds, a digital timer flashes, confirming that 1 minute has already passed, leaving Myung and Guak Su-il speechless. He remembers a video, a blur of impossible speed, but to pull off moves like that in a real fight? Unthinkable. But the sheer focus in his gaze tells a different story. The raw power and lightning-fast reflexes he's unleashing are mind-blowing, leaving even a stat-boosted veteran feeling the pressure. A chilling thought hits him, a direct confrontation, and victory would be anything but guaranteed. Meanwhile, the other students are buzzing, a mix of shock and pure battlelust. One can't help but ask who'd win, while the other practically screams for a fight. Even Baek CC, still smarting from the beatdown, catches a glimpse of that face, wondering what kind of crazy intensity is burning behind those eyes. The guy with glasses, watching the whole thing, actually blushes, wondering if he's witnessing a genius or a total maniac. But his fellow students are already backing away, regretting sitting anywhere near him and definitely not wanting to be caught in his weird vibe. The elite class kicks off with morning theory, then it's straight into afternoon practical training. Afternoon hits, and the instructor drops the bomb, it's weapon training time. Everyone, grab your gear. He lays out the plan, train your way first, then the instructors will jump in, but don't expect any hand-holding, time's tight. He grabs a sword, but a quick glance tells him it's completely dull. He just walks off, and Guak Su-il snipes, does he even know how to use a sword? And Myung just nods along. Suddenly, a voice booms across the field, "No fighting until day 6. But he just stares, crimson eyes blazing, a sharp gasp escaping him as he locks on. He explodes into motion, a blur of glowing energy, sending everyone around him flying. Baek CC reels back, face already bruised, the sheer force of the attack leaving him stunned. He wasn't just unimpressed, the average skill level here was actually higher than he'd even bothered to expect. He didn't expect them to practice, but if he was going to do a little himself, he'd treat it like a hobby. With a dull clang, he gripped the practice sword, ready to move. Then, a sudden, powerful surge of blue energy exploded around him, as he moved with impossible, blurring speed. The instructor, watching from a distance, could only offer a silent, stunned reaction, as the student's movements absolutely defied expectation. He finished his demonstration in a low, dynamic stance, the blue energy swirling around him slowly dissipating, leaving everyone speechless. An unseen voice cut through the silence, admonishing him for acting out during training, but was it really a reprimand? The instructor, now closer, conceded that while it might seem like showing off, such skill would undoubtedly prove useful in real combat, a backhanded compliment if there ever was one. Kang Hyun's expression shifted to one of slight annoyance at the instructor's assessment, clearly not amused. He's on the phone, totally chill, just brushing off whoever's on the other end like it's no big deal. Then, with a slight change in his vibe, he drops the question, "Yo, are you the one who's actually good at fighting?" And just like that, he wraps up the call with a cheeky jab, "Alright, I'm letting you off the hook for now. Just try not to get too good looking, okay?" Cut to outside, where the instructor in glasses stops a guy in a cap, calling out, "Hold up, Assistant Kim Sung-hwan." The instructor clutches his phone, a definite scowl on his face, and you can practically feel the annoyance radiating off him. Gathering all the trainees, including Kang Hyun and Gwak Soo-il, the instructor drops a bombshell, "Alright, listen up. This assessment is about to get real, we're doing a fighting demonstration right now." Kang Hyun shoots a look at Assistant Kim Sung-hwan, his eyes practically screaming, "What just happened?" The instructor keeps going, pointing directly at two trainees, and Gwak Soo-il, "You two are fighting each other. No help needed, got it?" Training swords drawn, Kang Hyun and Gwak Soo-il square off, the tension palpable as they prepare to throw down. The instructor, looking intense, drops the command, "Now go on." He starts the countdown, and Kang Hyun and Gwak Soo-il are locked in, ready to throw down, with the assistant hyped up next to the instructor. No hesitation, Gwak Soo-il explodes into action, his training sword a blur, slashing down with raw power. But Kang Hyun? He's on another level, blocking the strike with lightning speed, the clash of blades ripping through the air. Before Gwak Soo-il can even blink, Kang Hyun unleashes a devastating counter, his blade erupting in a brilliant blue glow, disarming his opponent in a single, explosive hit. He keeps that glowing blade locked and loaded, the blue power practically vibrating around him. Then, with one last, brutal thrust, he launches Gwak Soo-il clear across the room, the ground erupting in dust. Gwak Soo-il goes flying, his body spinning uncontrollably from that insane hit. And just like that, his training sword is still spinning in the air, a clear sign of the absolute domination that just went down. He stands alone, but the aftershocks of his power still reverberate. Then, suddenly, he's on a crowded beach, the weight of his power drawing all eyes. The man in glasses lays it all out, his body is the weapon, and this training? It's all about instant combat readiness. Kang Hyun's demo proves it, lightning-fast reactions are everything, the man declares, his voice cutting through the air. He warns them not to take these lessons as gospel, then demands applause for both fighters, giving them their due. Kang Hyun is totally lost, clueless about the hype, but another student watches him, thinking, this dude's a genius, even if he doesn't get it. The man in glasses tries to apologize for the awkwardness, but the assistant just shrugs it off, saying it's cool. Walking off, the assistant confesses he was stunned too, and the man in glasses tells him to own it, no shame. The blonde student and the defeated guy head out, leaving Kang Hyun to process the chaos. Adjusting his glasses, the observer's expression turns serious, a quiet confirmation escaping his lips as he realizes he just needed to verify one crucial detail. The man in glasses watches Kang Hyun, dropping a casual comment about how tough some trainees are, but hey, at least they make for a good story. Down below, Kang Hyun is absolutely grinding, pushing through day 2 of his brutal sword training. While the man in glasses keeps his lips sealed, Kang Hyun is absolutely dying, pushing past his limits, convinced he's about to drop dead. It's day 3, and the grind is real. The man in glasses tries to pry some info out of Kang Hyun about his tutorial clears, but he just gets the same old, "It's a secret" response. The non-stop training pushes into day 4. The man in glasses gets a little introspective, remembering how lonely he was after his own tutorial. But Kang Hyun? He's locked in, laser-focused on his blade, now crushing day 5 of this insane training. The man in glasses hears Kang Hyun's usual "I'm gonna die" complaint, but this time, the dude's actually passed out cold, totally wiped after 6 straight days of non-stop training. The man in glasses stares down at the collapsed figure, wondering what he's even doing. Kang Hyun, sprawled out with his sword next to him, just casually claims he's meditating. He lets out a massive sigh, finally admitting he's just totally bored. Chilling in class, he gets a reminder from a classmate, "Keep it low-key, graduate, no drama." His classmate calls him out, asking if he forgot the mess he made, then dropping the bomb, "You just say wild stuff without even flinching." But he just shrugs it off, cool as ice, with a simple, "Honestly, I'm just bored." Elsewhere, the man in glasses grins, a knowing glint in his eye, sensing the shift in the air. Oh, something big is brewing. My gut never lies. Fast forward to day 6, afternoon, it's sparring time. Boom. A devastating punch lands, sending his opponent flying back with a shocked grunt. He's airborne from the impact, then slams down hard. Kang Hyun stands tall, the victor, over his defeated foe, as the arena echoes, trainee Kang Hyun takes the win. Next up. He stands over his defeated opponent, the sheer force of his victory still reverberating through the air. The other students are buzzing about his fighting style, one calling his power unreasonable, and even his defeated foe confessing he'd noticed it before, claiming his current opponent was no match. He just scoffs, thinking, why the sudden humility? To him, this whole sparring session is just child's play, the skill level nowhere near enough to even break a sweat. He ponders, I don't know anything about talent, but maybe regular people just can't break through certain power ceilings. Then, with a sudden, explosive burst, he unleashes another lightning-fast strike. The impact connects with devastating power, leaving every single observer absolutely speechless at his raw power. But a sudden, sharp grimace of pain twists his features, his jaw clenching tight. He draws a deep breath, a faint blue aura already crackling around his hand, poised for the next devastating strike. The impact is instantaneous and overwhelming, a blur of power slamming into his opponent. From the sidelines, the man with glasses cuts through the tension, declaring the match decisively over. The announcement rings out, Team Wu claims victory, with Kang Hyun standing unchallenged over the utterly defeated Baek CC. With a dismissive flick of his wrist, he turns his back on the fallen foe. I'll be back, he coolly informs the stunned onlookers, including assistant Kim Sung-hwan, who can only offer a silent acknowledgement. A subtle, almost predatory smirk plays across his lips, hinting at a deeper, more complex satisfaction. But just as quickly, the smirk vanishes, his eyes flaring with an intense, almost agonizing glow. He strides away from the arena, the heavy thud of his footsteps the only sound as the captivated audience watches him disappear. A wicked smirk twists Baek CC's face, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. I think something insane is about to go down, he declares. But Kang Hyun's expression is grim, a deep frown etched on his features. I'm a bit worried, he mutters, a low, unsettling hum of power radiating from him. The crowd is buzzing, with An Myung and Guak Su-il watching Kang Hyun's every move, as the unnamed man in glasses addresses Baek CC. Instructor Jopals Hyun is seriously next level, right? Because of him, we get to use our own weapons. Baek CC, oozing confidence, challenges the setup. This gives me both a distance and a close-range advantage. Got a problem with that? The unnamed man in glasses coolly replies, nope, I don't. Whump, a monstrous, spiked mace slams into Baek CC's grip, its sheer weight barely registering to him. I remember you always loved a good mace, he taunts. He flashes a predatory grin, twirling the brutal weapon. There's no rule saying I can only use one weapon, is there? The unnamed man in glasses locks eyes with Kang Hyun, a silent understanding passing between them, before he finally concedes, that is fine. The arena floor is a blank canvas, ready for the chaos to unfold. The crowd roars, a wave of excitement washing over them as the unnamed man in glasses stands between the two titans, his voice booming. The match starts on the count of 3. He's locked in, eyes laser-focused as the match kicks off. But his opponent, Baek CC, just flashes a cocky grin, his mind already on the win. Suddenly, a surge of vibrant purple energy explodes around Kang Hyun as he zeroes in, a silent countdown or a memory flashing through his mind. His eyes dart down, tracking the wild, shimmering magic, locking onto an invisible target. Back in the present, Baek CC's brutal mace ignites with a wicked purple glow, delivering a crushing blow. Now, both fighters are engulfed in explosive purple energy, crackling with raw power, and Baek CC roars with victory. That smug grin never leaves his face, pure arrogance radiating off him. Kang Hyun's mind races, the stark reality hitting him, this isn't practice anymore, it's his first real magic battle. He flashes back to a memory, a nagging question in his mind, were other students secretly getting special training too? Cut. He growls, his staff practically screaming with raw, purple power. A devastating wave of energy explodes outwards, instantly blasting back the stunned observer. The sheer force slams into Baek CC. His eye flaring crimson with pain as the chaotic purple magic engulfs him, shattering against his leg with a sickening crunch. He surveys the destruction, a quiet, his only reaction. The man in glasses can only watch, a look of pure dread plastered across his face as the battle rages. But the purple energy unleashed by Kang Hyun isn't letting up, it's a full-on vortex, trapping Baek CC inside, twisting his body with raw power. The attack connects with a devastating impact, launching him like a ragdoll. Kang Hyun, still radiating power, holds his stance, watching his enemy fly. Baek CC's body is a blur, twisting uncontrollably, the purple magic still driving him back. Then, a brutal impact. He slams into the wall, leaving a massive crater. The man in glasses recoils, his jaw dropping at the sheer power on display, utterly stunned. Kang Hyun strides towards the downed Baek CC, who's now just a heap on the floor, his eyes locked on his target. Baek CC's face is a mess of red marks, proof of the brutal hit, and his right eye flares with a terrifying red glow. A devastating purple energy blast absolutely shreds the air, slamming into Beck CC with brutal force, ripping a raw scream from his throat. Witnessing the sheer brutality, the man in glasses is utterly stunned, a single drop of sweat betraying his shock. And through it all, Kang Hyun's eyes burn with an unyielding intensity, assessing the damage. Beck CC is utterly wrecked, sprawled amidst the wreckage, his body a mangled mess, seemingly at his limit. Cowering over his defeated foe, Kang Hyun casually holds a dark, spiky energy orb, his face a mask of cold assessment. But then, a chilling sight, Beck CC's mangled face twists into a terrifying, almost ecstatic grin, a silent admission that his foe is far crazier than he ever imagined. Emergency. A frantic voice screams for Instructor Kim Sung-han and a first aid kit, like, right now. And then, another shout, telling someone to get Instructor Lee Min-hyuk on the line, ASAP. Cut to the man with glasses, looking totally stressed, on the phone, dropping the bombshell, it's a right hand open fracture. Assistant Kim Sung-hwan, looking absolutely gutted, groans out a NGGGH. Yes, yes. Please come quickly, you can practically feel the tension in his voice. Then, a close-up on the blonde-haired man's face, totally messed up with fresh red marks, it's clear he's been through it. Kang Hyun, with those intense crimson eyes, steps up to the chaos, practically yelling, what in the world is trainer Ah Yu-sung trying to pull here? The man with glasses is right there, his face totally aghast, letting out a silent, shocked AK. With the blonde-haired guy still down, someone tries to play it off, it was an accident, but Kang Hyun is not having it, firing back, are you even listening to yourself? A guttural cry of agony rips from the injured man, his face a mangled mess of blood and swelling. The man in glasses whips his head around, a jolt of understanding or shock electrifying his expression as he takes in the brutal sight. A deep, weary sigh escapes him, the sheer gravity of the moment pressing down. The command for a minute's break cuts through the charged atmosphere, a brief reprieve in the unfolding drama. While the crowd disperses, the man in the suit singles out Kang Hyun, ordering him to come along. With a tired nod, the man in glasses confirms he heard the order, his patience wearing thin. Kang Hyun's grip tightens on the hilt of his unique, glowing dagger. Fully geared in tactical wear and a gas mask, he stands poised, the radiant dagger cutting through the hazy air. Even after that crazy incident, the training grind just kept going. You could practically still hear the clang of weapons from the last fight. The whole training routine just kept chugging along for days, and honestly, nobody thought anything else would even go down. But the guy who was itching for some new action, the one who'd been watching Kang Hyun like a hawk since the Beck CC mess, he knew Kang Hyun had been through a ton, but hadn't even scratched the surface of what he could do. They even had Guak Su Il on standby, and because of that, the fourth day just cruised by without a hitch. But the guy in glasses, he knew that was totally wrong. In reality, the real challenge was still coming. The instructor's office door stood there, a silent promise of what was next. Training was wrapping up, and it was finally time for a showdown with actual hunters. The guy in glasses watched the screens, his mind already racing with the upcoming fight. A deep sigh escapes him, his gaze fixed on the exhausted young man. This short, brutal training has pushed them to their limits, and the outcome is undeniable. A low hum rumbles from him, his eyes piercing, his thoughts a mystery. The young man's hand shoots up, shielding his face, a raw, internal battle raging beneath his skin. He can feel it, he declares, a primal urge for battle simmering just beneath the surface of the young man's composure. A searing, crimson glow erupts from the young man's eyes, a raw, untamed power unleashed. The man with glasses simply observes, remarking that paperwork and being good were never his true calling. Yet, he struggles, his hands still clamped over his face, battling the surging energy within. A tense silence hangs in the air as he finally wrestles his power back into submission. As dusk settles, the training facility looms, a silent monument to the brutal trials that just concluded. A firm handshake seals the deal between the man with glasses and assistant Kim Sung-hwan, a silent acknowledgement of their success. Though it's late, he states, thank you. Because of you, we were able to prevent additional casualties. Brushing off the previous chaos, the man with glasses casually hopes the other guy didn't just bail to snag some loot. Then, with a sharp gaze, he challenges Kang Hyun, asking if he really made it to stage 5. A wicked blade catches the light, and he sneers, nice sword. He then twists the knife, asking if the stage 5 reward wasn't a new weapon, then mockingly claims he just found it on the ground. With a sneer, he cuts Kang Hyun off, calling his excuse lazy. Suddenly, a violet energy crackles around Kang Hyun as he retorts, coolly saying it's all good, and that his interrogator clearly wants the raw truth. Power surging, he vows to unleash the true might of a path-clearing champion. The ground explodes, as his power rips through the arena floor. A flash of emerald energy, and he's gone, a green streak across the arena. His eyes blaze with crimson fire, a testament to the sheer, untamed power he just unleashed. He explodes into the air, a blinding blue aura erupting around him, eyes blazing with an inferno of power. The man in glasses stares, a chilling realization dawning on him. Had he just poked a sleeping dragon? Kong Hyun blazes past, a streak of pure power, leaving behind a dazzling, electric blue afterimage. He slams down, a declaration of war on his lips, as a colossal, crackling blue blade erupts from his hand, ready to obliterate. The blade surges, consuming all light, a vortex of pure destruction. Then, with a world-shattering roar, he unleashes it, a cataclysmic blue nova that vaporizes all doubt. As the blinding light recedes, he stands, a titan of power, unscathed and utterly dominant. The man in glasses is utterly floored, a phantom echo of Kong Hyun's power seared into his very soul. This isn't just strength, it's an absolute force of nature. Kong Hyun, still radiating raw power, delivers a chilling smirk. This is what true power looks like. He unleashes a devastating blue energy blade, its ethereal glow absolutely shredding the air with impossible speed, leaving his opponent zero time to react. The blade slices through the air, closing the distance in an instant. As Kong Hyun presses his relentless assault, his crimson eyes burn with fierce intensity, the glowing edge of his weapon making contact. Then absolutely tearing through flesh. Blood erupts from the wound, painting the air. As his opponent struggles in vain against the overwhelming force, the blade pierces completely through the arm, a clean, brutal strike. His opponent is thrown backward, the force of the impact sending him reeling. His face contorted in a silent scream of agony. Baek C's face contorts in pure agony, the force of the last attack still reverberating through him. He crashes down into the water, utterly defeated, as Kong Hyun looms over him, the victor. His eyes shut in utter defeat, the crushing realization hits him, he's lost. After the brutal spar, an ice pack sits ready, a stark reminder of the fight's ferocity. While Kong Hyun coolly pops open a soda. Chilling out, Baek C confesses that trainer Kong Hyun is seriously powerful, and Kong Hyun, ever the humble victor, says his opponent is no slouch either. Taking a swig, Kong Hyun drops a bombshell. Skills are usually banned in spars, but he totally used his anyway. Baek C can only manage a stunt. Seriously? Kong Hyun, ever the provocateur, offers to go easy next time, but Baek C isn't having it, yelling, "That's not fair," and complaining about passive skills. Even with the playful jabs, Baek C still thanks him, then slyly adds that he'll hold Kong Hyun to his promise, but with a catch. A flashback hits, a voice from the past cutting deep. "I let you crash here because you said you were job hunting," she'd snapped, "but all you do is drink and game." He just shrunk, hearing her push. "You've got practice tomorrow, right? Get to practice. What's sleep?" But that's the past. Now, a massive, fortified fortress dominates the night, barbed wire and a grim sign screaming, "Trespassers will be shot on sight." But a cloaked figure, unfazed, moves toward the imposing structure. His piercing crimson eyes, burning with hidden intent, cutting through the darkness. He sweeps his gaze across the building, absorbing every detail. His eyes locked onto the entrance. A soft click as he reaches the massive, ornate doors. Then a faint rattle. As the handles slowly begin to turn, opening the way. The colossal, ancient doors of the enigmatic structure begin to creak open with an ominous sound. A heavy, metallic groan echoing as they slowly yield. And as they finally swing wide, an absolutely stunning panorama of the sprawling night city explodes into view, a dizzying expanse of light stretching endlessly. Check it out. This massive dungeon, right in the middle of the city, is now a training zone for the elite talented education crew. And boom, here we are. Outside the F-rank dungeon, Kika's forest, with a whole squad of students ready to dive in. But hold up, the guy in glasses is laying it out for Kong Hyun. Even though it's low rank, this spot got picked for the tutorial for two big reasons. Reason 1, it's a field-type dungeon. No sneaky traps, no environmental hazards, just pure monster-slaying action. And second, the Kaikas inside. You don't have to fight them one-on-one. It's a free-for-all, perfect for group training. He's telling everyone, don't sweat the small stuff. I'll drop all the juicy details once we're actually inside the dungeon. Kong Hyun's eyes narrow, the weight of the moment hitting him hard. This isn't a simulation, this is the first real dungeon he's ever stepping into. He's thinking back, realizing that even his tutorial dungeon was just a simulation. This is the real deal, the first time he's facing a genuine dungeon. The moment he stepped through, a bizarre, weightless feeling hit him. His eyes snapped open, and bam. The raw, untamed mana of a real dungeon washed over him, unlike anything he'd felt before. Suddenly, they were deep in a foggy, ancient forest, the air practically crackling with power. This wasn't just any training ground, this was a full-blown dungeon, wild and untamed. He quickly turned to his classmate, asking about their mission, only to get a quick reminder that this was all part of the lesson. Kaikas, he exclaimed, realizing these creatures were their live-fire training targets. The instructors then laid down the law, form up in groups of 5, because it was time to draw out those kaikas for some real action. With unwavering gazes, the instructors stood ready to guide them. They clarified the strategy, lure the kaikas into an open area for battle, promising to re-explain the creature specifics on the move. Deep within the dungeon, Assistant Kim Sung-hwan lays out the brutal truth: kaikas are docile, but their hides impenetrable. These beasts can hit 2 meters tall, and their only weak point: their eyes. So, the mission is clear: aim for the eyes, because their mana is too weak to scratch anything else. The textbook strategy. Team up, immobilize, then go for the eyes. Back at HQ, the man with glasses watches the live feed, his face a stone mask. Then, a chilling system alert blazes across the screen: the main core has been destroyed. Before anyone can react, another message screams: the portal leading outside was opened. Kang Hyun's eyes snap open, pure shock on his face. He glares at the glowing alert, his mind racing to comprehend the sudden twist. A terrifying crack rips through the dungeon, the air itself shattering. Panic starts to spread, but a commanding voice shouts to stay calm and get out through the portal, one by one. Students are shoving, one screaming, but an instructor is already focused on the real threat, demanding they secure the dungeon core before it's too late. Another instructor tries to calm the chaos, yelling that they have plenty of time if they just leave in order. But the cracking gets louder, and the portal is pure chaos, students shoving and shouting, "What happened?" The man in glasses, watching the madness unfold, whispers to himself about 2 guys, hoping everyone made it out alive. Another instructor, looking seriously worried, demands to know who freaked out the dungeon, as a student yells, "Instructor." Then, the dungeon core explodes inward, dark energy ripping through the air, and the instructor can only choke out, "The dungeon." The man in glasses stares, eyes wide with dread, a chilling realization dawning on him: don't tell me. Total pandemonium. An instructor screams for his team to report to HQ, desperately warning Daniel to get out of the dungeon now. Purple lightning explodes from the core, screaming the truth: it's a full-blown dungeon break. The man in glasses watches the chaos unfold, demanding answers and spotting Kang Hyun in the thick of it. He confirms the dungeon break to Kang Hyun, then orders him to the front lines, leaving the young man stunned by the news. The dungeon's core explodes, spitting out boss monsters and triggering a total collapse that'll send a flood of creatures through the portal. Kang Hyun's jaw drops in disbelief, the sheer scale of the dungeon break hitting him as he questions why there was no resistance. Then, the man in glasses drops a bombshell: it was all a test to see what Kang Hyun knew. Impressed by Kang Hyun's progress, he quickly apologizes for the diversion, reminding him the dungeon is about to fall apart. With his crimson eyes blazing and a powerful purple aura exploding around him, Kang Hyun is locked and loaded, ready to follow orders and unleash hell. The man in glasses is absolutely fuming, jaw clenched tight as the dungeon break goes completely off the rails. But wait, someone's calling out to Kang Hyun, demanding to know why he's even here, like, "Dude, weren't you supposed to be locked up?" Kang Hyun just brushes off the question, his eyes locked on the distant chaos, watching people get absolutely wrecked, while some frantic voice screams for everyone to group up or die. The whole place is buzzing with dark, evil energy, purple sparks flying off mangled monster bits, showing just how insane this power surge really is. Kang Hyun gets it, the whole situation hits him hard, he knows he's gotta take this on alone. He lets out a furious roar, his crimson eyes blazing with raw power, and a sick purple aura explodes around him, then he just charges in, daring anything to stand in his way. But then, out of nowhere, Guak Su-il pops up right behind him, his eyes glowing with the same wild purple energy, demanding to jump into the action too. Kang Hyun's weapon, this insane spiked club, is now throbbing with that same dark, crackling energy, totally primed to unleash some serious damage. He slams it down with insane power, purple energy exploding on contact, absolutely wrecking a massive monster with one brutal, decisive hit. A monster gets absolutely rocked, its body blurring from a devastating hit. The hit rips right through its flesh, exploding in a sickening puff of energy and monster guts. Kang Hyun, eyes blazing crimson, keeps up the brutal assault, his purple aura exploding as he smashes another beast, and Guak Su-il jumps into the chaos, power surging. The monster gets absolutely launched, its body twisting from the sheer power of that hit. Meanwhile, Baek CC is freaking out, watching the chaos unfold, his face screaming terror and regret, knowing he messed up big time chasing them into this hell. Kang Hyun's face is stone cold, his focus locked on the brutal fight, not flinching for a second. Fighting shoulder to shoulder, Guak Su-il playfully jabs at his buddy, telling him he can't hog all the action. Kang Hyun winds up for another hit, his weapon sparking with purple power, knowing exactly how serious this is. He unleashes a massive, sweeping attack, his purple aura exploding as he thinks about how clutch it is to have a psycho on their team. Kang Hyun goes all out, unleashing a devastating blue energy slash that rips through everything in its path. The attack connects with brutal force, shredding through multiple monstrous forms in a single, fluid motion. As a crimson aura flares around his head, he screams a warning to Yu Sung, telling him to cover his ears. A system notification confirms the activation of a powerful ability, the Raging Lion's Roar. The monsters recoil in agony, their forms distorting from the unseen impact, one of them screaming in confusion, "Bro-brained bastards." Nearby, Guak Suil reacts with a start, his eyes widening at the sudden, overwhelming force. As the two continue to battle the horde, the monsters are absolutely baffled by their opponent's strength, questioning if these trainees are secretly B-rankers, and instantly recognizing Kong Hyun's signature skill. Guak Suil delivers a powerful kick to a monster, calling out for support as he continues his relentless assault. One of the monsters, its eyes glowing with a predatory light, arrogantly declares they might be able to clean up this situation more easily than expected, completely underestimating their adversaries. But there's one massive problem. And it explodes into existence as Kong Hyun unleashes a devastating mana blast, his eyes burning with raw power. The sheer impact sends a monstrous foe screaming, tearing through its defenses with brutal force, leaving the creature utterly bewildered and questioning the very fabric of reality. Guak Suil can only gape at the destruction, demanding to know if that insane display was magic. Kong Hyun just grins, admitting it's a new skill, but keeping the juicy details under wraps. Then, with a sudden urgency, Guak Suil snaps his attention away, telling his senior to look. The desolate, rocky expanse stretches before them, their determined strides echoing across the barren ground. A colossal, spiky monster, engulfed in dark, swirling energy, is absolutely rocked by a devastating blow. Purple energy explodes around its head, the modern crush, absolutely obliterating its defenses. This isn't just any monster, it's a full-blown boss monster. And it's feeling the heat. But Kong Hyun isn't done yet. His eyes burn with determination, a silent promise to make them pay for everything. He's facing down a whole horde of monsters, all by himself. His allies can only watch in awe as he steps up to the challenge. Guak Suil is absolutely speechless behind him, his jaw practically on the floor as he witnesses the raw power. Kong Hyun is absolutely tearing through the monster ranks, a blur of pure destruction. Guak Suil can barely keep up, yelling, "Let the poor guy have a chance," then quickly changing his tune, "Don't bullshit me. I'm taking your side." The man with glasses, looking super serious, drops a bombshell. Someone actually broke into the practice dungeon and caused a massive incident. He elaborates, saying it all went down yesterday, and now all the students scheduled for today's dungeon training are evacuated. A woman with sleek, dark hair takes it all in, muttering to herself about how they thought that dungeon terrorism was a whole month away. He then presses, "Were any students left behind?" The chilling reply, "About 2. Then, the shocking reveal, the dungeon boss, a monstrous, Kika mutant, lies utterly annihilated, its dark, twisted form a mangled mess in the destroyed dungeon. The woman, now face to face with the defeated beast, gasps, utterly stunned that students actually took down this massive dungeon boss. The narrator emphasizes the insane strength needed to crush this monster, a power that's just not supposed to exist in a human. But the real shocker? The injured student, Beck CC, possesses an insane healing factor, even with those gnarly red marks still on his face. This elite hunter is a total beast, aggressive and fearless, with stamina for days. Her unpredictable style messes with everyone, tying up other hunters without them even realizing it. She's a genius, a total nightmare for her enemies. Her lightning-fast decisions scream, elite hunter, but let's be real, she's way more than just a simple enemy. In the office, the man with glasses notes Kong Hyun's getting older, then asks if they've sent her a recruitment offer yet. He reminds his assistant that scouting students is illegal, but admits the assistant is always on top of things. He then declares it's only natural for a subordinate to respect their boss. Kong Hyun takes it all in. Elsewhere, Damgun Guild's Hunter Hem Seon is out and about, and it's good to see her moving. As night blankets the city, someone whispers about a bad feeling regarding the accident, and another simply acknowledges it. Kim Lee-hyun wraps up his speech, dropping a final wish on the crowd. And just like that, the completion ceremony is officially over, wrapping up the whole event. Kong Hyun's mind is racing as he watches the guy leave, thinking, wait, is that the principal? He's seen Kim Lee-hyun around so much, he actually thought he was some super important big shot. Meanwhile, outside, Kim Lee-hyun's assistant is already on it, opening the car door and telling him, "Your ride's here, boss." Kong Hyun is just watching this whole thing go down, and his jaw practically hits the floor. Then, a ridiculously shiny, luxury white car rolls up, practically blinding everyone with its sparkle, and someone just has to point out, "And Yu Sung, you're loaded." And Yu Sung, being the cool guy he is, just tells Kong Hyun to hop in, and offers him a ride, which Kong Hyun totally takes him up on. He lets out a soft sigh, a hint of weariness in his expression as he stands beside another man, thinking to himself, who knew I'd be riding a cab like this? His gaze drifts, his thoughts momentarily lost in the quiet of the moment. Then, his attention is caught by two figures in the distance, and he recognizes one of them, muttering, Kim Lee-hyun. A slight frown creases his brow as he recalls the previous encounter, wondering if he had misjudged the man's identity before, and a voice in his head confirms that it was indeed Kim Lee-hyun, the one he had previously thought was a different person. He had been told that he was job hunting, but instead, he spent every waking hour drinking and playing games. Meanwhile, a sleek limousine pulls up to the curb, and a message is conveyed, "We'll reach out to you soon. Keep that in mind. Sincerely, and you Sung." Kang Hyun watches the luxurious vehicle, a hint of surprise on his face as he wonders, wait. Is that An Yu-sung? An Yu-sung steps out, accompanied by assistant Kim, and offers a casual greeting, at least give us some words of praise. Kang Hyun's eyes widen slightly in recognition, a new understanding dawning on him as he realizes, you're strong, Kang Hyun. He's locked in, listening as the man in glasses drops the bomb, he's a talent now, and the weight of his future is all on him. Then, a sharp, digital ping. A screen flashes, confirming his talent awakening and the issuance of a hunter license. A soft thump punctuates the moment, and Kang Hyun's face goes stone cold, a fierce resolve burning in his eyes. Later, chilling at home, he hears a voice, probably his sister, hyping up his brother's potential, and he just brushes it off with a casual, yeah. He's glued to a screen, a message flashing, you're good, great. But then the gut punch, today's the last day you can be like that. The pressure is on. He throws a fist forward, a declaration of war. Tomorrow, he's hitting the dungeons, no turning back. But then, a quick pause, and he's like, wait, how do I even find these things? Are they on Google Maps or something? Then it clicks, radar. That's where all the dungeon intel is, apparently. He's genuinely shocked, like, whoa, I didn't know that. He questions if he's supposed to be some kind of expert already, then figures he can just find it on social media. He used to be a gamer, online all the time, but now, diving into the hunter world, he felt his brain cells just disappearing. But then, a breakthrough. Dungeon maps, monster intel, even party recruitment, it was all there. He zoned in on the F-rank Kika Forest dungeon, already strategizing. Could he solo it? Absolutely, he decided. And the payout? $20,000 for even the lowest ranked dungeon, a serious motivator. Elsewhere, a sharp-suited man noted the booming market for mana stones and monster drops, a massive new revenue stream. Back to Kang Hyun, the money crunch was real, even after getting 10 grand last month. Then, his jaw dropped, another $10,000, just for pocket money, today. And get this, the sender even bought a used car last week. He's just chilling, but his sister's voice is on repeat in his head, I let you crash here because you swore you were job hunting. She went on, but then you just waste all your time drinking and gaming. A soft thud, a door closing, the memory hits different now. He can still hear her sigh, anything's better than a grown man with no job. That disappointment. It still stings. And then the killer blow, guess you can't even do anything right, huh? But that memory shatters as his world suddenly twists. Suddenly, from a dark, jagged chasm, a monstrous shadow starts to form, its eyes burning red, hands blazing with fire, pure menace. Then, with insane speed, its arm shoots out, morphing into a razor-sharp blade, crackling with sick purple power. The blade rips through the air, leaving wicked purple energy trails in its devastating arc. It connects with a sickening crunch, splattering blood everywhere. Blood pouring down his face from the fresh wound, Kang Hyun just grins, his hand blazing with blue energy as he snarls, This is nothing. Come. Haha. Kang Hyun goes all out, unleashing a blinding wave of electric blue energy that absolutely shreds the shadowy monster. Meanwhile, far from the action, Kang Hyun's ride, the legendary burnt lei, is chilling outside a massive building, and a phone's blowing up with a new message. The phone screen lights up with a notification, buzzing like crazy. Across town, the man with glasses is on the phone, saying he's not picking up, and the woman on the other end just shrugs, probably asleep. She keeps talking, her voice clear over the phone, saying she'll be back after gaming and to book the room already. Then the man with glasses tells her to call him tomorrow and bring up just one thing. She gets it, her voice dropping conspiratorially, asking, oh, you mean that thing from the news? Like, Superman? With blue energy crackling around the building, the man's like, what's he gonna do about that, and she just casually says, oh, the government's got it covered. Blue lightning explodes around a dark, ominous structure, and someone's already losing their cool, demanding to know how long they're supposed to wait for him and his crew, shutting down any talk of calling them as totally pointless. The raw energy just keeps building, making the whole place crackle with insane tension. Down below, a faint blue glow creeps across the sandy ground, teasing the arrival of something seriously powerful. Meanwhile, a squad of figures is posted up on a platform, eyes glued to a bunch of glowing purple screens down below. Those screens are blaring ORC and ORC Hunter, spelling out exactly what kind of nightmare they're tracking. Back in the danger zone, a bare foot hits the sandy ground, shrouded in that same creepy blue energy. Then, BAM. A violent, explosive sound just shatters the air, screaming a powerful impact. Blood just explodes across a gloved hand, confirming a brutal hit just landed. He bursts from the dungeon, a triumphant sigh escaping him, having absolutely crushed the challenge in a single day. Cracking his neck and stretching out, he's already itching for the next challenge, wondering if another dungeon is on the horizon, or if that's just wishful thinking. Striding away from the curb, he can't help but think about his resurrection manga, still waiting for him to finish it in the real world. Then, a sudden click from his phone snaps him back to reality, demanding his immediate attention. His jaw drops as he stares at the screen, a mind-blowing 36 missed messages from Ian screaming for his attention. Confusion turns to alarm, as he frantically tries to figure out what on earth could have happened to trigger this message storm. He finally gets through, and the urgent news hits him like a truck, a chilling realization that they are in deep, deep trouble. And just when things couldn't get any wilder, his mom and dad are suddenly there by a car, their unexpected appearance cranking the tension up to 11. The situation is officially catastrophic, as he grapples with the sheer magnitude of the disaster unfolding around him. A chilling silence descends as the gravity of the situation hits him like a truck. His eyes snap wide, a raw, visceral terror twisting his features as an ominous blue aura crackles around him, signaling the true depth of his despair. A massive dungeon break just ripped through Hongor County, forcing the Ministry of National Defense to lock down the entire area with every available hunter and civilian group, leaving countless residents trapped inside. And as the chaos unfolds, Kang Hyun is calmly lacing up his boots, ready to dive headfirst into the fray. His mom, clearly on edge, watches his every move, a heavy sigh escaping her as he finishes gearing up. He glances up, a confident smirk on his face, telling her to chill out. But a flicker of deep thought crosses his face, his eyes lost in the distance. His mom's voice cuts through his thoughts, full of worry, warning him not to get reckless out there. Just go inside and rest, a voice insists, the air thick with a low, ominous hum. He speeds off, a quick, I'll be going back soon, tossed over his shoulder, the engine roaring to life. His eyes, sharp and unyielding, betray a fierce determination. But his journey is abruptly cut short by a military roadblock, a stern guard declaring, you cannot go any further from here. He challenges the order, I'm a talent. Can't I go in? A quick radio call, and the guard's tone shifts, let him through. All talents are allowed in. But the warning is clear, however, we won't be responsible for anything that happens to you afterward. And just like that, he's through the checkpoint, the guard's parting words a chilling, have a nice day. He pushed deeper into the restricted zone, the asphalt blurring beneath his tires. The sky above was deceptively calm, but the air crackled with unseen danger. His vehicle tore through the landscape, a streak of speed against the green. But his mind was already elsewhere, grappling with the chilling intel, 5 confirmed dungeon breaks. This is insane. The sheer magnitude of the threat was staggering, and the chilling detail of even S-rank dungeons mixed in, sent a jolt through him. A grim determination settled on his features as he pushed the thought, will I make it in time? He mentally calculated the odds, a silent prayer on his lips, just 2 hours, if I don't run into anything. His thought was brutally cut short as a monstrous, rock-skinned beast with blazing red eyes exploded from the trees, colliding with his vehicle in a devastating impact. The sheer force ripped through the car, exploding the driver's window and sending a deadly spray of glass directly at him. Suddenly, a colossal impact absolutely obliterates the car window. A shadowy beast ripping through the metal like paper. This isn't just any monster, it's a giant boar, eyes blazing crimson, letting out an earth-shattering roar. But Kang Hyun isn't backing down. His hand ignites with a fierce purple glow, ready to unleash hell. If I die, you bastard, he snarls, stepping out to confront the behemoth, I'll avenge burnt lay. The beast lets out another terrifying growl, its gaze locked on him. He takes in its sheer scale, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Oh, you're kind of big, he quips. Only for the monster to deliver a devastating blow, sending blood flying. Then, just as quickly, the colossal boar retreats, its thunderous steps fading into the distance. Suddenly, a terrifying chorus of shrieks explodes as a full-blown goblin horde charges, their numbers overwhelming. Kang Hyun can only stare, a frustrated groan escaping him, thinking, did I just burn through my last life, or did all of them just show up at once? He takes down one goblin with a lightning-fast strike, but the real problem isn't the individual monsters, it's the ticking clock. Only 2 hours left. But before he can even breathe, a colossal boar, eyes blazing red, blindsides him, sending him flying. Wait, wasn't there supposed to be a goblin boss here, he thinks, stunned. He hits the ground hard, but there's no quit in him. A furious never rips from his throat as he gets ready to fight back. The boar lets out a guttural, earth-shaking roar, its crimson eyes burning with pure, unadulterated rage. But just as he braces for the boar, a deadly volley of arrows slices through the air, heading straight for him. He's caught in a deadly crossfire, the boar still charging while arrows rain down from an unseen enemy. It's a perfectly coordinated ambush. The goblin's attack couldn't have been timed better. Screeches and roars rip through the night, a chilling symphony of pure monster chaos erupting from the shadows. Kang Hyun, a fierce glint in his eye, faces down the unseen horde, daring them to tear each other apart if they're so desperate for a brawl. No time for games, no time to waste. He bolts, a human bullet tearing through the forest, leaving the monsters in his dust. But the chase is on. Two eerie, glowing blue specters burst from the shadows, hot on his heels, their unnatural light cutting through the night. A quick check of his phone reveals the brutal truth, his destination is miles away, the 2-hour timer ticking down like a death knell, and he can't even see the finish line. This foot race is a nightmare. Suddenly, a thought cuts through the chaos, a flashback to a calmer time, phone in hand, as he ponders how his sister, Ah Yun, always had such a knack for city navigation, a skill he could really use right now. But the memory shatters as another blood-curdling monster shriek rips through the air, a terrifying reminder of his present danger. With a surge of adrenaline, he pushes past his limits, a relentless blur against the backdrop of the menacing forest. Kang Hyun is still tearing through the dense forest, a blazing blue aura of pure speed ripping behind him. Then, a brutal impact rocks him, blood exploding across his face, a raw scream tearing from his throat. But he's already striking back, his sword a blur of brilliant blue energy, cleaving into a monstrous, wolf-like beast. Another beast, eyes burning crimson, launches itself like a living missile from the shadows. But Kang Hyun is a blur, his blade already slamming into the second monster, sending it flying. Then, a terrifying realization hits him, some of these things can go invisible. A grim resolve hardens his expression, a fresh cut on his cheek, as he accepts that his easy journey just went out the window. Leaves explode around him, the blue streaks of his speed still blazing, as he charges forward. He throws a quick glance over his shoulder, the relentless hunt still raging through the dark woods. Kang Hyun is still in the thick of it, his blade a green streak of pure destruction, tearing through the relentless wolf monsters. He lets out a battle cry, ready to unleash another devastating blow, his weapon blazing with electric blue power. The beasts snarl and pounce, but he's already there, his blade a whirlwind, ripping through their pack. Blood explodes as he relentlessly carves through his enemies, leaving nothing but carnage. The immediate threat is finally crushed, the forest floor now a gruesome graveyard of fallen beasts. He takes a breath, checking himself over, a fresh gash on his cheek a brutal souvenir from that unseen attacker. His crimson eyes ignite with pure defiance as he snarls, "That's what you've got, you bitches." The sun finally blasts over the mountains, painting the forest in gold and marking the end of an insane, brutal night. But the fight is far from finished, more dead monsters litter the sun-drenched ground, proof that Kang Hyun's war rages on. The brutal night fight rages on, and the jungle itself feels like it's closing in on him. He lets out a raw, guttural, urgh, his body screaming in protest. A deep, weary sigh escapes him, as he desperately wishes for just one night of uninterrupted sleep, he's beyond exhausted. His face is a roadmap of pain, fresh cuts and dried blood, a grim trophy from the night's relentless battle. But then, the sun explodes into the sky, blindingly bright, and suddenly, we're back in the mundane world, far from the monster-infested night. A phone screen lights up, buzzing with unread messages, a stark reminder of the world he left behind, and the worries piling up. At home, his mom is giving him the silent treatment, both of them on the floor, and she just SHHs him, the tension in the room is thick enough to cut. She's worried, asking if he should even be here, and he's frustrated, wondering why no one's answering, declaring that every problem has a solution. Then, a single word drops like a bombshell, towers. What could it mean? He flashes back to a moment of weakness, a quiet admission, "I thought I was fine, but looking back, I was so wrong." A monstrous image flashes in his mind, a brutal reminder of his past overconfidence, "I swore I could take it on, but everyone told me I couldn't do it alone." A smirk plays on his face, a silent acknowledgement of the truth, but then. His gaze sharpens, a fierce determination burning in his eyes. The stakes are clear, the challenge undeniable, could Hyun possibly take down the terrifying monster that just showed up? With a burst of power, the monster falls, but the true scale of his victory is questioned, did he really take down all those orcs too? Injured and exhausted, he glares at the heavens, a raw question tearing from his throat, seriously, where did this thing even come from? Even covered in blood, a cocky grin spreads across his face, a message for his folks, "Ha! Orcs are nothing. Mom, Dad. Your adorable son is here to save the day." He's caught. Head down, he takes the full force of the verbal assault. "I let you live here because you said you were job hunting," the voice booms, "but all you do is drink and play games, every waking hour." He just wiped out 15 orcs like it was nothing. For Kang Hyun, that's just a casual Tuesday. But before he can even catch his breath, he hears it, the telltale sounds of more enemies closing in. And just like that, a whole new horde of orcs swarms into view, making it clear this fight is far from over. But Kang Hyun isn't fazed, his eyes ignite with a fierce, crimson glow, powering up for the next round. The system confirms it, more orc warriors are on the way, and they're not holding back. Just when you thought it couldn't get worse, a colossal orc leader stomps into view, and there are 3 of these boss monsters. This changes everything. He can't help but wonder, is this even an E-rank dungeon, or did they just stumble into an F-rank nightmare? He's screaming for his dad, begging him to save his mom. This isn't just a memory, it's a vow, he's not letting that nightmare happen again. Then, out of nowhere, a voice rips through the silence, and 2 people are absolutely stunned, frozen in their tracks. One of them, a dude, can barely choke out Kang Hyun's name, his jaw practically on the floor, trying to process what he's seeing. Both of them are just gaping, totally blown away by how much he's changed, like, what the heck happened to him in just a few months? But he's not waiting around. He just explodes forward, a total speed demon, closing the gap in an instant. Then, a massive orc lets out a terrifying roar, its glowing eyes locked onto its next target. He's bleeding, but he doesn't care. Kang Hyun is absolutely locked in, his face a mask of pure grit. He just smashes into the orc horde, sending one monster flying with a brutal hit. But another orc, eyes glowing with pure rage, is already lunging, ready to tear him apart. Dust and grime coat him, but his eyes blaze with an electric blue, Kang Hyun locking in for the fight. A monstrous orc, eyes burning malevolent yellow, charges in. But he intercepts, a devastating blow sending it reeling as blue energy surges in his hand. A focused blast erupts, tearing straight through another orc. He's a whirlwind, a blue blur tearing through the horde, orcs dropping left and right as his relentless assault continues. Eyes locked, he closes the distance to his next target in a flash. A powerful, blue-tinged kick sending an orc flying. Another monster crumbles under his glowing blue fist, the energy crackling with raw power. But a pained grunt escapes him, the blue aura flickering as the sheer strain of this battle starts to take its toll. Kang Hyun goes all out, unleashing a focused burst of brilliant blue energy that absolutely demolishes an orc. He screams in pure exertion, his body pushed to the absolute max as he lands another crushing hit. With lightning speed, he swings his weapon, supercharged with that insane blue energy, to take down yet another monstrous orc. His assault is absolutely relentless, a blinding blur of motion and raw power as he just keeps tearing through the horde. An orc gets absolutely rocked, its pained shriek echoing as it tries to stand against that insane power. Another one bites the dust from his relentless attacks, but the constant grind is finally showing on his face, sweat pouring down as he looks down, totally drained. Then, out of nowhere, the blue energy around him just explodes, pulsing with insane power, ready to unleash pure chaos. A colossal wave of azure power just detonates from him, swallowing everything in its wake. When the smoke clears, dark blood is splattered everywhere, a brutal testament to the sheer devastation of his ultimate move. After the earth-shattering impact of his last move, a crimson spray erupts, painting the battlefield. The colossal orc general, once a formidable foe, is now nothing more than a mangled, bleeding mess, its reign of terror abruptly ended. And another one bites the dust, a lesser minion obliterated, its pathetic form scattered across the shattered ground. But hold on, the fight's not done. A shimmering blue potion offers a fleeting hope, while a fresh, terrifying tide of red-eyed monstrosities surges from the shadows. Their sheer, insane numbers are literally breaking the system, flashing overloaded warnings everywhere, a relentless, suffocating tide of pure monster energy. Then, with a thunderous "kang," a crushing stomp sends the monstrous wave reeling. Kang Hyun, bloodied but unbowed, his crimson eyes blazing with an unyielding fire, stands his ground, a lone warrior against an endless tide. But wait, the real boss just showed up. A colossal, muscle-bound beast bursts from the horde, its glowing red eyes locking onto Kang Hyun, flanked by its terrifying underlings. And then, with a spine-chilling, drawn-out shriek, the monstrous leader unleashes a primal roar, daring Kang Hyun to step up. Kang Hyun is absolutely unfazed, staring down the armored horde with a dismissive sneer. But then, a gigantic, muscle-bound, titan monster bursts onto the scene, yet Kang Hyun's crimson eyes just glow with even fiercer resolve. Just look at that titan's insane, bulging, veiny muscles. This thing is pure, unadulterated power. Suddenly, a system notification pops up, reactivating ability, Leader's Aura. Kang Hyun is about to unleash something big. And with a primal roar, Kang Hyun just explodes with fury, his eyes burning like hellfire as he screams, "Bring it on, you bastards." A shockwave of pure power blasts out from him, ripping through the air. The armored leader gets absolutely decimated, blood exploding from his face as he's sent flying. Kang Hyun doesn't let up, delivering a brutal, mid-air follow-up strike, sending the leader crashing down. And just like that, the armored leader is down, his subordinates watching in absolute shock. He's getting absolutely pummeled, a desperate roar tearing from his throat as the armored horde swarms him, every hit a crushing blow. And looming above it all, the colossal titan, watching the carnage, surrounded by its relentless bastards. A vicious, green-charged punch smashes into his face, making him feel like they're just playing with him. But then, a burst of raw, green power erupts from him. His fist becomes a weapon, shattering an enemy's helmet in a single, explosive strike. Another armored foe gets sent flying, a choked cry escaping them as the momentum carries them away. He crashes to the ground, his body screaming in protest, the crushing realization hitting him, he's burned through a massive chunk of his mana. The defeated armored leader lies sprawled nearby, a grim trophy, as he wonders if this brutal reality even mirrors his own world. But even as his hand pulses with a faint, green glow on the shattered earth, a defiant spark ignites within him. Battered, bloodied, and mana depleted, he's down for the count, struggling to even twitch amidst the battlefield's wreckage. But a fire ignites in his eyes, and he roars, vowing never to abandon his family. A primal scream rips from his throat, daring them to come at him. Meanwhile, the monstrous titan just watches, its sheer presence shaking the very air. Wounds be damned, he charges. A desperate fury fuels him as he smashes through the armored ranks. But in the heat of battle, a vision of his mom flashes before his eyes, and he gasps her name. Her words, a beacon in the chaos, echo in his mind, telling him not to give up, no matter what. His blood-soaked face twists in defiance, shaking off the past to face the brutal present head-on. His eyes blaze with pure fury, as he lets out another primal roar, ready for anything. Wounded but not broken, Kang Hyun unleashes a primal roar, charging headfirst into the fray. But in a flash, a hulking beast snatches him mid-charge, smashing him into the concrete. Blood explodes from his mouth as he's sent careening, his body a ragdoll against the monster's might. Another devastating hit slams him down, but even through the agony, his eyes burn with an unyielding fire. He hits the pavement, utterly overwhelmed, the monstrous legion closing in, ready to finish him. Then, a monstrous foot slams down with a thunderous kwang, shattering the ground and spraying blood inches from his head. His hand clenches, a desperate grasp for power, and his crimson eyes flare with an infernal glow, a primal roar of "not them," tearing through his soul. The glow in his eye becomes a searing inferno, a single, blazing point of pure, unadulterated power. And then, with an earth-shattering burst, a blinding, golden energy explodes from his form, tearing through the air. Unleashing pure, unadulterated power, Kang Hyun slams into the monster with a golden energy strike. The sheer force sends the beast flying, blood exploding from the point of impact. He doesn't let up, a relentless barrage of golden power, each hit a thunderous explosion. And with one last, earth-shattering blow, the monster is sent flying, utterly defeated. But the battle isn't over yet. A new player enters the scene, a powerful woman in armor, exclaiming, "Guildmaster." Back on the ground, the armored leader gives his report, area swept, but the monsters they were supposed to clear. They're nowhere to be found. The Guildmaster, looking serious, can only confirm the massive destruction. But there's a silver lining, other areas suffered surprisingly little damage, all because someone managed to round up all the orcs in one spot. But the mystery remains as she stares at her device, where are the rest of those orcs? A new armored commander, with flowing dark hair, drops a bombshell order, dispose of the corpse, but make it respectful. But as the Guildmaster and her team inspect the eerie, shadowy remains, a chilling question escapes her lips, is this really the corpse we're talking about? Back with the commander, his eyes are shut tight, lost in contemplation. Before they suddenly burst open, revealing pure, unadulterated shock. His eyes are shut, a brief pause before the chaos of a new day. But then, with a jolt, his eyes snap open, locked onto an unseen target. Kang Hyun sits under a tree, taking in the familiar sights around him. He's back in the exact spot he crashed last night. A holographic system window pops up, flashing details about his insane, resurrection, ability, a 24-hour death cheat code for this messed up world. He clutches a glowing orb, confirming his last save point. He glances at an old, crumbling stone building in the distance, a silent monument to his new reality, the full weight of his power finally hitting him. His hand tightens into a fist, knuckles glowing with raw power, as the terrifying truth hits him, the 24-hour clock is almost out. He snatches his sword, a determined glint in his eyes, braced for the fight ahead. He's tearing through the forest, a blur of motion, every fiber of his being screaming to get back, and fast. But his body is already screaming. And he can barely force out a pained groan, his entire being feeling like lead. Ugh, my body feels so heavy. But he's not giving up, no way. He'll drag that uncooperative body to hell and back if he has to. But the exhaustion hits like a truck, sending him crashing to his hands and knees, a desperate plea escaping his lips, "Please, just let everything be over." The sun dips, night falls, and the clock keeps ticking. He's still pushing, still fighting, dragging his broken body through the pouring rain for 5 agonizing hours. He finally makes it, stumbling into a messy room, the ordeal finally over. His face, a mask of utter exhaustion, tells the whole story of his brutal, desperate fight. After an endless night of desperate wandering, he finally stumbled upon an army group. His survival hinged entirely on reaching Ah Yun, a brutal realization that changed everything. The truth was devastating, his mother trapped in a coma. A defeated sigh escapes him, his gaze fixed on his phone, lost in the weight of it all. Just like that, 2 months vanished. Meanwhile, the Dangun Guild launched a massive boss hunt in a brutal D-rank dungeon, the Plains of Hell. The guild leader and Se Yun had just made a public statement about the new D-rank dungeon, underscoring its critical importance. As he heads out, his mother's voice cuts through, asking, "Are you seriously off to another dungeon?" He just gives a curt, "Yeah." His mom is not holding back, laying into him with, "I let you crash here because you promised you were job hunting." Her voice cutting through the air, "But then you just waste every single waking hour drinking and gaming." He's just standing there, taking it all in, as she hits him with another one, "What went down wasn't your fault. Why are you trying to handle everything solo?" The door clicks shut behind him, and he's already heading down the stairs, putting distance between himself and the apartment. A beat of silence, a flicker of emotion across his face, his thoughts a mystery as he glances back one final time. Suddenly, a system alert screams, "Amazing," as some gnarly monster gets absolutely obliterated in a blinding burst of light and power. The impact ripping through the air with a deafening quahawk as it just vanishes. Then, a dude in shiny armor, absolutely beaming with victory, pumps his fist as a "level up" notification pops up, shouting, "Nice." His squad goes wild, "WHOA, you leveled up again. Congrats." The voiceover confirms, just as everyone expected from their party's MVP. But the armored dude, totally full of himself, just flexes and says, "Humph, I'm an elite who crushed stage 8 of the tutorial. It's only a matter of time before I leave you scrubs in the dust." He's not just talking, he's manifesting. This guy is already calling his shot, level 35 by next month, minimum requirement for the Dangun Guild, locked in. With a cocky grin, he flexes, claiming he's never been sweet, giving a shout out to his crew, but really just telling them they'll never keep up. His eyes, sharp as a blade, pierce through the darkness, always looking for the next challenge. Then, a sudden burst of speed. He's gone, a flash of steel, leaving only shockwaves behind. He's moving so fast he's practically teleporting, a phantom tearing through enemies, leaving his squad in the dust, one of them yelling, "Too fast. Why is he always going solo?" He spins on a dime, a sharp, annoyed HEY, cutting through the air. But he's not listening, he's already gone, shouting, ahead to the core room. This is getting damn serious. Meanwhile, his squad is left in the dust, one guy muttering, "Why don't we just let him go?" and another immediately agreeing, "He's right, let's just let him go." But deep within the dungeon, a terrifying Antra, a massive insectoid beast, is already waiting, its glowing red eyes burning with malice, ready to unleash pure chaos. Suddenly, a new enemy appears. It's an Antra soldier, and its glowing red eyes scream danger. But it's not just one. A massive swarm of these bug-like beasts descends, surrounding our hero, their sheer numbers overwhelming. Just as the Antra are about to pounce, a crucial system alert pops up, Wayne's secret technique is online. He unleashes a burst of raw power, his eyes burning crimson as electric blue mana explodes around him, a look of pure resolve on his face. His fist glows with incredible mana as the skill's terrifying truth is revealed, a huge stat boost for a minute, but it's literally tearing his body apart. But he doesn't flinch. Surrounded by the monstrous horde, he stands his ground, mana still crackling as he gets ready to unleash hell. Then, with a deafening crash, he strikes, ripping through the Antra swarm like a whirlwind. It's cleave, and it just keeps going, leaving a path of pure destruction. And then, a colossal mana explosion erupts, wiping out the Antra in a blinding, devastating blast. He absolutely unleashes, a blinding torrent of blue energy ripping through the Antra swarm. Each strike is pure devastation, pulverizing the monstrous invaders with raw power. The entire area erupts in a cataclysmic explosion, wiping out every last one of them in an instant. Up above, the armored leader and the new armored man are absolutely stunned, their jaws practically on the floor. Even the guildmaster can't believe her eyes, as they all stare down at the sheer destruction. Kang Hyun, standing victorious, reveals the secret. This insane technique he just picked up is Wayne's secret technique. It's a perfect combo with his regeneration. But then the system drops the bomb. Wayne's secret technique is a stat-boosting beast, but it literally tears your body apart, demanding constant regeneration just to survive the duration. A quiet, escapes him, as the true cost of his power begins to sink in. "You okay?" the armored leader shouts, clearly shaken. As a stunned, Slips from the new armored man, his jaw practically on the floor. And Kang Hyun coolly responds, yeah, shooting a sharp, questioning look over his shoulder. The sheer power of his mortal edge skill still crackles, leaving a shimmering afterimage. Then, without a second thought, he announces, if there's no one else, I'm out. Excuse me. Wait, you're just gonna bail, the armored leader practically yells, watching him stride off. While the guildmaster, eyes wide at the sheer destruction, mutters, how much loot is this even worth? But he doesn't even flinch, declaring, no time for that. I gotta get stronger. The new armored man is left speechless, a single, bewildered question mark hanging over him. Deep within the dungeon's shadowy embrace, a single question burns brighter than any torch, demanding an answer after the earth-shattering display they just witnessed. But the armored leader cuts through the tension, declaring, who cares about a name? We just need to report back, and we're golden. Yet, another warrior can't shake his unease, muttering, yeah, but, after that, I doubt we'll even get paid for this mess. Suddenly, a bald warrior's eyes snap open, a shocking realization dawning on him as he gasps, hold on, could it actually be him? The guildmaster throws out the wild theory, the lone dungeon clearer. But the armored leader immediately shoots it down, scoffing that even if the rumors are true, this is an A-rank dungeon, no way. The new armored man, his very presence crackling with purple energy, drives the point home, not even the legendary Mei One Yun could solo an A-rank dungeon. But before they can debate further, blinding purple screens erupt into existence before the stunned group, snatching their attention with a collective, bewildered, huh? The screens blare, confirming the impossible, the dungeon entrance is cleared, and the exit portal is opening. And the undeniable proof. The grotesque, lifeless corpse of a monster, sprawled on the dungeon floor, a testament to the sheer, overwhelming power that just swept through. A deep hum resonates as he takes in the aftermath, a calculating gaze sweeping over the fallen foes. Suddenly, a system alert flashes, revealing the legendary Bilgeon's longsword, packed with insane attack power and unbreakable durability. But the cost is clear, his mana is critically low after unleashing his instant regeneration secret technique. He can't help but think this new sword's abilities are an absolute game-changer, a total cheat code. The system lays out the Berserker ability, a monstrous power-up that comes with a terrifying catch, impaired judgment and brutal aftereffects. He knows it's not just about raw power, it's about mastering the perfect moment to strike. His eyes blaze with an intense, crimson fire, a flicker of past mistakes fueling his determination. No time for regrets now, he clenches his jaw, his focus razor-sharp on the immediate future. One goal, one burning desire, to become stronger, whatever it takes. Kang Hyun, fueled by pure grit, shouts his determination to conquer the skill, a powerful yellow aura already igniting around his form. He channels his power, and his hand erupts with an intense, crackling energy, a furious vortex of yellow and purple light. A hushed buzz electrifies the air as a crowd gathers, eyes locked on the ominous dungeon entrance. Rumors have been flying about a solo dungeon clearer, a total legend, and word on the street is he just went into this very dungeon. A guy in a suit, clearly an official, just shakes his head, denying it's anyone from their crew. But then, a collective gasp rips through the crowd as the suit guy shouts, he's coming out. Out of the shadows, Kang Hyun emerges, looking absolutely beat up but still standing strong, and the crowd goes wild with amazement. He lets out a ragged gasp, his chest plate visibly wrecked, a clear sign of the insane battle he just survived. Even with the damage, his crimson eyes blaze with an unyielding intensity, showing off a raw power that totally contradicts his battered look. And then, a vibrant, electric blue energy explodes around him, a raw display of his absolutely insane mana. He stands there, a living legend, as the crowd buzzes with whispers of, Resurrection Man, and, Ah Yun, the sheer power still radiating from him undeniable. But the armored leader doubts it, asking if he really cleared it solo, while another observer, totally hyped, screams for everyone to look closer, at the insane damage he took. The armored leader, still a total hater, just shrugs it off, saying no one he knows could pull that off, but the crowd's buzz just keeps growing, their minds blown. Kang Hyun, hearing all the shade, feels a massive surge of frustration, his eyes practically burning as he challenges their disbelief, like, did you just doubt me? Then, boom. His anger explodes, a crimson aura blasting around him, his eyes glowing with insane power as he clenches his fist, sending a clear message, don't mess with me. One of the observers, totally freaked out by the power surge, just stutters in disbelief, finally getting how ridiculously strong this guy is. Kang Hyun's intense glare softens a bit, a flicker of regret on his face as he mumbles a quick apology, then he's out. He just walks away from the stunned crowd, his figure fading into the distance, leaving them absolutely speechless. The armored leader, still reeling, admits he's never seen anything like that power, while another observer actually finds the hunter's weird behavior kinda charming, like, he's kinda cute when he's mad. Fresh off a dungeon clear, Kang Hyun is stuck in a public parking lot, just waiting. A soft click as he unlocks his ride. And he lets out a frustrated sigh, realizing the whole wait was a bust. No show. Suddenly, a voice snaps him out of it, calling his name. Wait, another car. Already? He spins around, a single question on his mind, who are you? The armored man bows low, smoothly offering, I'm here to help you out. A friendly smile flashes as he hands over a business card. Kang Hyun takes the card, his face giving nothing away. The card reveals his name, Sun Yun Ho, a member of the Talented Association. Sun Yun Ho. He lays it all out, revealing the Talented Association has been watching Kang Hyun, and if he joins, they'll hook him up with all the support he needs. Flashing a confident grin, he tells Kang Hyun there's no rush to make a decision. While Kang Hyun processes the bombshell, Sun Yun Ho slips him a card, telling him to hit them up whenever he's ready. And just like that, the mysterious man pivots and strolls off, leaving Kang Hyun to stew in his own thoughts. The Talented Association, that name just keeps replaying in his head. The Talented Association, originally all about boosting gifted individuals, is now apparently recruiting people like this. He's totally blindsided. Later, chilling in a convenience store, he's still reeling from how they just tried to recruit him. Chowing down on his ramen, he figures it doesn't matter how they found him, he's calling them back regardless. He flashes back to a harsh reality check, a woman's voice cutting through the air, I let you live here because you said that you were job hunting, as a child watches, but then you spend every waking hour just drinking and playing games. Back in the present, with instant noodles and his phone as his only company, a heavy sigh escapes him, the weight of his situation pressing down. In the stark light of a convenience store, his mind zeroes in on the ultimate problem, mana. His mana is practically gone, just keeping him alive, always running on empty. And that new integument skill? It's just draining him even faster. Staring at his phone, he realizes the grim truth, he can't even use his basic attack skills freely. An item flashes on his screen, and the thought hits him, I should definitely get an item. He scrolls, a low, rumbling in his chest. The price tag is a problem, his funds are critically low. But he's made up his mind. He has to buy it, even if it means starving for a few days. This item is his lifeline. His eyes snap open, a sharp, escaping him as something unexpected catches his attention. The woman's voice slices through the air, a harsh reminder, I let you crash here because you said you were job hunting, but all you do is drink and game. The next day dawns, and his phone screen blazes with a forum post about a skill book dropping a magic-infused ring, a desperate cry for intel on how to snag those skills. He zeroes in on an E-rank dungeon, Goblin Village, in Hanham, where shamans are practically guaranteed to drop rings packing +1 or +2 magic power. And get this, they can even drop rings with a whopping +4 magic power, even if the government couldn't care less as long as they're not spilling over. Kang Hyun strides toward the dungeon entrance, aware it was once a hot spot, but now, only a select few grasp its real power. Scrolling through his phone, he sees that major guilds have already staked their claim on similar zones, locking down territory and booting out anyone who dares trespass. The intel points to these mega guilds as the source of the skill books and rings, meaning you either join them or pay an insane amount to get your hands on them. A contemplative, escapes him as he weighs his choices, eyes glued to the screen. He finally reaches the dungeon entrance, a determined look etched on his face, and declares, I'll take the Goblin Village entrance. He plunges into the dungeon's depths, a silent resolve hardening his gaze, some things just don't matter. His boots hit the ground with a determined rhythm, pushing him further into the abyss. The portal behind him pulses with raw energy, then slams shut with a final, echoing thud, trapping him within. But then, a jolt of realization hits him, he's not the only one here. Before him, a trio of adventurers are already chilling on the ground, like they own the place. The grizzled veteran of the group looks over, casually noting they've already made serious progress. A younger guy, totally chill, is hyped they might clear it before sunset. A woman with a sly grin chimes in, claiming her dream of a fat pig last night means big loot is coming. The younger guy lets out a frustrated sniff, grumbling about the pathetic drops they've gotten. Deep within the Sea of Trees dungeon, a voice booms, laying down the law, this is the territory of the SEA of Trees. Kang Hyun's casual, so, only fuels her fire. She lays down the ultimatum, when you enter our territory, you must perform the ritual to pay the toll. Give us everything, and we'll spare your life. A crackle of raw power punctuates her threat. Her eyes locked onto him, daring him to defy her. Suddenly, a torrent of green, crackling tendrils explodes from the earth, thwacking into him, trapping Kang Hyun in a brutal, inescapable grip. The guildmaster observes, a chilling calm on her face. Kang Hyun grunts, a choked, escaping him as the tendrils rustle and crush him, slamming him to the forest floor. But with a sudden, earth-shattering boom of green energy, he explodes free, standing tall, completely untouched. Furious at his audacity, the guildmaster snaps, transforming into a battle-ready armored suit, a glowing purple cube manifesting in her hand, her voice a snarl, bastard. You wanna die? After being caught in the guildmaster's trap. His leg blasts through the final barrier. He stands tall, the tendrils now dust. But he's not listening. Too slow. Stunned but defiant. A red aura explodes around him as he presses the attack. She's sent flying again. But she's not done. Boom. A blinding white energy blast slams into the guildmaster's back, sending shockwaves through the air. But Kang Hyun's face is etched with a grim determination, his eyes locked on his target. Yet, the guildmaster is already retaliating, a terrifying mana explosion charging in her palm, ready to unleash pure destruction. But before she can even launch it, Kang Hyun strikes again with a lightning-fast, long-range skill, completely throwing her off balance. He closes the gap in an instant, reaching out a hand as if to offer a twisted form of gratitude. And with a brutal, decisive move, he clamps down on her wrist. Her eyes widen in pure disbelief as he holds her wrist tight, the armored man in the background a silent, stunned witness. Kang Hyun's eyes blaze with an electric blue intensity, a chilling declaration escaping his lips, his power is far more terrifying than he lets on. Then, an explosive, earth-shattering surge of raw power erupts from him, tearing through the very fabric of reality. Someone gets absolutely launched, slamming into the palm trees with a scream. They hit the ground hard, groaning in pain, their hand completely messed up. Kang Hyun just stands there, looking down at the losers, calling them out as total noobs. Then he turns to the rest of the armored crew, straight up asking, "Who are you people?" A trio of tough-looking warriors stands ready. One of them fires back, warning him he's in the guildmaster's territory. But Kang Hyun just unleashes a blinding yellow aura, shutting them up with pure power. He takes a moment, looking around with a thoughtful gaze, like he's just realizing where he is. The rain starts to pour, and he's like, okay, I get it now. I definitely need a guide. His crimson eyes are absolutely glowing with a chilling intensity, a sinister grin spreading across his face, hinting at the raw, unleashed power he holds. The tutorial absolutely flipped his world upside down, throwing him into a savage new reality where only raw power determined your rank. Now, every single day was a relentless surge of pure violence. But this brutal path also promised insane rewards, and money. He thought back to his old life, just a year ago, when he was nothing but a tiny cog in society's giant, grinding machine. But now, he's living a life of insane luxury in this wild new world, and he's even become an executive. He stood tall, leading his crew, a massive operation underway, a perfect bait. It was like putting wings on a tiger. Staring down an old man, he declared with absolute confidence that when it came to those dungeons, he had nothing to be afraid of. Then he just told the guy to give up and go home. A figure is violently thrown, their body twisting mid-air, a blur of motion. An unseen hand, moving with lightning speed, snatches their arm. A voice screams in utter confusion, "Huh." The figure slams onto the ground with a sickening thud, their face contorted in pure shock. Another voice, equally stunned, gasps, "What?" Standing amidst a pile of defeated bodies, a faint green aura shimmering around him, the flashback protagonist coolly surveys the scene, as another voice questions, "Just happened?" He scoffs, a hint of pure disdain in his expression, "TCH, couldn't dodge even one." Another opponent, hand on hip, stares in utter disbelief, "We all lost 2-1 unarmed man." A blood-stained blade gleams, dripping crimson, hinting at more to come. He clenches his glowing green fist, a fierce resolve hardening his features as he vows to grow stronger, declaring that all who stand in his way will become mere stepping stones. With eyes burning crimson and a dark aura swirling around him, he brandishes a knife, announcing that the guide selection is about to begin. Soon, amidst shimmering green particles, the exclusive guide selection for Kang Hyun commences. He wastes no time, seizing a man named Kim Sung by the throat and lifting him effortlessly, declaring that a mere guild grunt like him won't be chosen. The other armored figures watch in stunned silence, their faces grim as the brutal reality of the selection unfolds. With a dismissive clap, Kang Hyun drops Kim Sung to the ground, a chilling smile playing on his lips. Then, without hesitation, he plunges his knife into the fallen man, blood splattering with brutal finality. Kim Sung gasps, blood staining his armor, his eyes wide with terror as he wonders what will happen to them now. Fresh from his last kill, he coolly cleans the blood from his knife. While another desperate soul, an older man, practically grovels, pleading for his very existence. But the hunter is a force of nature, unleashing a lightning-fast, bone-shattering strike. The sheer force of it exploding across the man's face in a gruesome spray. Towering over the crumpled, lifeless form, he snarls, "Murdering F***ers like you is how I got here." The raw, unbridled brutality sends a shockwave of pure terror through Sung Woo, who recoils in absolute horror. Another crimson-stained hand lies motionless on the blood-soaked earth. As the hunter surveys his grim work, a field of fallen foes, before his gaze locks onto the trembling survivor. "Let's go, Sung Woo." Sung Woo, utterly broken, can only stammer out a terrified, "Ah, yes." Forget what you know about dungeons. Some of these monstrous zones are so vast, they dwarf entire cities. Deep in the heart of a colossal dungeon, Sung Woo can barely contain his nerves, stammering to his companion about the sheer, overwhelming size of the place. But the flashback protagonist? Totally unfazed, his mind already calculating the easiest path, searching for dungeons with the fewest threats. Impatience boils over. The flashback protagonist, bored out of his mind, just wants to charge straight into the monster zones, but a terrified Sung Woo desperately warns him about the encroaching darkness. Sung Woo can barely believe what he's hearing, but the flashback protagonist doubles down, ready to hunt now, leaving Sung Woo to frantically repeat his warnings about the rapidly falling night. Without a word, the flashback protagonist plunges deeper into the shadowy jungle, leaving Sung Woo to helplessly wonder what his next move will be. Suddenly, the flashback protagonist scraps the monster hunt, declaring it's snack time instead, and casually asks Sung Woo if he's packing any grub. Later, the night is pierced by the cheerful crackle of a roaring campfire, its flames dancing wildly. While the flashback protagonist stokes the fire, Sung Woo drops a bombshell, asking if he's actually thinking about heading home, a question that clearly puzzles the flashback protagonist. The dungeon air fills with the incredible scent of instant ramen, and Sung Woo can't help but think, whoa, ramen in a dungeon. That's wild. The flashback protagonist, stirring the pot over the blazing fire, mentions it's been ages since he's had any, still tasting amazing, then asks, want some? Sung Woo eagerly digs in, letting out a satisfied burp as he starts chowing down, thanking him profusely. He just keeps on munching, the sounds of his enthusiastic eating echoing around them. While Sung Woo devours his food, the flashback protagonist just watches him, looking deep in thought. Then Sung Woo looks up, asking, how old were you again? He answers, I'm 25, Hyungnim, and Sung Woo quickly checks, not older than you, right? He just nods. With a serious look, he asks Sung Woo, seriously, why didn't you just stay home? What were you even doing out here? Sung Woo glances at his ramen cup, then drops the bomb, money. My student debts are insane, and I was trying to get a scholarship while juggling part-time gigs. Sung Woo lays it all out, dropping the bombshell that his dad's business went belly up, dragging their family into an even deeper financial black hole. The flashback protagonist's mind races, thinking Sung Woo's dad has enough on his plate, then he just blurts out, why are you even telling me this sob story? Sung Woo, totally blindsided by the sudden bluntness, shouts back, you asked me. But the flashback protagonist just brushes it off, cutting him short, declaring they need to crash for tomorrow's grind. Later, with the two of them crashed out in their makeshift camp. The dungeon's eerie silence blankets everything. But Sung Woo's mind is anything but peaceful, his thoughts spiraling into a dark abyss. A chilling thought sparks in his head, a twisted realization that this is his moment. He bolts upright, eyes locked onto the sleeping form next to him, a terrifying question burning in his mind, if I kill him now. His gaze flickers with raw panic, a chilling juxtaposition against the serene, oblivious slumber of the man next to him. Sung Woo's mind is a whirlwind, a frantic internal monologue screaming at him as he's forced to confront the truth, no matter what, he just can't pull the trigger and end this man's life. But a different, more primal instinct screams louder, he'd rather just bolt and escape this nightmare. A hushed, creeping sound accompanies his desperate retreat from the slumbering man. But then, a voice shatters the stillness, calm yet utterly chilling, hey, Sung Woo. He practically leaps out of his skin, head whipping around as the voice, still unnervingly calm, presses on, where are you going? He stumbles over his words, desperately fumbling for an excuse, I gotta go pee. The flashback protagonist's reply is simple, yet utterly chilling, okay. And then, the ultimate, bone-chilling threat cuts through the darkness, I'll kill you if you run. Sung Woo's only reply is a defeated, okay. The jungle is absolutely massive, with towering palm trees dominating the horizon. This isn't just any jungle, it's the Goblin Village, the dungeon's main core, a hotspot where monsters are swarming around the central power source. Kang Hyun scans the area, declaring, I see. I can feel tons of mana gathered around here. He turns to Sung Woo, a hint of challenge in his voice, you can feel something like that. Sung Woo, completely lost, can only manage a bewildered, huh. A cruel smirk spreads across his face as he scoffs, what a pathetic weakling. Sung Woo's eyes are wide with panic, his mind screaming at him to stay calm. Stay calm, me. Kang Hyun turns his back, his voice dropping to a chilling, absolute finality, because he's a dead man. Even with monsters swarming the main core of the Goblin Village dungeon, the regulars are still sending scouts all over the field. The Bait Guild thought they had a clever farming strategy with their scouts, but the Goblin Village's glowing red core was a death trap. A worried expression crosses his face as he realizes not a single scout made it back. He's going in alone, telling everyone else to stay put. This isn't just any dungeon, it's a full-blown B-rank nightmare, and a massive goblin horde is already on the prowl, ready to tear apart anything in their path. But Kang Hyun? He's just grinning, a sinister purple energy crackling around his hand, utterly thrilled because goblin massacres are exactly what he lives for. Staring down the monstrous horde, he simply shouts, "Let's get started." Then, in a blur of motion, he charges headfirst into the chaos. His crimson eyes blaze with raw power, a primal roar escaping his lips, "Here I come." He's a ghost in the battlefield, a whirlwind of destruction unleashed. And just like that, on the forest floor, a single backpack is all that remains. He blasts into the B-rank dungeon, a total blur of pure, unadulterated intent. His crimson eyes blaze with an insane intensity, a chilling, barely audible as he locks onto his targets. Sung Woo is left absolutely stunned, watching the crazy bastard he abandoned absolutely shred the goblin horde, a green explosion of magic and guts painting the dungeon walls. He can't believe his eyes, this level of power is just impossible. In a flash, the battle is done, and he's standing on a literal mountain of goblin corpses. A terrifying, manic grin splits his face, those crimson eyes still burning, a sick purple aura pulsing around him as one last goblin screams its final shit. He just casually declares to the empty air that anyone who messes with him is totally f***cked once he wraps this up. Deeper into the dungeon's misty abyss, he pushes on, his ragged breaths the only sound in the oppressive humidity. Finally, utterly spent, he kneels, holding up a pulsating purple orb, muttering that even a monster wouldn't have pulled off this much destruction. Then, a system notification flashes, confirming the dungeon's main core is officially destroyed. The system drops a bombshell, the portal to the outside has officially opened. As a vibrant purple glow engulfs him, Sung Woo is absolutely stunned, sweat pouring down his face in pure disbelief. As the bizarre energy of the new gateway completely overwhelms him. His eyes are blown wide, reflecting the insane, otherworldly light. And one desperate question screams in his head, is this even real? He absolutely dominated the E-rank Goblin Village dungeon, smashing its core all by himself. Now, Kang Hyun is just chilling in front of the wide-open portal, ready to bounce. With a residual purple glow still radiating from him, the question hangs heavy, did he seriously solo that entire dungeon? Meanwhile, some other hunter is watching from afar, totally baffled about how anyone could beat such an insane enemy. The ground around the portal is just trashed with debris, showing exactly how wild that fight must have been. Then, with an explosive burst of power, Kang Hyun's eyes absolutely blaze, looking like he could literally warp reality with just a stare. A brutal "Keek" rips through the air, and a voice cuts in, "Nah, he was strong, but that's not how he fights." The flashback protagonist, bloodied but absolutely unyielding, stares down the impossible. Is it just raw strength and endurance that makes him a legend? While those are definitely key, as he tears through a monstrous horde, crackling with electric blue power. The real secret to his dominance explodes into view. What truly matters is his insane ability to read the flow of battle. And his absolute, ironclad decisiveness against endless waves of foes. It's his sheer grit, his power to endure their relentless assaults. And carve the perfect path to victory. He could have soloed this, no doubt, but he didn't. A terrifying, green-skinned beast with razor-sharp fangs and piercing yellow eyes bursts forth from the shadows, a true nightmare. Facing a swirling, ominous green portal, he knows that even a split second of hesitation in this deadly situation could mean absolute failure. Meanwhile, Sung Woo's eyes are wide with terror, a sickly green glow washing over his face, as he realizes his stupidly good luck has just run out. The beast's massive, clawed hand tightens, its mind seething with a furious question, just what kind of monster did I manage to piss off? Beaten down and surrounded by shattered weapons, the flashback protagonist hits the dirt, a desperate thought burning in his mind, can I even comprehend the power needed to win this? But just as despair threatens to consume him, he explodes back to his feet, eyes blazing crimson, a fierce, knowing declaration escaping his lips, I knew it. The beast's eyes ignite with an intense, vibrant blue, as it roars its ultimate truth, muscles are the greatest wisdom. Then, a brutal, bone-shattering impact explodes, sending a crimson spray across the void. The crushing sound reverberates, a stark, brutal testament to the power unleashed. After that insane clash, he's still standing, a triumphant smirk on his face as he grips the legendary Grand Shaman's ring, a game-changer for his magic and mana. But the fight took its toll, leaving him sprawled on the ground, a mysterious green portal pulsing ominously above him. Then, a sudden noise. His eyes shoot open, instantly alert. From his hidden perch, he sees them, a massive squad of enemies swarming below. And then, he hears their plan, they think he's alone, so they're sending in the whole crew. A dangerous grin spreads across his face as he hears their mistake, ready to take on the whole damn squad. His eyes, sharp as a predator's, lock onto the incoming threat, calculating every angle. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension, there he is. The leader, a smug grin spreading across his face, announces, "Our dear guest has arrived." His grip tightens on the Grand Shaman's ring, a silent declaration of war. He knows this isn't going to be a friendly chat. A ghost of a smile, a blend of weariness and pure grit, touches his mouth. He's ready for whatever comes next. The leader, oozing false sincerity, tries to play it cool. No need for a fight, just a little chat. Seems like a misunderstanding, right? Then, with a chillingly calm demeanor, he reveals his identity. "I'm Young Eui Hyun from the Bat Guild." With a second, shadowy group observing from the sidelines, Young Eui Hyun ups the ante. "So, what's your name?" With a defiant stare, the flashback protagonist shuts him down cold. "I don't want to." He glares back, a defiant scoff escaping him. Cut the games, he thinks. What do you really want? He's not falling for any tricks. But Young Eui Hyun just grins, a predatory glint in his eye, promising to cut straight to the chase as he clenches his fist, the sound echoing with a sinister quack. Then, with a flourish, he drops the bombshell. "Join our guild." His two silent enforcers loom in the background. And the perks? Insane. Anything you want, he boasts, even an executive spot. This guy means business. His eyes glow with ambition, as Young Eui Hyun lays out his master plan, using this raw power as a launchpad to become the biggest, baddest guild around. But the flashback protagonist just stares, his face a mask of grim exhaustion, the weight of the world visible in his tired eyes, yet his resolve remains unbroken. Young Eui Hyun lets out a chilling laugh, emphasizing the sheer power of this hidden talent, and casually mentions he's not expecting an instant yes. Instead, he smoothly offers a shimmering, golden business card. The flashback protagonist takes the card, a quiet escaping him, while Young Eui Hyun urges him to think it over. The tension is palpable. A hand slides a yellow card, slick and silent. As the flashback protagonist faces down Young Eui Hyun and Sung-woo, the tension practically crackling in the air. He clenches his fist, pure defiance etched on his face, shutting down their recruitment pitch with a savage comeback. Young Eui Hyun, backed by his crew, fires back at the flashback protagonist's disrespect, his tone dripping with menace. The flashback protagonist's jaw clenches, a spark of pure rage igniting in his gaze. His eyes narrow, a defiant roar in his voice as he dares Young Eui Hyun to make a move. Young Eui Hyun's grin stretches, a chilling glint in his eyes, as he throws down the gauntlet, daring the flashback protagonist to fight. But then, with a chilling laugh, Young Eui Hyun plays it cool, claiming it was just a chat and they'll be in touch when he's ready. But the reprieve was a lie. The flashback protagonist is now bound, his defiance turning to pure fury as he curses Young Eui Hyun and Sung-woo, who watch him from the shadows. He's fuming, calling his captor a crazy son of a bitch, but deep down, he can't help but admit that guy's power was seriously cool. Still processing the insane fight, he's left wondering about the sheer power he just witnessed. The car speeds past a public parking lot, and he's just thinking about how he almost bit the dust. Suddenly, the car screeches to a halt, and he's hit with the realization, he was practically out of mana, a total death sentence. He's totally blaming Young Eui Hyun for this whole mess, convinced it's all that guy's fault. He swears he'll get his payback, no matter what, promising Young Eui Hyun is dead meat the next time their paths cross. Elsewhere, beneath a bright sky, things are getting heated. Kang Hyun is absolutely furious, jabbing a finger at Sung-woo and demanding to know why he volunteered to guide their new captive. He glares down at the kneeling figure, his voice dripping with menace, challenging the man's every word. The kneeling man stutters a weak denial, but a glint of steel at his throat silences him, the blade a chilling promise. Pure, unadulterated terror twists the man's face, a desperate shriek tearing from his throat. He grovels, pleading for mercy, swearing to obey any command. Hands clasped in desperate prayer, he repeats his plea, a final, desperate gamble. But the blade flashes, a sickening spray of crimson erupting as the man's eyes go wide with the ultimate betrayal. His body goes limp, collapsing lifelessly before the cold gaze of his killer. A cruel sneer twists his lips, his scarred face a mask of pure disdain as he utterly dismisses the pathetic life he just extinguished. The body plummets to the earth, a final, gruesome testament to the brutal end of his desperate plea. The brutal fall continues, the victim's blood painting the darkness as he plunges deeper into the void. A desperate gasp rips through the silence, his body twisting in agony as he falls. Hitting the bottom, he gazes upward, a final, haunting cry of "Master," escaping his lips. Elsewhere, a colossal, ancient gate looms, a stark barrier to a world unknown. And beyond that, a shadowy assembly gathers in a forest, their eyes fixed on something unseen above. Kang Hyun, ever the master of his domain, stands poised, receiving a hushed report from a loyal subordinate. His grip firm on his blade, a single, decisive, yes, confirms his will. He turns, a silent command in his gaze, as his subordinate affirms, understood, the mission success already assured. But the surveillance doesn't stop there. From a speeding car, another agent reports, the target is already being tracked, every move accounted for. Inside a cramped apartment, a frustrated woman lays down the law to a guy in a green hoodie, dropping the hammer. I let you live here because you said that you were job hunting. Meanwhile, in a stark contrast, Kang Hyun, seen from behind, absolutely burns with fury at a perceived insult, snarling, he dares reject my offer in such a manner. Back at the apartment, the woman's still going off on the guy, who's totally glued to his phone, retorting, yeah, you can say that because you're a strong. Later, the guy's locked in at his computer, a fierce resolve burning in his eyes, declaring, if I can't take him, I'll just kill him. At the same time, Kang Hyun, a truly chilling grin spreading across his face, delivers a cold, calculated order, grab hold of his weakness. Completely oblivious to the deadly game being played, the guy and girl are back to chilling on the couch, phones in hand, with her casually wondering, let's see how long you can keep that attitude. The sizzling sounds of a premium Korean barbecue restaurant set the stage, as Kang Hyun treats his family to a feast, only for his brother-in-law to playfully roast him about his sudden wealth. With a casual flick of his wrist, he drops more meat onto the sizzling grill. Kang Hyun just shrugs off the teasing, asking where else he'd even spent his hard-earned cash. But before he can even flip it, his mother-in-law swoops in, taking over the grill with a firm, I'll cook it. Mid-meal, his roommate leans in, asking about his hospital trip and how his mom's doing. A relieved smile spreads across his face, as he confirms the doctor's good news, his mom's totally fine, with a few more years to go. That simple, incredible news brings a pure, heartfelt smile to his face. He's caught in the crosshairs. His roommate lays down the law, reminding him she let him crash because he was job hunting, but all he does is drink and game. Elsewhere, at a restaurant, a friend points out that he's been way too serious and down lately, totally not himself. He's haunted by the taunts, the voices ringing in his ears, you reek of cash, and, that creepy rich dude. Then, a sudden, gut-wrenching pain hits him, making him double over. His roommate spots his pain and asks if he's hitting the restroom, and he just confirms he finished his meal. She then drops a bombshell, you know how awkward it is to pee in a dungeon, and he's clearly not amused. He grumbles, seriously, not in a restaurant, then snaps at her to hurry it up. He makes a beeline for the men's room. And gets to washing his hands. After that intense roommate showdown, Kang Hyun ducks into the restroom, letting out a massive sigh as he tries to process everything. But the stress is still etched all over his face, you can practically see the gears turning in his head. Fast forward to a busy restaurant, and he's still stuck with his roommate, the awkward vibes practically radiating off them. Out of nowhere, his roommate's voice snaps him back to reality, pointing out some random dude who just walked up to them. Then, this super formal guy in a suit just bows super low right in front of them, totally catching Kang Hyun and his roommate off guard. He stands back up, staring straight at Kang Hyun, who looks like he wants to disappear. His roommate, still totally lost, starts grilling him, asking if the guy was hitting on him or if they were secretly buddies. Kang Hyun clutches the paper the mystery man handed him, his brain going a million miles an hour trying to figure it out. The man's words replay in his head, he asked me to give you this paper, and Kang Hyun's mind screams, if he knew me, why would he come after seeing me? He would have said hello after, Kang Hyun thinks, his mind racing from the bizarre interaction. His crimson eyes sharpen, a shocking revelation hitting him hard. The note in his hand reveals, Mr. Kang Hyun. I trust. He devours the message, which starts, hello, Mr. Kang Hyun. This message finds you, and is signed, from Bait Guild's Vice Guild Master, Young Eui Hyun, complete with a phone number. Later that night, under the glow of the city, he kicks himself for not hitting the convenience store earlier. His roommate offers another beer, but he's already made up his mind. With a frustrated, TCH, he's off to grab his own. Ready to head out, his roommate tries to save him a trip, but he's already made up his mind to go. Out into the night, the city lights glow. Grabbing his beer, he gives a quick nod to the clerk and keeps moving. Strolling through the empty streets, he can't shake the feeling he's being watched. The cryptic message still haunts him, a burning question in his head, who's still pulling strings? His hand clenches, a memory igniting a furious spark, those arrogant fools who messed with his family. He needs to clear his head, to just keep walking, but who's out there looking for him? Deep in his own world, he just keeps moving. Then, his phone buzzes, a call from father snapping him back to reality. Out on the night streets, Kang Hyun picks up, a voice on the line asking if he's home. Nah, I'm out, he shoots back. Then, a sudden, sharp gasp rips from him, his face twisting in pure shock and alarm at whatever he's just heard. His voice tight with raw worry, he demands to know if she's okay. The answer is a hesitant relief, they're still waiting, but she's gonna be fine. A massive wave of relief crashes over him, his face finally easing into a small, grateful smile. But then, his gaze sharpens, a flicker of thought crossing his face, as the call takes a sudden turn, back to earlier events. He's clearly thrown, listening to a question about some friend, then snaps, who, before flat out saying he doesn't know the name. The caller drops another bomb, saying, he wanted to say hello. Kang Hyun keeps walking, but a chill runs down his spine, a nagging thought about this, is he from around here? Because Kang Hyun has never seen him in his life. A voice cuts through the silence, demanding. And a raw, visceral rage explodes across his features, a silent scream tearing through him. The next day breaks, revealing the imposing, almost futuristic facade of the talented education school. Inside, a sharp-eyed young woman confronts her colleague, pointing out that Miss Myung is running behind schedule. Miss Myung lets out a light laugh, confessing she overslept, then quickly pivots, asking if her friend had a good weekend. Her friend's only response is a simple, yet telling, oh. Without missing a beat, Miss Sanha extends a small bag, offering her a much-needed coffee. Miss Myung accepts with a grateful smile, thanking her profusely, but Miss Sanha brushes it off, assuring her it's no trouble at all. Walking away, Miss Myung's thoughts race, I'm giving it my all, I really am. She mutters, then what? The duo keeps moving, their steps echoing through the campus. Miss Myung steals a look at her friend, a silent query burning, seriously, with the armor? Always. Catching the stare, Miss Sanha shrugs, yeah, she's a bit out there. Miss Myung jumps in, but she's got a good heart. Honestly, every squad has its quirks. Holding up a bottle, she adds, at least Miss Sung-on is normal, unlike them. Miss Sanha lets out a groan, ugh, don't even get me started. Miss Myung's mind flashes back to a nightmare class, a truly awful group, with the haunting image of Kang Hyun, his eyes burning red, seared into her memory. A shiver runs down her spine as she remembers, that was the absolute worst class ever. And some creepy guy totally intimidated me at the front desk. I still can't sleep because of it. Her face contorts with lingering terror, muttering, that guy was like, a high-rank orc warrior or something. The flashback hits hard, a raw memory of a common room showdown. A furious female student, short dark hair, casual clothes, just lays into someone, I let you live here because you said that you were job hunting. Eyes wide, a mix of shock and dread, Myung could only steal a glance, a cold dread seizing her. Then, the camera snaps to the man himself, Kang Hyun's eyes are like daggers, his face a mask of pure intensity. Myung's dread just ratchets up, her eyes flicking back to the brewing storm. And then, Kang Hyun's face just explodes with fury, his eyes bulging, burning with an absolutely terrifying rage. The sheer, unadulterated terror of that moment is etched into Myung's wide, trembling eye. A silent scream trapped deep within her gaze. As both she and the other girl recoil, letting out desperate, drawn-out screams of pure, unholy fright. Kang Hyun lunges, hand outstretched, as the male student lies crumpled on the ground. The short-haired girl screams, police. The flashback slams shut on that desperate cry for help. Still reeling, she and her roommate shriek, threatening to call the police, their voices absolutely raw with terror. Clinging to each other, they beg for help, their desperate pleas ripping through the air. Amidst the chaos, Miss Myung, eyes wide with terror, somehow manages to gasp, where is Mr. Kim Lee-hyun? Kang Hyun stares back, a sudden, bizarre confusion flashing across his face, like the question just broke his brain. He just flat out says, I need that person. His words only deepen the girls' bewilderment, leaving them utterly baffled. A voice cuts in, clarifying that if they're talking about Mr. Kim Lee-hyun, he was just a temporary instructor, and he's gone. The scene abruptly cuts to a meeting room, where intense research is underway, all based on their findings. In a sleek, high-stakes meeting room, Sung-woo drops a bombshell, the rate of rift emergence is about to explode. This means, he tells the sharp-suited man across from him, they need to supercharge their recruitment of new ability users, right as a soft knock interrupts their intense discussion. The bespectacled man whips around, clearly annoyed, demanding to know if the interruption can possibly wait, because they're in the middle of something huge. But Sung-woo, the V-Vice Guild Master himself, cuts through the tension with a commanding presence. Later, in an elevator, Sung-woo catches a snippet of a shocking conversation, a man powerful enough to shake up a duchess in the guild is out there, and get this, he says he knows Sung-woo. Back in the office, the man with glasses is absolutely floored, his jaw practically on the floor in pure shock. A massive corporate skyscraper pierces the clouds, a beacon of power and influence. Inside, a stark sign points the way, reception room. In a sleek meeting room, Sung-woo eyes Kang Hyun, acknowledging his reputation from Sukmyung, but clearly surprised by his actual appearance. Cutting to the chase, Sung-woo asks Kang Hyun directly, is there something I can help you with? Kang Hyun, cutting straight to the point, declares his intention, I want to hire Jopples Hyun. Sung-woo processes the request, finding it acceptable, then presses for more information. Kang Hyun lays out the grim truth, the Bait Guild is threatening my family and tracking me. He demands a bodyguard, someone who can shield his family from the truly ruthless, leaving Sung Woo to wonder, just what have you gotten yourself into? A tense clatter breaks the silence as Sung Woo's voice cuts through the air. The Bait Guild, you say? He doesn't hold back, declaring they were behind everything, then shuts down the proposal. I don't believe you're able to provide sufficient justification. Kang Hyun pushes back. Isn't it a win-win? But Sung Woo's rejection is swift and absolute. You're asking too much, ever. He challenges, why choose me? I don't believe you can achieve that. Then, the bombshell drops, I'm part of the Bait Guild. Sung Woo, recognizing the sheer power, can only respond, in that case, I'm not sure I can help you. Kang Hyun's desperation explodes, the faces of his family flashing before his eyes. You want me to leave my family to that? He cries, admitting, and I don't know what I'm doing either. He slams a contract down, a desperate plea for just 1 week of protection, promising, I'll pay you generous money. His gaze burns with an unyielding fire, a silent declaration that he's not just boasting. But Sung Woo is unmoved, coolly stating he's already rich, probably much more than you think, and has his own guild position to protect. With a decisive thud, Sung Woo delivers his ultimatum, if you want to work for you, you'll have to offer me something other than money. His eyes snap open, a jolt of realization hitting him as the demand for something more than cash drops. A cold dread washes over him, is this guy after his sister? But the other man just smirks, daring him to negotiate. A frustrated sigh escapes the man in glasses, he's done with the small talk and cut straight to the chase, laying out his offer. It's not some huge, flashy deal, he admits, but if the mission goes off without a hitch, he'll get a face-to-face with his guild master. Of course, there'd be a payout, but the real kicker. If he agrees, the infamous Bait Guild will have his back. And the ultimate trump card? The Bait Guild has intel on his mother's location, and they can guarantee her safety at work. He can't deny the sheer generosity of the offer, a cold calculation telling him that safety trumps all. But a nagging doubt still gnaws at him, can this guy really handle things solo? Meanwhile, the other man points to a massive skyscraper, its facade boldly proclaiming, Bait Guild. He's processing the names, Hyun and Lee Hyun, as the car speeds along, realizing just how massive the Bait Guild truly is. Staring out the window, he casually mentions it doesn't look all that impressive compared to his own guild. Kang Hyun, behind the wheel, drops a bombshell, the Bait Guild controls an insane number of dungeons. Sung Woo's mind races, questioning if they really need outside help, a quiet his only response. He presses Kang Hyun, asking if he immediately set up a meeting the day he got the note, which ominously states, Hello Mr. Kang Hyun, I trust this message finds you well. From Bait Guild's Vice Guild Master, Young Eui Hyun. Kang Hyun confirms they've mobilized every single force they have, then points out Sung Woo could have just ambushed them. With fierce determination, Sung Woo vows, I'll do anything you ask of me. Kang Hyun glances away, lost in thought, wondering where they'd even meet, remembering he had no other option back then, his family's safety was paramount. He continues, realizing that because of that tough call, he bought himself precious time to finally meet Sung Woo. He stares at the card holder, a silent question screaming in the air. While Sung Woo, the driver, commands him to park at his place, then demands to know why he's getting that look. Kang Hyun starts to talk, but Sung Woo cuts him off, fast, insisting it's not what he's thinking and there's zero room for misunderstanding. Kang Hyun, face set in stone, can't spill the details, but he makes one ironclad promise, he'll be back, alive and kicking, tomorrow. Sung Woo just watches him, a heavy, unspoken understanding hanging in the air. Moments later, Kang Hyun pulls up to a massive building, the Bait logo glowing ominously on its side. Inside, a sharp-dressed man with white hair, Bill, gives him a slick welcome, announcing they've been eagerly awaiting his grand entrance. Kang Hyun, clearly annoyed, just snaps, Bill. Strolling down a massive corridor, Kang Hyun snarks about the over-the-top welcome, then challenges Bill, asking if he wants to go again, hinting at some intense, recurring rivalry. Bill's grin stretches, a sinister edge to his voice, as he declares Kang Hyun a new member of the Bait family, claiming the other men are just there to welcome him. But his smug words are abruptly cut off, the atmosphere instantly charged with hostility. Restrained by two enforcers, Kang Hyun snarls the word family, a fresh streak of blood already marring his face. A cold, predatory smile spreads across Bill's face, his eyes hidden in shadow as he taunts, asking what happens if someone refuses their family. But then, Kang Hyun's crimson eyes blaze with an electric blue light, a system alert screaming, skill activated as his determination solidifies, I'm not going to let you die. A blinding, explosive burst of azure energy erupts, instantly encasing him in formidable battle armor. He moves with impossible speed, a mere blur across the scene. The very ground shatters as he kneels, channeling raw, immense power, bright energy beams tearing into the sky. And then, a swirling vortex of dark particles consumes him, his eyes closing as the sheer, untamed power finally stabilizes. He explodes from the restraints, a raw surge of power ripping through the air, leaving his attackers absolutely stunned. As a spectral blade of pure energy materializes in his grip, its ethereal glow blinds his stunned attackers. With a lightning-fast, devastating strike, he sends Bill absolutely soaring across the room, a scream of agony tearing from his throat. But the floor beneath him erupts with a blinding glow, pinning him down, as Bill, already back on his feet, sneers at his futile struggle. "You seriously think you can just shatter reinforced steel like that?" Bill taunts, utterly convinced of his victory. The golden grid of the magical floor trap pulses with unyielding, unbreakable power. Kang Hyun's eyes narrow, a chilling resolve hardening his gaze as raw, purple energy begins to crackle around his arm. The energy absolutely consumes him, his form twisting and expanding, ready to unleash the full, terrifying might of his hidden power. With a final, earth-shattering surge, the system confirms the activation of his hunter skill, Release. With Release fully online, Kang Hyun unleashes a devastating, swift strike. A torrent of crimson energy erupting from his hand, aimed directly at the magical trap. The reinforced magical floor trap, which had held him captive, explodes into splinters under the sheer, raw force. Debris flies outward as the blue magical energy dissipates, leaving nothing but utter destruction in its wake. Bill, caught completely off guard by the sudden, overwhelming power, can only scream in disbelief, "What the hell? Stand back!" But it's too late. The force of the strike sends him absolutely flying backward, a blur of motion across the room. He slams into a distant wall with a violent, bone-jarring impact, shattering the very structure around him. Bill collapses amidst the rubble, defeated and utterly unmoving. Kang Hyun stands over his fallen opponent, a quiet, few. Escaping him, the battle concluded, and the victor clear. He just unleashed pure chaos, and a smirk plays on his face as he coolly declares, "The effect's not bad." Suddenly, a glowing system window pops up, flashing the stats of his new, insane S-rank skill, Abilities Entertainment. It exploits others' entertainment, but the full scope of its power is still a mystery. Kang Hyun just stands there, soaking it all in, his mind already racing with what this new power means. He surveys the absolute wreckage of the room, the battle's aftermath everywhere, with Bill's broken form just lying there, completely out of commission. Out of nowhere, a slick, gray-haired guy in a suit steps up, trying to play nice. He's all like, "Chill out, be reasonable. It's not too late, we can totally be partners." But the other guy, a dark-haired dude, is having none of it, scoffing, "Partners? Rationally? What a load of garbage. You already blew it." Later, at a table, the gray-haired negotiator is still pushing his agenda, trying to smooth things over. "Look, if it's about apologizing to your guild, just think about it." But the dark-haired guy cuts right in, his voice cutting through the night, dropping a bombshell, "If we team up, we could absolutely crush the Dangun Guild." His eyes are practically on fire as he doubles down, "Han Se-yun, with all that arrogance, thinking her guild is so hot. We could take them down." He's locked in, listening as the gray-haired man lays out his pitch, revealing he was allowed to crash here because he said he was job hunting. But then, with a sharp gesture, he drops the bomb, "Every single waking hour is just booze and gaming." The gray-haired man's words hit hard, painting a picture of their organization's insane reach, boasting over 200 guild members in this building alone, a terrifying display of their power. Kang Hyun's on his feet, but the man keeps going, stressing their desperate need for a figurehead, a true leader for their vanguard. A confident smirk spreads across his face as he boldly states that with Kang Hyun, their guild could become the undisputed strongest. His voice booms with pure conviction, shouting their ambition to explode beyond Korea and conquer the entire world. With a fierce glint in his eye, he stares right at Kang Hyun, his resolve absolutely unshakable. The two men stand in tense silence, the massive proposal hanging heavy, waiting for Kang Hyun's answer. Kang Hyun, after hearing the whole grand plan, just drops a bombshell, "You should totally become a hunter instead." A sly grin creeps onto Bill's face, and he coolly lights up a cigarette. Then, with a smirk, he just says, "Called it." His face twists into pure contempt, thinking, "Seriously? A peasant like him could never get my epic vision." That smug, confident look just locks onto his face, his eyes practically burning with ambition. Trapped and surrounded, Kang Hyun is hit with a verbal assault, a sneering voice calling him a peasant and mocking his dreams. That insult cuts deep, his face twisting in a raw display of fury and shame. The stern man keeps up the verbal barrage, his eyes locked on Kang Hyun. He jabs a finger, shouting the insult again, "He said peasant, peasant." A sneer twists his lips, as he taunts, "What, are you some kind of class prez?" But then, an older, gray-haired man explodes onto the scene, his face a mask of pure fury, barely able to get the words out. With a furious gesture, he screams the command, "Kill him." The threat turns lethal, and Kang Hyun's eyes blaze crimson as a devastating purple aura explodes around him, unleashing his mana protection. Suddenly, a white-haired hunter with electric blue eyes unleashes a devastating energy blast, her voice dripping with pure disdain. The blast collides with Kang Hyun, but his purple mana shield erupts, absorbing the impact with a blinding flash of power. His shield explodes outward, a massive, impenetrable barrier solidifying around him, ready for anything. The entire hunter squad, including Sung Woo and Bill, freezes in shock, their kill orders suddenly looking impossible against this unexpected force. Then, a shockwave of pure mana blasts from him, freezing every single opponent in their tracks, utterly helpless. But a furious older leader, watching from the sidelines, roars in frustration, screaming at his men to ignore the stun and just kill him. That's it. The kill order ignites a fire in Kang Hyun, his face twisting into a furious roar, pure, unadulterated rage burning in his crimson eyes. And then, with an explosive burst of purple power, he unleashes pure devastation, sending every single hunter flying like ragdolls. They're not just flying, they're soaring, their bodies streaking through the air, leaving glowing purple trails in their wake. His crimson eyes blaze with raw power, but a taunting voice dares to challenge his might, questioning if he has any mana left. But before they can even finish their taunt, he explodes into action, a devastating kick slamming into Sung Woo's gut, blasting him back in a shockwave of orange energy. No hesitation, no mercy. Bill gets rocked by an invisible blow, his body contorting violently from the sheer force. Then, bam. Ham Sien is next, caught in the relentless barrage and sent flying in a spray of debris. His counterattack is absolutely brutal, sending Sung Woo, Bill, and Ham Sien, all three of them, careening through the air, their bodies just blurs against the darkness. But he's not done yet. His eyes ignite with an even fiercer blue glow, his entire body crackling with raw, electric power. He charges, unleashing a devastating green energy punch that absolutely obliterates another hunter in a massive explosion of power. The remaining hunters are just ragdolls, catapulted through the air, leaving streaks of blue energy in their wake as they're completely annihilated. And just like that, they're all down, defeated and scattered amidst the wreckage, battle over, victory secured. Kang Hyun isn't holding back, unleashing a devastating, blade-like surge of blue energy that rips through the very air. Sung Woo, one of the hunters, is absolutely terrified, his face twisting in pure horror as the attack slams into him. He's hit hard, bloodied and disoriented, a ragged breath escaping him as he goes down. Kang Hyun, bloodied but unbowed, roars a challenge, "Come at me all of you." His power explodes outwards, absolutely shredding the building, massive blasts ripping through its very foundations. Debris rains down with deafening crashes, the entire structure groaning under the sheer, brutal force. Through the smoke and rubble, Kang Hyun stands, bloodied and gasping, but his eyes burn with an unyielding resolve. And there, among the shattered remains, Ham Sien lies broken and terrified, her face smeared with blood as she desperately gasps for air. The battlefield was a bloodbath, bodies torn apart, a chilling testament to the sheer power unleashed. And in the middle of it all, Kang Hyun stood, absolutely radiating blue power, the undisputed victor over a mountain of bodies. A chilling, maniacal laugh ripped through the air, a declaration of absolute dominance. But then, a new crew rolled up, led by a slick gray-haired dude in a suit, who was literally inspecting the carnage with a magnifying glass, and he just started talking, "You feeling?" Kang Hyun just stared them down, his voice dripping with challenge, "Yeah, I'm a murderer now. But let's be real, you're no different from me." The gray-haired guy's eyes went cold, a scar on his cheek twitching as he fired back, "That's total BS. Don't even try to guilt-trip me, it's not gonna work." His stare was ice-cold, "You wanna play killer? Then you better be ready to die." He kept pushing, a smirk playing on his face, pretty casual for a guy who's about to bite the dust. Kang Hyun's blue power surged as he shot back, "Dude, you're clearly exhausted." He's caught mid-swing, a monstrous, dark tentacle wrapping around him, crushing the very life out of his body. His face twists in pure agony, blood already splattering as that grotesque limb just keeps tightening its hold. He fights, he screams. Then. But even that isn't enough, his body is violently thrown. And he crashes down with a sickening thud, as. And. He's taking a beating, a monstrous tentacle already skewering his shoulder, vision blurring from the sheer agony. The monster's grip just keeps getting tighter, crushing him as more dark tentacles wrap around his body. He's thinking about the monster's insane strength, a power so massive it feels unbeatable, leaving him with absolutely nothing to replace what's been taken. Just as he's fighting the monster, bam. A brutal hit sends him flying, a new enemy jumping into the fight. The suit-wearing attacker stands over him, hitting him again and taunting him about finding a hungry stem to devour. A smug grin spreads across the attacker's face, knowing this fight is absolutely finished. Another suit-wearing guy grabs his head, shoving him deeper into the dirt. But then, boom. A sudden, intense yellow glow bursts from his hand, pulsating with raw, untamed power. The fiery aura explodes outwards, engulfing everything in a blinding, destructive inferno. As his power erupted, the very air around him shimmered with an intense, ethereal blue, distorting the monstrous form before him, its guttural cries echoing through the confined space. Flames then burst forth, engulfing the area and sending Bill reeling back, his face contorted in a scream as the raw energy washed over him. Elsewhere, a hand carefully flicked a lighter, bringing a flame to the tip of a cigarette. The man took a slow drag, exhaling a plume of smoke as he muttered, a low sound of contemplation escaping his lips. He then turned to Bill, who stood before him, asking, "How's the situation?" Bill's hand clenched, his voice grim as he reported, "Over 30 dead, and so or so seriously injured." The guild master took another drag from his cigarette, a frustrated sigh escaping him as he cursed, "Fuck. I looked for him for nothing. All this because of one person." Bill, still visibly shaken, tried to offer a small consolation, "Forget about the equipment. It looked hopefully it can minimize our losses." The guild master merely stared, his expression unreadable, as Bill addressed him with a hint of deference, "G guild master." The battlefield was a wreck, a corpse lying broken amidst the debris, a chilling reminder of the brutal fight. But just like that, in a blinding flash, the corpse was gone, leaving nothing but shattered ruins. Meanwhile, far from the chaos, the city slept under a peaceful night sky. When suddenly, a system notification flashed, "You have revived." But the revival came at a price, another message popping up, "You have lost 1 level." The system didn't pull any punches, "Your stats have gone down by 5 for each level," it declared, as the scene shifted to a familiar doorway. And there he was, Kang Hyun, slumped on a couch in a green hoodie, looking utterly drained. His eyes were hollow, and a voice cut through the silence, asking the question on everyone's mind, "I thought you weren't playing anymore." But Kang Hyun's priorities were clear, he stood up, a single thought dominating his mind, "I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat?" The tension is palpable as a furious young woman confronts him, her voice sharp with accusation, "I let you live here because you said you were job hunting, but all you do is drink and play games." Still clad in his battle-scarred gear, Kang Hyun can only manage a meek, "Ah. Sorry." But her tirade isn't over, she snaps, "I told you. Take off your armor when you resurrect. Clean up your mess." And just for good measure, she throws in another command, "All right, my bad. And wash the blanket." Fast forward 2 days later, and the setting has completely changed. Deep inside a Bait Guild dungeon, where Kurai's corpse still rests, Kang Hyun is now seen with a new companion. His companion voices his worry, asking, "Why has no one come by lately? There's been a lot of rumors about our guild." But Kang Hyun, phone to his ear, brushes off the worries with a defiant declaration, "Whatever, you bunch of cowards. I'll take care of my own equipment." He just stares, a dismissive tch escaping him as his companion freaks out. As they close in on the dungeon, Sung Woo's on edge, warning that someone's headed their way. His eyes snap open, a surprised "oh" slipping out as he spots the incoming person. But Kang Hyun doesn't flinch, pushing straight into the shadowy dungeon, his stride confident. Deep inside, a masked, armored guardian blocks their path, a silent, imposing challenge. The guardian steps aside, phasing through the glowing portal, granting them access. They press on, deeper into the abyss, their steps echoing ominously. Suddenly, the scene shifts. Sung Woo is caught in a domestic showdown, getting absolutely roasted by the guildmaster. "I took you in because you promised to get a job," she blasts, her fury practically radiating, "but all you do is drink and game all day." Sung Woo visibly wilts, utterly defeated by her verbal assault. Kang Hyun learned something critical from that reckless breach. Looking back, he knew that trying to fight those overwhelming odds was like hitting a rock with an egg. While the idea isn't the worst, he can't just pull off resurrection miracles. To overcome this challenge, he needs to take them down one by one. Meanwhile, the pain is immense, and he can barely move. A low groan escapes him. Overwhelmed, Bill can only offer a tearful apology. Suddenly, a masked figure appears, questioning the situation. Bill is absolutely wrecked, sprawled on the ground amidst a pile of bodies, and Kang Hyun is right there, towering over him, practically screaming, "What are you even sorry for?" Kang Hyun's hand clamps down, crushing Bill's tattered clothes. And with a burst of crimson power, he hoists Bill up by the neck, absolutely furious at how weak he is. Bill's face twists in pure agony from the crushing grip. When out of nowhere, a new, armored figure, totally masked in black, just walks into this messed up scene, watching everything go down. The masked interrogator's voice slices through the air, cutting straight to the chase, "Tell me where all the Bait Guild's dungeons are." With a pointed finger, the masked figure pushes for answers, and Bill can only manage a weak, "Yes." Getting right up close, the interrogator hits him with another question while Bill starts frantically writing something on the dirt. The masked figure's stare burns, demanding to know how Bill, even as a hunter, managed to rack up such a massive body count. He leans in, the masked figure's voice cutting through the silence, "Did you take down the box?" Bill, still reeling, manages a week, I guess so, as the interrogator adds, having the bulks pick your dungeons probably helped, huh? A soft click echoes as Bill pulls out a crumpled note, muttering, I wrote down everything I know here. The masked figure snatches the paper, his eyes scanning the crucial details. Then, without warning, the masked figure's hand shoots out, clamping onto Bill's head, a chilling swoosh filling the air. A blinding, explosive blue energy bursts from Bill's hand, a deafening quang, ripping through the silence as he cries out. The raw power surges, a brilliant ph of light, even making the masked figure flinch back a step. And with a final thud, Bill crumples, unconscious. The masked interrogator looms over Bill's fallen form, a faint whoosh of residual power around him as he coolly states, so, you weren't caught either. A lone figure strides away, leaving a defeated foe in their wake, a chilling promise echoes, wait for me, bad guys. The tension mounts with a chilling prophecy, a bigger, badder guy is on the way. Breaking news. A captured monster is loose. Panic erupts as the report highlights rising civilian concerns and a guild's weak defense about researching monsters for mankind's future. The headline hits Bill like a punch to the gut, his hand clenching around his phone as he curses under his breath. Slumped at his desk, Bill lets out a heavy gasp, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. Bill's frustration boils over as he vents, I can't do anything. I can't just fight it myself. They'll just cover it up and pin it all on me. A sharp, sudden sound cuts through the silence, a stark punctuation to his despair. He stands before his superior, head bowed in shame, as Bill's voice cuts through the tense silence. Trying to offer a defense, he begins to speak, but the words catch in his throat, a frustrated grunt escaping him instead. His face contorts with the effort, unable to articulate the problem he was about to present. Bill, however, has heard enough, his patience worn thin as he cuts him off sharply. As Sung-woo stammers out another apology, Bill turns his back, the heavy thud of a closing door echoing his frustration. His hand lingers on the doorframe, a silent admission of the repeated failures that plague his thoughts. Turning to the window, Bill gazes out, the weight of the situation heavy on his shoulders, muttering about the native sent to the dungeon and the devastating casualties suffered by his members. His expression tightens with a mix of anger and despair, the repeated failures pushing him to his breaking point. With a final, resolute turn from the window, Bill issues a harsh new directive, no more leniency, everyone will now be sent to the dungeon. He's sitting there, mind racing, replaying the moment he laid down the law, I let you crash here because you swore you were job hunting. A sharp click as the door shuts. Then the solid thud of a chair settling. Now, in the quiet of his office, he just stares out the window, deep in thought. His thoughts snap back to the recent chaos. 5 days ago, Kang Hyun attacked us. Then, just 2 days later, his reanimated corpse started tearing through our hunters in the dungeons. A dark certainty washes over him. I knew it, he growls. I've been watching his mana, I've been suspicious of him for ages. Kang Hyun couldn't have done this alone. He had an accomplice. His fist slams the desk, the urgency palpable. That corpse was definitely tampered with. And now there's no time to even set up countermeasures. He stares at his phone, a grim resolve hardening his features. I have no choice, he declares, the words heavy with finality. The tension is palpable as a woman unleashes a verbal assault, tearing into the man sprawled on the floor, accusing him of wasting his life on games and booze instead of job hunting, despite her generosity. Suddenly, the focus snaps to a sharp-faced man with slick-back gray hair, his brow furrowing in annoyance as the caller on the other end questions if Mr. Justice CO is really backing out of a deal. Justice CO leans back, a calculating glint in his eye, as the caller pleads for his assistance, dropping the name of the infamous Big Bat Guild. A knowing smirk tugs at his lips, as he coolly confirms the whispers of the guild's meteoric rise, demanding if the hype is real. He pivots, his gaze sweeping over the city below, his voice dripping with cold calculation as he lays out the ultimate question, what's in it for me? The answer from the other end is chillingly concise, a fight. Justice CO holds the phone, his silence deafening, weighing the implications of the challenge. A predatory smile spreads across his face, as he warns the caller against being too rough, a subtle threat veiled in a reminder that only one thing ever truly defies his will. He pauses, a thoughtful hum escaping him, before finally, dramatically, deciding to give the caller a chance. A chilling, fanged grin flashes as a mysterious figure clutches a phone, their eyes burning with an intense crimson glow. Above them, the vast night sky stretches out, a canvas of twinkling stars. While a massive, modern building looms, a dark silhouette against the night. And right outside those formidable gates, 2 figures stand their ground, one with flowing dark hair, the other with a sharp, lighter cut. With a casual, almost bored tone, the long-haired figure asks for his partner's name again, and Kim Il-woo, unfazed, simply states, it's Kim Il-woo. But the long-haired man just shrugs it off, declaring he'll just call him Big Bro Eu Hyun anyway. After a brief, tense pause, he cuts to the chase, demanding to know when this powerful guy is finally showing up. His gaze sweeps over the imposing structure, a flicker of doubt in his eyes, questioning if their target will even be present. But Kim Il-woo, ever calm, confidently assures him that the Fajusi they're expecting will absolutely come through. Deep within a shadowy facility, a mysterious hooded figure strides forward, their piercing eyes cutting through the darkness. The atmosphere around them thickens, a strange, powerful energy starting to hum. A frantic thumping pounds in their ears, and the blonde-haired figure's face twists with an electrifying, never-before-seen intensity. A confident smirk spreads across their face, eyes blazing, as they recognize this insane, first-time reaction from their unique power. Gripping a glowing device, the hooded figure understands. Their sixth sense, usually just a whisper, is now roaring in their mind, reacting with an explosive, never-before-seen intensity. A blinding green and purple aura erupts around them as they confront a monstrous shadow, shouting a chilling warning to someone unseen, if you don't want to die. Eyes still locked on the glowing device, the hooded figure yells, run away. Get out of here, now, receiving only a confused in response. Suddenly, a masked figure in a black balaclava is hit with a direct, piercing question, why are you here? He stares, a question hanging in the air, his mind racing to grasp the insane reality hitting him. The masked interrogator wastes no time, hitting Kang Hyun with a double-barreled question, big bro, are you okay? What are you even doing here? A smirk plays on his face, as Kang Hyun just brushes it off, oh, don't tell me. But the masked figure isn't letting up, hitting him with the big question, you're the one who's been trashing guilds, right? Kang Hyun just shrugs it off, huh? Don't tell me you're here for fun things again. A flicker of seriousness crosses his face, as Kang Hyun realizes his enemies aren't just random thugs, they've got serious backing. Suddenly, the masked interrogator pivots, recalling Kang Hyun's past illness and wondering if that's the secret behind his newfound power or backing. Then, dropping his alias, the masked figure declares, Ah Yun, you're back in the guild. A sharp glint off the masked interrogator's weapon underscores the serious threat beneath the conversation. The masked interrogator issues a chilling warning, don't lump me in with those other idiots, you'll hurt yourself. Kang Hyun, unfazed, fires back, what do you take me for? The masked interrogator isn't backing down, demanding to know why he's so smug. A blonde-haired associate, smirking, chimes in, bringing up the guild master they'd just dealt with. With a wider grin, the blonde recounts how that delinquent had nothing but his pride, and was brought to his knees, begging. The masked interrogator waves a hand, clearly enjoying the show. Kang Hyun just shrugs, brushing it off with a casual, forget about it. But the interrogator isn't letting up, declaring he wants no part of their affairs and demands to be left alone. Kang Hyun, completely unbothered, casually suggests, they grab a bite to eat later when things calm down. The interrogator issues a final, stern warning not to contact them, to which Kang Hyun coolly responds, not that I would. But as the exchange concludes, a terrifying crimson light flares in Kang Hyun's eyes, a chilling hint at the immense power he truly wields. He throws a devastating punch, a surge of pink and purple energy trailing his fist like a comet, connecting with an explosive, bone-shattering impact. The masked interrogator's head snaps back violently, blood exploding from the impact as he's sent reeling. A cruel smirk spreads across Kang Hyun's face as he taunts, I'll be disappointed if you just leave. He looms over the downed interrogator, a chilling blue aura radiating from him, the fight far from over. With a sudden, explosive burst of energy, he slams down with a brutal kick. Kang Hyun becomes a whirlwind of destruction, tearing through multiple masked figures at once, his voice a cold echo, I won't let you die just because we're enemies. He seizes one of their heads, a deadly blue energy flaring, and delivers a chilling, final command, die. His eyes glow with a chilling satisfaction as he surveys the carnage, a dark chuckle escaping him, exactly what I wanted, see. Hee hee. And the fight continues. He's not holding back, channeling raw power into his leg, purple lightning exploding as he unleashes Lupus's secret technique. No mercy. He slams a devastating, energy-charged kick right into the masked figure's gut. The impact is insane. The masked figure gets launched, flying through the air like a ragdoll. With a chilling smirk, he taunts, just now, how strong of a hunter have you become? No time to breathe. Before they can even think about getting up, he slams them back down with another brutal hit. And then, with a final, earth-shattering explosion of power, he screams, this is the best. A chilling, maniacal laugh rips from him, his entire form crackling with raw, purple energy as he unleashes a relentless, brutal assault. The masked interrogator reels from the devastating impact, slammed backward by the sheer, overwhelming force, as Kang Hyun's chilling thoughts cut through the chaos, fighting like this, is just a waste of my plan. Behind the cold steel of his mask, the interrogator's jaw clenches in raw frustration, desperate to end this torment quickly. Another invisible, crushing force slams into him, sending shockwaves of raw power rippling across the very ground. Kang Hyun vanishes, then reappears, closing the distance in an instant to deliver a devastating, explosive punch directly to the interrogator's chest, the impact detonating in a blinding, chaotic flash of blue and purple energy. Behind the now shattered mask, the interrogator's eye goes wide with agony and disbelief, as Kang Hyun's voice echoes, almost wistfully, "But when was the last time I got to fight properly?" He revels in the interrogator's raw, visible distress, a cruel smile forming as he whispers, that expression. With a sudden, explosive surge of power, his entire body ignites with a vibrant blue aura, and Kang Hyun unleashes another blinding flurry of attacks, his exhilaration practically vibrating through the air as he taunts, "I knew you were having fun too, big bro." He unleashes a final, thunderous strike, a primal roar of pure, unadulterated joy tearing from his throat. The fight's just starting. HUAAP. The masked interrogator is getting absolutely pummeled, each hit from him sending shockwaves of pain. The masked figure is barely holding on, his eyes screaming in disbelief at the overwhelming power coming his way. But for Kang Hyun, this isn't just a fight, it's a stepping stone. He's already planning his next big move. That chilling smirk says it all, he's loving every second of this brutal power play. Then, with a savage roar, he slams his spiked weapon down, unleashing a devastating burst of dark energy that sends the masked interrogator flying. That weapon isn't just a club, it's a pulsating orb of pure, destructive dark energy. The masked interrogator is down for the count, left in a bloody heap as Kang Hyun looms over his fallen foe. A satisfied "phew" escapes him, his weapon still crackling with residual power. Just as he's basking in victory, he's interrupted. Kang Hyun snaps, "We were just having some fun, why the F*** are you interrupting us?" He coolly remarks, "Guess they couldn't stick together." A chilling smirk spreads across his face as he adds, "Honestly, I didn't expect him to just wipe out the guild like that." Gazing down at the broken figure, he lets out a disappointed sigh, "Ugh, that totally killed the mood." The dominant fighter presses on, "I was really looking forward to a real battle with you, and I still want to keep fighting." But then his intensity shifts, "But I don't want you to despise me." From his defeated position, the masked man fires back, "Dude, you're already universally hated." Kang Hyun, completely unfazed, casually switches topics, "Anyway, big bro, ever hear about the end of Man Young Gil Hyun?" As he strides away, a profound realization hits, the guild master is the one who truly wields unchecked power. Left in the dust, the masked figure can only wonder, seriously, is this some kind of bad drama? Still reeling from the beatdown, the masked interrogator spits out a warning, "Don't mess with him. His family is loaded." But Kang Hyun, towering over him, just shrugs it off, claiming he'd never stoop to such a crude attack. He yanks the interrogator up by his collar, a chilling smirk on his face, telling him he should have just listened. Kang Hyun's eyes, now a piercing dark, narrow as he declares, he's ready for any move they try to pull. He wants in on the action, hungry to see his enemy finally lose it. Across town, the city skyline stands oblivious, as new chaos brews behind closed doors. Suddenly, in a tense office, a man with light brown hair explodes in frustration, letting out a guttural roar. A suited man watches, stunned, as the other shouts in disbelief, "What? 3 items stolen already?" Before he can even process it, a devastating punch rocks his jaw, the assailant snarling about a terminated Yusung contract. He's absolutely livid, back turned, unleashing a torrent of rage about his utterly useless subordinates. Spinning around, his face a mask of fury, he screams, "Why do I even keep these useless bastards around?" His face twists into a silent, agonizing scream, the sheer, raw frustration practically radiating off him. But elsewhere, a different leader, his face grim with worry, barks out a critical order, "Gather all the guild members." Back in the first office, the furious leader jabs a finger, laying down the law, "Get them all here by 8 a.m. tomorrow." His eyes dart away, a raw, personal pain seeping into his voice as he cries out, "How can I even count on you when my family just died? I'm barely holding it together." His frustration explodes into a guttural roar, "Do you not understand what I'm saying?" He stands by the window, a dark cloud of betrayal hanging over him, muttering, "Some have just vanished, cut all ties." With a thunderous slam of his hand on the desk, he roars that his father's legacy isn't for freeloaders, and promises to make the disobedient pay. He's hit with bad news, his face clenching as he realizes the guild's bleeding members, and there's no way he's letting that slide. A raw, furious growl rips from his throat, his face twisting with pure rage. His hand tightens into a white-knuckled fist, ready to smash something. Right as his anger boils over, his phone buzzes again, an unknown number flashing on the screen. He snatches it up with a frustrated curse, annoyed at the interruption to his already messed up night. Then, a voice cuts through, coolly acknowledging his situation and dropping his full name, Mr. Young Eui Hyun. His eyes snap wide open, he knows that voice. A sharp gasp escapes him, the identity of the caller hitting him like a truck. Elsewhere, the online world is buzzing with talk about the Bat Guild and what they're planning next. The internet is absolutely blowing up with rumors about the Bat Guild. People are going wild, some saying they're totally messing up, others swearing their execs are legit, and even Ayun is in the comments, demanding proof. But away from the online drama, strolling through a desolate, ruined zone, a masked figure coolly states they've only been tearing through dungeons for a single week. Passing a shattered monument, a symbol of their destruction, the blonde-haired man looks back, signaling it's time to call it quits. Turning to face him directly, the masked figure presses him for his guild plans, leaving him in a moment of deep contemplation. After a beat, the masked figure shrugs, deciding it's all good since it's him they're dealing with. Then, with a secretive lean, he whispers, asking the blonde-haired man to listen closely. The masked figure leans in, sharing a secret. And the blonde-haired man's face twists into a mix of shock and thought, a quiet, escaping his lips. A crumpled note, held tight, drops a bombshell, that a phantom thief dungeon is making a grand entrance tomorrow night in Anwang City, throwing down a gauntlet to every guild out there. After reading that audacious message, the armored leader's jaw tightens, a furious sneer twisting his lips as he curses the sheer audacity of this bastard. He growls, his voice a mix of fury and grim determination, realizing the phantom thief is finally ready to face them directly. Soon, a massive assembly of hunters converges, their expressions grim as they fixate on the towering, shadowy dungeon looming before them. Lost in the throng, the armored leader lets out a heavy sigh, confessing he never wanted to be here in the first place. Right next to him, a spiky-haired subordinate mirrors the frustration, visibly annoyed by the whole ordeal. The armored leader fires back, demanding what choice they even have, with the phantom thief's traps unknown and so many others missing, but his subordinate counters with a plea for caution, urging them to just keep their heads down. He lets out a frustrated curse, absolutely livid that he's stuck dealing with this mess. His face contorted in pure annoyance, he's fuming that he can't even get a moment's peace. But a chilling voice cuts through the tension, noting that Mr. Jong Yui Hyun is clearly in a tight spot. Suddenly, in his sleek office, Jong Yui Hyun's eyes narrow as he hears the voice on the line, a chilling transformation washing over him as he picks up. The caller, revealing his identity, smoothly asks if Jong Yui Hyun is struggling in this difficult situation. A sly smirk spreads across Jong Yui Hyun's face as he replies, relishing the perfect timing of the call. He plays the reluctant card, admitting he hates asking for help, but then drops the bombshell, the caller is his only option, his last resort. With a smooth, confident voice, Jong Yui Hyun declares his absolute trust in the caller, promising a massive reward and cementing his image as the ultimate fixer. But his confident facade shatters as the caller casually drops a bombshell, "My father will also back you," leaving Jong Yui Hyun utterly blindsided. He's on the phone, a shockwave of realization hitting him as the caller drops a bombshell, "Looks like you still haven't learned your lesson." But his face twists into a snarl, and he snaps, "Forget it. I'm out. I won't touch this mess." Then, a gasp, his eyes blow wide as the caller casually drops the bomb about their all-powerful father's backing, leaving him stunned by the sudden shift. A guttural choke. His face twists into a terrifying snarl, cursing the bastard for acting like a fucking child. Gripping his phone, which pulses with light, he seethes, realizing that the crazy freak is beyond anything he'd anticipated, and a chilling understanding dawns on him. The phone flares with an intense glow, and he growls, "Let's see how long these arrogant bastards can actually last." The sleek, imposing structure of a corporate tower looms. Later, Jong Yui Hyun is in his office, staring out at the urban sprawl, a grim realization settling in, the bait guild has rallied everyone, and it looks like he's cornered. The blonde man is barely holding it together, relieved they're still breathing, but he's already questioning the cost. Is this salvation just another form of trash? But then, the cool and collected Choi Min-jun, with his sharp gaze, cuts through the tension, demanding to know about reinforcements, his very name a statement. He just sits there, radiating an aura of absolute control, unfazed by the chaos. The blonde man presses on, laying out the grim reality: if President Yui Hyun falls, it's game over, and the woman on the couch confirms that he'd unleash hell. Then, without warning, Choi Min-jun's gaze sharpens, and a terrifying, crimson energy erupts from him, radiating pure, unadulterated power. That crimson blast slams into the blonde man, and he screams, his body twisting in an instant, completely overwhelmed. He's thrown back, clutching his chest, the sheer pressure of the energy crushing him. With the red power swirling around him like a storm, Choi Min-jun's voice booms, a chilling question: "Are you saying President Yui Hyun will become an enemy?" Crushed by the power and the sheer intimidation, the blonde man can only gasp out a desperate apology. He holds that piercing stare, a faint red aura still crackling around him. While the blonde man before him crumples to his knees, clutching his head in pure agony, that crimson energy swirling like a vortex around him. Even after the immediate pressure lets up, the blonde man is still hunched over, hacking and coughing like crazy. Meanwhile, Choi Min-jun is just chilling by a window, thinking, okay, maybe there's a faster way to do this, as he spots a new party recruitment notice pop up. Meanwhile, a whole squad of armored warriors is pushing deep into the brutal rank 6 dungeon, Hell's Forest, a faint green aura glowing around them as they march. The armored leader, leading the charge, barks out a question about the time, finding out it's already 6:03. A furious scowl twists his face as he curses someone for not showing up, wondering if this whole mission has been a total bust. He then snaps at his team to stay sharp, reminding them they have no idea what kind of monsters are lurking in ambush. Deep within the treacherous Hell's Forest, the armored leader and his squad pushed forward, a chilling premonition washing over them as they moved through the oppressive, shadowy woods. He gestured sharply, his voice a tense whisper, confirming the gut feeling that something was terribly, terribly wrong. Before he could even finish, a colossal explosion ripped through the distant trees, rocking the very ground beneath them and leaving the squad momentarily paralyzed. Smoke and debris shot skyward. As the smoke cleared, the leader's eyes went wide with shock, a name escaping his lips, Kang Hyun. It couldn't be. Amidst a swirling, crimson aura, Kang Hyun emerged, radiating raw, untamed power, his chilling, maniacal laughter tearing through the silence of the forest. His crimson eyes blazed with an infernal glow, a terrifying, predatory grin plastered across his face. The armored leader and his men could only gape in horror, the name, Kang Hyun, a desperate, disbelieving cry from their throats. As Kang Hyun lunged, his powerful legs blurring into action, he clashed with another figure, leaving the leader to question if this was a twin, or some other terrifying entity. The armored leader's face contorts in pure terror, his composure shattered by the sheer audacity of what's unfolding. But Kang Hyun just cackles, a sinister grin spreading across his face, holding up a bizarre, fluffy creature and taunting, "Long time no see, huh?" His unsettling laughter reverberates, a clear sign that absolute mayhem is about to erupt. He then reveals his pet, a dishpin pup with sinister glowing red eyes and a pulsating pink aura, a deceptively cute package of raw power. His bewildered companions can only stare, one even foolishly calling it cute, completely oblivious to the impending disaster. But Kang Hyun's grin widens, a chilling prelude to his next move, as he winds up to launch the cute pup. And with a terrifying shout, he unleashes the creature, screaming, "I brought you a present." The present detonates on impact, a colossal explosion ripping through the air, a deafening KWHO echoing through the forest. Another armored soldier can only gape in stunned disbelief, utterly floored by the insane power Kang Hyun just unleashed. Out in a lush, open field, a shovel is just chilling, stuck right in the ground. Then, out of nowhere, the armored leader spots something glowing way up in the sky, and he's already locked in, whispering, "I'll." His focus sharpens, and he shouts, "I'm gonna catch you." And what he's after? It's this tiny, super fluffy white creature, with big, glowing eyes, making the cutest little noises. He snags the creature in a flash, a soft pink glow bursting around him as he pulls off the perfect catch. He holds it up, grinning from ear to ear, shouting, "I got it." With his crew watching, the armored leader is already full-on dad mode, comforting the little guy, "It's all good now. Daddy's got you." He's totally smitten with the cute little thing, completely missing his squad's disgusted glares and angry mutters, as they trash-talk the bastard who dares to talk like that. But then, bam. We cut to Kang Hyun, surrounded by his own crew, looking absolutely livid and shocked, barking, "Shut up," at someone, his red eyes practically spitting fire. His eyes lock onto the adorable, yet unsettling, mind-wrapped dishpin pups. But the real threat emerges, agitated, disturbing hellhounds, dangerously out of control. They've got the armored leader and his squad completely surrounded, a deadly trap closing in. Without hesitation, Kang Hyun unleashes a brilliant blue orb, a powerful gift for the chaos below. As he plunges into the fray himself. Suddenly, a bizarre rain of those fluffy pups descends, catching the entire group off guard. Their eyes wide as they stare up at the glowing, falling creatures. A smirk plays on his lips, cuties are dropping from the sky. And then, something even bigger, a blur of raw force, slams down right after them. Even while bound by electric chains, Kang Hyun just grins, a mischievous glint in his crimson eyes. But down below, the armored leader and his squad are in a desperate fight for survival, their glowing blade barely holding back the hellish tide. The beasts just keep coming, their sheer numbers threatening to swallow the entire squad. Just then, Kang Hyun drops like a meteor, bringing a whole shower of those creepy mind-wrapped pups with him. One of those explosive impacts sends Choi Min-jun flying, "Kook," he groans. The armored leader gets rocked by another hit, his eye twitching from the sudden pain. Then, with a thunderous crash, Kang Hyun lands right in the middle of the melee, and the squad can only stare. "Kang," they gasp, "well, good luck." The masked interrogator gets caught in another blast, letting out a pained cry, "Kook." And just when you think it can't get worse, a hellhound's claw rips into the armored leader's shoulder, "God fucking damn it," he roars in frustration. The hellhounds are swarming, but Kang Hyun is a force of nature. His blade flashes with electric blue energy, tearing through the beasts in a chaotic, unstoppable rampage. But the armored leader is fuming, his fists clenched tight. These hellhounds are dissolving too fast, turning invisible, making it impossible to track them. What a nightmare. He screams, a desperate, booming command for everyone to fall back. His voice cuts through the chaos, a non-negotiable order, everyone out of the dungeon, now. The team scrambles, yelling hurry, hurry, their faces a mask of pure terror as they bolt deeper into the dungeon's depths. A subordinate curses, absolutely fed up, vowing to build a guild hall a million miles away from this insane dungeon. But as the leader turns to escape, he's face to face with Kang Hyun, who just casually says, hey, his body crackling with an intense blue aura, making the leader flinch back. Kang Hyun just watches them go, a subtle, almost smug smile playing on his face as the entire situation spirals out of control. His crimson eyes blaze with power, watching the armored leader's crew scramble like ants. Boom! A brutal impact just explodes, splattering blood everywhere in a shocking burst. And the crimson just keeps on spreading, a chilling, undeniable sign of the chaos unleashed.